आप कर दो।
Where is this, sir? I want to share the link. I don't know. Sound is visible.
सिक्किम की महिलाओं का लिटरेसी रेट 88% होने के बावजूद अक्सर रूरल और ट्राइबल इलाकों में बच्चों का स्कूल से जल्दी निकलना, हेल्थ केयर की कमी और रोजगार का अभाव बड़ी समस्या है। डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पर साइबर बुलिंग और ऑनलाइन फ्रॉड भी बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन स्कूल लेवल पर साइबर सिक्योरिटी की ट्रेनिंग अब तक असंभव है। सेंट्रल योजनाओं का लाभ ग्राउंड पर महसूस नहीं होता। महिलाओं को खुद अपने लिए आर्थिक स्वतंत्र और कानूनी सुरक्षा चाहिए। सरकार को हर ब्लॉक में महिला काउंसलिंग सेंटर के कैंपस और सेल्फ डिफेंस वर्कशॉप लगानी चाहिए, ताकि महिला अपनी सेफ्टी और रोजगार के लिए खुद सक्षम हो सके। जब तक ये गजीब रिफॉर्म्स नहीं आते, महिलाओं की स्थिति सुधारना मुश्किल है। Empower her and nation's lives with strength and hope that never dies. A woman's life will lead the way to brighter nights and better days. Jai Samvidhan.
Thank you, Young Indian Parliament, right? I'm not checking.
Hello, Speaker sir. I am Sanskriti Pandey, roll number 60. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Quite a short time, respected Speaker sir. Simply Jai Hind बोले भी मेरा time खत्म हो जाएगा, but फिर भी I'll keep it to 1-2 words at a time. Anandpur, water security, job opportunities, education, employment, and finally, holding the government accountable. My constituency is struggling, and I will struggle for it. That is the sole purpose in this house of being strong.
Thank you, Madam. RN Dev 28. Vadakam, Madurai, the soul of Tamil Nadu. मैं वहाँ से आता हूँ. According to CPCB Polluted River Stretches report, tells that Vaggi River needs clearance under clear mission by smart water grid. According to Ministry of Housing Affairs, ease of living under index reports tells that Madurai is facing worst traffic. For that, metro will be constructed under National Smart Mobility Grid. अंत में बस मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा, यहाँ पर पक्ष और विपक्ष ना देखकर अगर हम राष्ट्र हित में कार्य कर सके, अगर हम एक विकसित भारत बना रहे हैं तो हमें उसके अंदर ही कार्य करना है। यहाँ पे पक्ष और विपक्ष नहीं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत। आपके parliamentarians and parliamentarians while you're speaking, I request you to keep an eye on the admin, and when she is playing the timer and sound, I request you to continue.
Okay. Before we move on, the prior parliamentarian, could you speak your number again, please?
You need to connect 2 phones, sir. One is from there, one is from here.
Thank you.
I have connected right now 1 phone. That's it.
वही बात होगी ना, इधर से इधर क्या सकता है, काम होना चाहिए।
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and other parliamentarians. My name is Mansi Vilkar. I am from the constituency of Jammu. My vision for the Jammu constituency is simple: transform it from a border village into the periphery of the powerful, into the powerful gateway of opportunity. I wish to build a modern city that has smarter roads, cleaner roadfronts, and designated infrastructure. I wish to invest in our youth through skill labs, leadership programs, and jobs that we talent here at home. I wish to uplift the border villages, better schools, healthcare services, and unified living. And I wish to unlock Jammu's full potential as a cultural, tourist, and innovation city by boosting its economy.
डायरेक्ट कह रहा था उन्होंने कल कट कर रहा था। हाँ तो फैक्ट्री होगा।
Sorry, hold on. Please, parliamentarian, the prior parliamentarian and number. Again, participants, please give your number first when you start so that the jury can score. If not, you will miss the jury scoring.
Number 48.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, this is the big round, number 034.
हाँ कैप्चर
Please go ahead.
पॉसिबल नहीं है।
Gwalior is an unrecognized talent hub of India, and it needs a future that matches this talent. Our farmers, craftsmen, and artisans require a future that a global audience that recognizes their talent and their skills. We want to see our textiles hanging on shoulders from Tokyo to Milan. We want to see our grains threatening in countries across the world. We want to see our cultures, our craft traditions passing on to future generations. I want to provide the people the freedom of choice that demarcates the line between survival and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, parliamentarian. Parliamentarians, please note, the party leaders, shadow ministers, LOP, and the Prime Minister will get another chance to speak after all the MPs from the ruling opposition finish their speech. I hope that's clear. Please go ahead.
Speaker and Parishita 067.
दोनों ही चल रहे हैं.
Respected speaker, I am Balashri Das from Rohtak, a land of strength, sport and spirit. Our youth shine in every field, from Neeraj Chopra's Olympic glory to students' excellence in education. Our vision is clear to build a future-ready India, where education gives every child equal opportunities, women's safety and leadership,
अच्छा इनके जैसे.
sports get same respect as academics and youth job based on spirit, not struggle. As Dr. Kalam said,
चेंज नहीं
dreams stand from
एक और mic
thought
चाहिए.
and thought into action. Let's act for the India. Thank you.
Thank you, Parliament.
ये ले.
Before you begin, out of all the parliamentarians who have spoken so far, are there any committee chairperson and deputy
लेने
chairperson?
आएंगे ना इनको लेने आएंगे ना देते रहने. ये 6 इन्हीं के लिए रखे हैं. लेडीज के लिए रखे हैं, इनके लिए बच्चों के लिए.
चारों
हाँ,
दो
दे दो,
उधर
दे
देखिए,
दो.
उधर
हाँ,
देखिए, एक रखे हैं,
ठीक.
एक और
Easy,
बच्चे.
easy. Please note the committee chairs will get a different timing after the parliamentarians from Biroli and Persian finish. I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Vishaka Majumdar, representing Bangalore, Tamil Nadu, number 055. Greetings to the House at large. Just last month in Gopal Simuturam village, more than 100 families were shattered as floods invaded their homes, leaving kids unable to attend schools and livelihoods destroyed overnight. I, as a representative of my constituency, will ask questions to the government as to why no action was taken. Why were the boys, which are the real problem in today's time, not being taken accountability of? To conclude, I would like to say, हम तो प्रश्न पूछेंगे क्योंकि कठिन प्रश्नों से ही हमारा देश बना है और इन कठिन प्रश्नों से ही हमारा देश बढ़ेगा. That's it.
Thank you, parliamentarian.
वही थी. तो मैंने कहा सर मैंने तो जैसे उन्होंने दिया वैसे मैंने उनको दिया था क्योंकि हर किसी का डाटा होता है.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, एक जब मैं बोलती हूँ तो नांदेड़ बोलता है.
मैंने दे दिया था.
उधर भी गुरु गोविंद सिंह की तलवार की चमक आज भी आत्मा को रोशन करती है. Today, Nanded is not just a chapter of history, it is a blueprint of India's future. A land where faith meets innovation, where founders turn into creators, and where every youth becomes the architect of its environment. Recovery folding and doing Nanded today so Bharat बोले जय हिंद जय संविधान.
Thank you, parliamentarian. Please go ahead.
Parliamentarians in the glory of this August Assembly, let's not forget that small districts like Rajkot still suffer from the lack of basic facilities like water. जिस व्यक्ति के पास पीने का पानी नहीं, वो विकसित भारत का सपना कैसे देखेगा? एंड आज सरकार का प्रतिनिधि होने के नाते मैं हर किसान को, राजकोट के हर व्यक्ति को और भारत के हर किसान को इस मंच से, सभा से वादा करता हूँ कि जिस किसान ने हम तक पानी पहुंचाया, हम तक खाना पहुंचाया, ये विकसित भारत, ये सरकार उनके खेतों तक पानी लेकर आएगी और उनको वो सम्मान देगी जिसके लिए वो सालों से मेहनत कर रहे हैं. जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय
नहीं यहाँ पे वो बंदा कोई वही होगा.
Please go ahead.
माननीय महोदय, मैं दीमापुर का सांसद यहाँ एक ही भावना के साथ खड़ा हूँ. राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि और मेरा युवा मेरे सपने की ताकत. दीमापुर नॉर्थ ईस्ट का द्वार आज भी टूटी सड़कों और कमजोर कनेक्टिविटी का बोझ उठा रहा है. लेकिन मैं मानता हूँ जहाँ युवा चलते हैं वहाँ इतिहास बदलता है. हेंस रिफॉर्म भी किया. एक युवा स्किल और इनोवेशन हब जहाँ हमारे बच्चे नौकरी ढूंढते नहीं, नौकरी देने वाले बनते हैं. जैसा कलाम साहब सिर्फ साफ कहते थे, फ्यूचर बिलोंग्स टू द यंग. सपने उनके भविष्य भारत का. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Thank you, parliamentarian. Please go ahead.
Hooghly Dharwad wants to say that Hooghly deserves better. And we all know it, a city struggles with faulty water distribution, pothole, filled roads, traffic chaos, and flooding that returns every monsoon. Every single monsoon, but the solution are clear. fix the water network with urgency, rebuild roads with accountability, create modern drainage system and invest in real public transport. Hopefully, a city where streets don't break, youth don't wait for opportunities, and every family feels safe. Now the system must deliver it. And at the end, I just want to say, hopefully अब इंतजार नहीं करेगा, अब हम अपने हक के लिए खुद लड़ेंगे. धन्यवाद.
Honorable Parliamentarian, Program number
Now we are showing 40.
40.
Yes.
Thank you.
प्रोग्राम क्या है?
ऑनरेबल स्पीकर, मैं दार्जिलिंग से हूँ जहाँ पहाड़ तो मजबूत है पर पुराने नेताओं के इरादे कमजोर. लैंडस्लाइड ने सड़कें बहा दी, स्कूल बंद पड़े हैं, बट नाउ न्यू इंडिया, न्यू लीडर्स delivers where old leadership disappears. Under PMGSY Phase 3, hill roads are rebuilt with steel bridges with NDMA, GSI early warning systems. कहते थे ये पहाड़ों का मसला है, मैं कहता हूँ पहाड़ भी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं क्योंकि नए नेता काम कर रहे हैं. Remember everyone, सिर्फ बातें बनाने से कोई स्टेप नहीं कर सकता. अब देश के हित में काम करना पड़ता है, नेता नहीं मजदूर बनना पड़ता है.
देख के तार आगे से जाना चाहिए.
जय जगन्नाथ साथियों, मैं 12-16 साल आज हमारे देश के प्रधान तथा नेता प्रतिपक्ष निजी राजनीति में फंसे हैं और बड़ी तस्वीर को देख रहे हैं, पर छोटी छोटी बारीकियां छोड़ते आ रहे हैं. बालासोर की बाढ़ की समस्या आजादी से है, प्रधान देखते रहे, प्रतिपक्ष सवाल उठाते रहे. बालासोर को मिसाइल सिटी कहा जाता है. डीआरडीओ ने इंटीग्रेटेड रेंज टेस्ट सिस्टम अग्नि, पृथ्वी, ब्रह्मोस जैसी मिसाइल टेस्ट कर ली. बालासोर अपने देश को अपना योगदान दे रहा है. बालासोर को प्रगति मिलेगी. आज हमारे बालासोर को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए. 70% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट बंद हो चुके हैं. हमें सरकार से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट चाहिए, पर हमारा विपक्ष इतना कमजोर है कि वो सवाल नहीं उठा पाता है. मैं बस अपने आपकी वाणी को विराम दूंगा. मैं अटल जी की कुछ पंक्तियों से कि टूटे हुए सपने की सुने कौन सी, टूटे हुए सपने की सुने कौन सी, अंदर की व्यथा पर वो बढ़ती, हार नहीं मानूंगा, हार नहीं मानूंगा. आज के कपाल पर लिखता मिटाता हूँ, दाल के कपाल पर लिखता मिटाता हूँ, गीत मैं गाता हूँ, गीत मैं गाता हूँ. धन्यवाद. जय भारत, जय संविधान, जय जगन्नाथ. Requesting the parliamentarians to stick to the time.
इसके टाइम 5 बजे लिखा हुआ है.
This is Ryan Mukhopadhyay.
आज ही 5 बजे
Please go ahead.
आज 5:30 कल 5 बजे.
Honorable Speaker, in the next decade, I envision Tirupati as a beacon of economic governance and financial responsibility, where every rupee is invested in innovation and every youth becomes the guardian of growth. With solar industries, tech startups, and transparent fiscal systems, Tirupati will prove that progress is not in spending more, but in spending right. Because a financially disciplined Tirupati today will be a self-reliant India tomorrow. Jai Hind.
मैं भी 2 तारीख को कुछ देते, कुछ नहीं देते. 2 तारीख को मिला था, अभी तक नहीं मिली छुट्टी. छुट्टी जो कर रहे हैं उसकी मिल जाती है छुट्टी. नहीं जो बहाना मार के करते हो कर लेते
I'm proud to come from a region that inspires innovation. Home to leaders like Sundar Pichai and Shekhar Naidu, born from Chennai, spirit of excellence. But today, my focus is on Chennai South, where tradition and technology are the heartbeat of the city. For Viksit Bharat, I want smarter, greener, and more inclusive communities. If every street light runs on clean energy, every child gets digital learning, and every young mind gets a chance to create, Chennai South can truly lead India's growth. The future isn't coming to us, so building it right here, right now. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Aditi Chowdhury, 001.
रूम लॉक होना पीजी.
नागपुर पुकारे, अब ठहराव नहीं, उड़ान चाहिए. जो सपना रुका पड़ा था, उसे अब नहीं पहचान चाहिए. Honorable Speaker, Nagpur generates 40,000 crore in economic spend. Yet very often fails still fails all weather roads. Migrate for opportunity. But critique is strong. India's zero mind will not be given zero priority anymore. My vision is this sector
క్యాష్ కట్టాలి అంటే మొబైల్స్ తీసుకున్నాను అసలు మాకు లైవ్ సంబంధం లేదు బట్ వీళ్ళకి కూడా నేను
30% green mobility and a climate resilient city ready for the next century. नागपुर अब इंतजार नहीं करेगा, नागपुर दिशा तय करेगा. धन्यवाद. Gabardamanda number 085. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we starting this at 3, 2, 1. We reached the house at large. At 5:30 a.m. on the early morning of 14th November 2025, the BA-277 flight headed towards Hyderabad was forced to make an emergency landing in the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport after receiving a bomb threat at 5 a.m. yesterday morning. And this is not the first time that Hyderabad has been gripped by such terror. Earlier, on November 10th, the same incident had been repeated to the same flight BA-277 headed to Hyderabad. Now, my vision as an MP contributes to ensuring aviation security of all Hyderabadi citizens to suggesting improved bomb detection at the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport under subclause 2 of the first clause of the third chapter of the Member of Parliament Local Area Development by suggesting a pilot initiative of 25 plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Nakshita Jain, 013. Can I start?
Please go ahead.
Greetings to the House at large. I envision Mysuru as a state where Kaveri becomes a symbol of cooperation, not conflict, where water reaches every house and every field, where harmony is built between humans and tigers through protection, awareness, and most importantly, respect to nature, where every woman, every child feels safe, heard, and protected by the law. And as the cultural heart of Karnataka, our tourism must not only attract visitors but also empower locals. We build the more ecotourism, heritage conservation, and youth-led innovations. जब तक हर सपना हकीकत नहीं बन जाता, हम हार नहीं मानेंगे, हम नहीं रुकेंगे. धन्यवाद, जय हिंद.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Honorable Speaker, sir, Samira Prasad, 099. I'll start my speech at the count of 3, 2, 1. गोवा के साहिल लहरों से नहीं, इरादों से मजबूत है. In North Goa, we don't wait for tides to turn. We build the shore stronger, where growth isn't a promise, it's a practice. We are shaping tomorrow, where every child learns with purpose, every citizen lives with pride, and every policy protects what Goa truly stands for: grit, grace, and growth. This isn't development by chance. This is development by choice. क्योंकि हम यहाँ चिल्लाने नहीं आए हैं, देश सुधारने आए हैं. जय हिंद, धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Please go ahead.
Tiruchirappalli is a city that blends its proud heritage with modern progress. I imagine Trichy, a cleaner, greener city with better public transport, stronger education, and sustainable growth. A city where opportunities increase, communities stay united, and our culture continues to thrive. Together, we, the youth, can build a future that honors our past while moving forward confidently. That was my vision for my constituency. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Thomas is political, number 8.
Good morning, parliamentarians. I represent the beautiful city of Hazaribagh, nestled in Jharkhand. However, this city is being ripped apart by communal intolerance, and such intolerance strips man of his conscience and humanity. Such intolerance can only be combated by education and healthcare. We must invest in humans more than infrastructure. The only way we can drive away the dark members of ignorance is by knowledge, which is why I suggest that we invest more in education and healthcare. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
सुप्रभात ऑनरेबल स्पीकर साहब और ऑनरेबल पार्लियामेंटेरियंस. मेरा नाम है हसन प्रेमका और मैं भोपाल का एमपी हूँ और सीरियल नंबर. तो मैं भोपाल के बस इतना चाहता हूँ कि वो एक देश के लिए एक मॉडल सिटी बने ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटीज के लिए. मैं भोपाल को उसके भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी के आफ्टरमैथ से जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हुई उन सब से बचाना चाहता हूँ और भोपाल एक ऐसी जगह बनाना चाहता हूँ जहाँ पे लोग आए देख के और उनको कोई डर ना रहे कि यहाँ पे गैस फैला हुआ है, इतनी सारी पॉल्यूशन का वो सब है। तो थैंक यू।
Sam Shas, 082, representing Bhagatpur, Bihar. Shall I start?
Please go ahead.
Radhe Radhe, Delhi, in a land of kind-hearted people, yesterday I met a rickshaw driver, a gentleman with a tired smile. He told me he came from a small village of a beautiful district. Then what made him leave it behind? Because back home there was no work, no other facilities, no support for his kids, very basic needs they were. I'm Saraj, MP of Bhagatpur, Bihar, the same place the rickshawala belongs to. And I stand here to promise that common man like him will get the life he deserves. And that Bhagatpur will rise. After all, it's a leader's duty to take the land that it remains. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Bhagatpur.
But it is the same thing, no difference over. But we can keep 2 to 3 cameras extra.
Honorable Bhagatpur, repeat your number. Please go.
I'm now 106. So, Vanakkam, Namaste, and greetings to everyone. And my constituency is Bangalore Central, a dynamic hub of culture, innovation, and youthful energy. We are dealing with severe water scarcity as our lake shrink, groundwater falls, and tanker become a lifeline. We face recurring water logging and traffic buildup whenever heavy rain hits, slowing lives and hurting productivity. My vision for Bengaluru Central is bold and grounded in action. Water scarcity for all, water security for all. We will revive our lakes, recharge the groundwater, and promote rainwater harvesting in every neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bhagatpur.
अरे वो दूसरे नीचे लैपटॉप में
क्या करना तूने
Good morning, everyone.
अरे गेस्ट ने दे रखा है वो वीडियो
Please go ahead. This is Atik Alvar, number 091, representing Noida Uttar
लैपटॉप में थोड़ी चला ना लैपटॉप
Please go ahead. Honorable Speaker, respected members, let me begin by saying this. Representing Noida is just an honor for me. It genuinely makes me proud. We are a city built on ambition, energy, and courage. But every day, our people being polluted air, watch green spaces disappear, and see potential tourist spots lose their charm. That's the problem we surely can't ignore anymore. The solutions I will implement for my people are simple and doable. In conclusion, Noida doesn't need big speeches. It needs commitment. And starting today, I am here to show that commitment. Jai Hind. Thank you, Honorable Bhagatpur.
Honorable Speaker, I'm Mahati, number 33, proudly representing Rani Durgavati's Jabalpur constituency, Madhya Pradesh. I rise to bring to your attention the lack of economic growth and unemployment in my constituency. My action plan, a Jabalpur-centric defense corridor and academy, leveraging the existing defense vehicle factory. I stand for Rashtram Dhayekam Dhruvam. Uphold my constituency, uphold my nation. Dhanyawad, Speaker ji.
Thank you, Honorable Bhagatpur.
Honorable members, Bangalore is a pride center, rich in culture, full of energy and brimming with potential. But to protect that pride, we must face our challenges head-on. Growing waste, stress lakes, and tourist spots that remain under-recognized. I'm committed to 3 clear actions: a cleaner Raipur through a strict community-driven waste system, restoring our lakes and green belts into true public breathing spaces, creating a Raipur experience circuit to spotlight our food, festivals, and local craft sustainability. For this, Raipur deserves action and not promises, and I'm here to deliver exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bhagatpur.
Namaskar, Honorable Parliament. I am the proud representative of Chandigarh constituency and my number is 49. Chandigarh stands at crossroads. Its rising traffic and congestion is making the city unlivable. But I always believe, and we should always believe, that samasya pe nahi, samadhan pe focus. With sustainable development and keeping in mind the vision of future leaders, we should try to overcome these problems. We can, we will. Thank you, Parliament, for giving me a chance to represent people's vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Honorable Parliamentarians, is that everybody?
Honorable Speaker, I'm Yashvi C, serial number 84, representing Ranbagh. Ranbagh's future lies in sustainable growth and inclusive progress. While the coal industry remains central to us, we acknowledge challenges such as air pollution, infrastructural deficits, and mental health care. To address these, my commitment includes modernizing mining with cleaner technologies, expanding road and digital connectivity, and enhancing public health in schools through targeted government schemes. By empowering our youth with skill development and fostering new industries, we will transform Ranbagh into a thriving, resilient model of balanced development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Ajay Kinike, 004. Honorable Speaker, respected MPs. युवा हमारी शक्ति है, युवा हमारी युक्ति है. This is the MP of Gorakhpur. Gorakhpur is the city of religious and spiritual existence. There are a few problems that we are facing, such as air pollution, land encroachment, and agricultural issues. These problems will be solved by frequent air checks, land pH checks, and illegal encroachment activities will be faced with thorough punishments and fines. रोके की क्षमता से करेगी अब हमारी राष्ट्र काम. विपक्ष करेगी सवाल पर समस्याओं का होगा समाधान. जय हिंद, वंदे मातरम. Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Honorable Speaker and respected parliamentarians, this is the MP of cocktail capital of India, which has major corporate and high-tech hubs with numerous multinational companies. The major problems of this city is severe infrastructure failures, poor roads and traffic conjunctions, frequent flooding due to inadequate drainage system and construction over natural resources. As the MP of this beautiful city, Gurugram, I like the parliament to look after this, because this is not just Gurugram's problem, this is the problem of every city which is developing. Selection English 20.
Please go ahead.
Anaivarukkum vanakkam. My vision for Vizag is shaped by the same fire that took Andhra's Konenu Hampi to the top of the world. That mindset to rise, to fight, and to lead lives in every young person in Vizag. My goal is to unlock power. I want a constituency where every village has healthcare that actually reaches people, where digital access breaks barriers, and where our youth are trained for industries of tomorrow. Vizag is not just a coastal city, it is a force. I would like to conclude with the phrase, Visagam Yerum, Namum Yerum. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Raja 90. Honorable Speaker, respected members of the House, Jhansi is a land of bravery. It's not just a tale, but a legacy. Jhansi is the soil that gave India Rani Lakshmi Bai, the embodiment of courage, dignity, and resistance. Today, my mission is to revive that same spirit in governance, a Jhansi that is fearless in defending women's rights, and it is relentless in demanding development, and united in empowering its youth. We carry the fire of our Rani, and under my leadership, that flame will not dim. It will guide Jhansi toward a better future. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Paraswari constants number 15. Yes, sir.
Please repeat the number.
15.
Please go ahead.
Warm greetings to all the VIP dignitaries and fellow parliamentarians. मैं बिहार के उस शहर से आती हूँ जहाँ अंगिका और मैथिली की मीठी बोली से लेकर हमारी मिट्टी की खुशबू तक पूर्णिया का हर एक कोना एकता और परंपरा की पहचान है. Today I stand before you with a vision of new rising Purnia where every student has access to quality education, where every farmer receives fair prices, and where every family lives with dignity and hope. At last, I would like to say, with youth in action and progress in motion, Purnia will rise with a new vision. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Can you go ahead? 107.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I stand here as a member of Parliament from Erode, carrying the hopes of our farmers, workers, and young people who trust me with their future. The concern I hear every day is simple and powerful: water to sustain our fields and opportunities to sustain our families. As a representative, I feel a deep responsibility to ensure that our youth are not just seen, but truly supported. I stand for honesty, fairness, and a future where Erode grows with dignity and pride. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Kanodia, 89.
Your number, please.
89.
Please go ahead.
Good morning, fellow parliamentarians and respected speakers. I'm Arush Kanodia from the constituency of Srinagar. The valley is probably the most beautiful place you'll ever visit in your life. The city has deep heritage, natural beauties, and spirit, despite of our neighbors being one of a kind. I salute Srinagar's calm and constructive progress here in this house and salute to the residents. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Honorable Parliamentarian, the parliamentarian who spoke before the person who spoke right now, please bring your number, please.
107.
107. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise with gratitude on behalf of Kolhapur's 40 lakh citizens. Our government's flagship schemes have revolutionized the problem of rural connectivity, bringing prosperity to every village. Our textile and sugar industries are thriving under progressive policies. Kolhapur is now a shining example of SDG implementation, from clean energy initiatives to quality education and women empowerment. Under this government's visionary leadership, we are not just developing, we are building a sustainable future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Candidate number 74. I start on a cell count of 3, 2, 1. नमस्ते सभापति महोदय, मैं चिराग आहूजा एमपी गया बिहार से। आज मैं एक बात टोक कर कहने आया हूँ। इस देश में महिलाओं को बोलने का मौका दिया, पर उनके इशू को सुनने की हिम्मत कभी नहीं दिखाई। वर्किंग वुमन 28% जेंडर पे गैप है। ये सिर्फ स्टैटिस्टिक नहीं, रोज का पब्लिक ह्यूमिलिएशन है। पीरियड बायोलॉजिकल फैक्ट है, पर सैनिटरी पैड्स छुपाना पड़ता है, जबकि शराब खुले में बिकता है। और सभापति महोदय, इस पॉइंट में CIL reducing of age consent from 16 to 16 सुना जा रहा है। जहाँ सीनियर एडवोकेट इंद्रजय सिंह ने 3 राइट्स के नाम पर सेक्सुअल एक्ट की एज 16 करने के लिए अब डिमांड रखी है, लेकिन सेंटर ने ये संतोष किया। मैं साफ कह रहा हूँ, सेक्सुअल एक्ट की कंसेंट 18 ही रहेगी और इससे कम करना महिलाओं का एजुकेशन सीधा है। धन्यवाद।
किस लड़के ने पाया ये कैमरे वाले जिसने लॉगिन
Please go ahead. My roll number is 79 and I'll move on. So I'll start the count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to say this that with pride. Mangalore is not just a coastal city, it is Karnataka's next powerhouse. We reject excuses and stand for bold execution. Our youth will get real opportunities, our fishermen dignity and safety, and every ward modern infrastructure. Naya Mangalore will not be stopped. We will power our port, protect our coastline, and make Mangalore a model for the nation which salutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Your number, please. Please go ahead.
Namaste, my name is Kia. It means Tahar, and today Tahar wishes to speak her heart out. और जब दिल से बोलते हैं, जब तब बातें सिर्फ सुनाई नहीं देती, महसूस होती है. I come from Madhya Pradesh, from Indore, the heart that beats the loudest. और वो बोलते हैं ना, जब दिल साफ रहता है, तब सब अच्छा रहता है. हमने इस बात को थोड़ा लिटरली ले लिया. Indore has been the cleanest city in India for 800 years. Because the clean city reflects a clean intent. think of it as work of labor. Think of it as the heartbeat of a new India. Standing strong and
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Sakshi Kulkarni, number 81. Can I proceed?
Please go ahead.
सब अपनी अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का इतनी सुंदरता से वर्णन कर रहे हैं तो हम तो पीछे हैं कि अपने भारत देश का वर्णन कर रहे हैं. So representing Udaipur is indeed a pleasure for me because very less number of cities in the world truly balance legacy, lakes and limitless potential. And my vision for Udaipur is to direct this potential into progress. लोगों को याद रहे कि भाई गोवा, कुल्लू, मनाली, ऊटी के अलावा उदयपुर भी है. That is my vision. I want people to know कि उदयपुर का संजय मरमत उसकी वर्ल्ड क्लास लाइफस्टाइल को रिप्रेजेंट करे. यहाँ पानी कम होने पर भी लोग उम्मीद ज्यादा करते हैं और इसी उम्मीद को हम विकास में बदलते हैं.
Honorable Parliamentarian, refrain again. Honorable Parliamentarians, please refrain from having crosstalk between yourselves. Pay attention to the personal speaking. Thank you.
बोल क्या करें ये कुर्सी में कोई नहीं बैठेगा मैं बैठूंगा नहीं
मैं एक ऐसी जगह की तरफ हूँ जहाँ पार्टी के सदस्य देश को जगाता है. मैं ऐसी जगह की तरफ हूँ जो स्टील बनाता है पर आज युवा भी एक नया काटना चाहती है. वही है वर्धमान दुर्गापुर. Speaker sir, our youth are not short of talent. What we short of is platform. It is city that is full of engineers and innovators. What we not need is not a speech for employment. What we need is a local youth innovation how the skill keep starting. But the next ideas of Bardhaman doesn't have talent like you to succeed. That's why I stand for the Bardhaman Durbapur where every young mind has both heart and heart but Devang Nikalpana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Aditya Singh from 000. And I'll be starting my speech in a backward count of 3, 2, 1. Good morning, Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament. I am Aditya Singh from the beautiful city of Prayagraj, the Prime Minister factory of India. Prayagraj is the home to the Allahabad High Court. We need justice is delivered on time, not on home. Prayagraj की त्रिवेणी संगम के लिए जानी जाती है, परंतु यहाँ की नदियाँ नहीं बल्कि जाके सबूत मिलते हैं जो हमारे नाकामियाँ होकर दर्शाते हैं. हमें क्या सच में चाहिए प्रॉपर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, नॉट जस्ट बिल्स एंड पेन एंड पेपर. बिकॉज अगर हम वोट खेलेंगे तो हमारा वोट फ्यूचर कभी नहीं बनेगा. थैंक यू. Honorable Speaker, Aditya Singh, 072. I'll be starting with a backward count of 3, 2, 1. अध्यक्ष महोदय, जो गंगा को बचाता है वो भारत का भविष्य रचाता है. Ganga, once the backbone of our economy is being fallen, over 400 refineries still release toxic produce with only 60% of it being treated. Parliament edits our youth pays the price, evident with doubling of infections and respiratory issues. It's not just a health crisis, but we lose 3% of our GDP, and it's high time we act. I stand for a carbon credit economy with zero discharge industries, ensuring that industries that cut emissions earn credits and polluters pay for every gram of pollution. To a clean and better future.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarians. Parliamentarian number 065. Are you ready with the speech? Please go ahead.
धन्यवाद जी. मैं शिलोंग से आता हूँ, स्कॉटलैंड ऑफ द ईस्ट. आज शिलोंग पानी की तरस रहा है. हमारे लोग पानी टैंकर्स पर निर्भर हैं. युवाओं के हाथ में रोजगार नहीं है. मेघालय इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर -2.7% से विकसित हुआ है. हमारी सरकार इंडस्ट्रियल इकोनॉमी को छोड़कर एग्री इकोनॉमी बना रही है. मतलब हम एक टाइम बॉम्ब पर बैठे हैं. मेघालय में क्लास 8 to 10 में ड्रॉप आउट रेट 30% से ज्यादा है. मेघालय म्युनिसिपल एक्ट 1973 और उसके बाई ऑफ शिलांग म्युनिसिपल एक्ट बाई ऑफ 136 के अंतर्गत सरकार छोटे रेडी पटरी वालों को उनकी जगह से हटा रही है. मतलब हम अमीरों का विकसित भारत बना रहे हैं. खासी स्टूडेंट यूनियन ने लगातार अवैध घुसपैठियों पर सवाल उठाए हैं. क्या गृह मंत्री इसको रोकने का आश्वासन दे सकते हैं? मान लो सरकारी फंड्स में 15वें वित्त आयोग के अंदर सेंट्रल फंड में 1.4 पॉइंट की गिरावट आई है. अंत में मैं पूरे मेघालय की जनता की तरफ से मांग करता हूं कि संसद में हमारी भागीदारी बढ़ाई जाए. इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर पर फेंसिंग कराई जाए. सेंट्रल फंड्स को बढ़ाया जाए. मैं अपनी बात को अंत करूंगा. सरफरोशी की तमन्ना हमारे दिल में है. देखना है तो इतना बाजुए कातिल में है. धन्यवाद. जय संविधान.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Are there any other MPs who have not given their speeches yet? Please go ahead.
Ariana Devi, 94.
Number, please.
94.
Thank you.
Deciding my speech is on count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Speaker, sir, when we speak of solar growth, we speak of resilience. Our farmers, textile workers, and students. Our first priority is water security. I propose the Ujjaini Solar Integrated Water Management Project under the Urban Infrastructure Sustainable Water Act, ensuring transparent, accountable, and efficient delivery of every job. Our second priority is on youth and the industry. I propose the direct scale and executive modernization of the Urban Development Act, for fix to upgrade textile clusters and expand local employment. And let me remind this House, Article 21 of the Law of Education does not just guarantee right, but the right to livelihood and dignity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Yashoma Kalka, 77.
Number, please.
77.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Vadodara is a cultural heartbeat of Gujarat, where every street corner tells a story of heritage and pride. Our city's heritage is not just our past, it is an engine for our future. From the legacy of the Taikwa craft to the Samkhela, Vadodara's heritage deserves to stand as long as its people do. So when a pillar of the Manjri fabric is established, it is not just stone that falls. ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि अगर हम हमारी विरासत ना बचाएं, तो हम अपनी पहचान को भूल जाएंगे. Which is why my vision is to establish a dedicated heritage department, one that protects our monuments and empowers our artisans. So when we invest in Vadodara's heritage, we invest in Vadodara's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian.
Priority number 92. We started in the cell count of 3, 2, 1. Kalaburgi's youth is standing at the edge of possibility. And as a representative of the people, I refuse to let that potential go unnoticed. My constituency's youth mainly faces two major problems: unemployment and the lack of quality education. My vision is to establish a Kalaburgi Youth Innovation and Skill Hub under the Viksit Bharat initiative, a hub where every young person in Kalaburgi gains industry-ready skills, create opportunities, and instead of waiting for them, and drive our region into a new era of growth. Together, we will create a future where the youth leads Kalaburgi. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Are there any other MPs left to give their speeches? Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarians. We'll now be moving on to the committee heads. Each committee head will receive 45 seconds to give his or her speech. Committee head of committee number 1, Negotiator Rice.
सम्राट तेरा
कुछ लिखो शायद सिर्फ सम्राट समझ जाएंगे
सम्राट लिखो सम्राट
और भी
ये की सम्राट
This is our Suprita, roll number 16, my constituency is Koda Rajasthan. Honorable Speaker, initiatives like PM Gati Shakti are the pillars of India's future. Along with Bharatmala and Sagarmala, we are weaving the fabric of progress. Yet, our plans still have flaws. Our committee has had one task set in stone: to identify why progress is stalling and to provide a clear roadmap. Our nation is on a journey far from its destination due to extensive delays, fragmented coordination, and neglect towards maintenance. It is our solemn duty to accelerate this mission by bringing forward pre-tender land acquisition, strong coordination, and maintenance budgeting. Let's give our people not just promises but goals, not just hope but highways, not just announcements but aviation. It's time to bring on transformation, not just transport. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Committee 2 head, Negotiator Rice.
Is it 16 or 60?
059 is Asita Lakshmi from Pune, Odisha. Second staff.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker and respected members of the Parliament, when computer violence broke out in Gujarat on 4th October 2025, the internet had to be suspended first because Gen Z never stops to think that misinformation is spread through the net. That's why I'm glad to be the committee chairperson of Committee 2 under Ministry of Culture and Education, dealing with eliminating Gen Z app dependence. Through this, we explored how freedom of digital expression can coexist with responsibility and how ethical regulation can protect without policing and how mental wellness should be our primary concern. Our recommendations include a digital literacy drive, wellness indexes, youth fellowships, and teacher training. We aim to build a digitally empowered India, and because the generation which dares to look up from their blue screens will definitely rise, and let's build a new India, power to empower, and Satyameva Jayate.
Head of committee number 3, Negotiator Rice. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, my number is 098. My name is Rahul Ranjan. I represent committee number 3. Committee number 3 recognizes that yoga is a 5,000-year-old tradition, a tradition that comes from within our subcontinent. But recently, much of its success comes from outside. A study showcased that the largest expansion of yoga practitioners took place in North America, not in India. We believe that this is a good thing. We support the establishment of International Yoga Day. We wish for yoga to be spread across the world. But we also recognize that yoga cannot be culturally appropriated and that yoga must remain Indian. We wish to strengthen the yogic base of our nation by spreading policies, spreading our tradition. Through policies like the National Ayush Mission, we will ensure with other ideas that yoga remains popular and that yoga remains strong. Thank you.
Item committee number 4.
Honorable Speaker, my delegate number is 040 and my name is Pranav. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker and respected members, as the chairperson of the Committee on Labour and Employment, I stand here with one clear vision: to build a nation where every hand has skill and every skill has equity. Our committee believes that India's growth story depends not just on innovation in cities, but on empowerment in every day and every workshop. We envision a system where training meets technology and education meets employment, a truly work-ready India. हुनर से ही देश चलेगा और कौशल से ही भारत बढ़ेगा. Let this parliament be the voice of every worker, every artisan, and every young dreamer who wants to rise to skill. Together, let's shape the workforce that shapes our nation. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Honorable Congress. Item committee number 5. Your number, please.
035.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, respected delegates, namaskar. Today I stand before you not merely as a chairperson of the Finance Committee, but as a custodian to our nation's economic integrity. Freebies may appear generous, but they drain the very resource meant for our nation's growth. Fiscal responsibility means spending wisely, so that every rupee, I repeat, every rupee, becomes a foundation for our future strength. True governance lies in the balance of spending with vision, not impulse. Let's find empowerment, not indulgence. Let our policies inspire productivity, not dependency. And let our budgets reflect purpose, not politics. Together, let's uphold true spirit of governance, where growth is earned, not gifted. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Item committee number 6.
Honorable Speaker, this is 042 Vivek Kumar Gupta, Chairperson of the Committee on Civil Aviation. May I continue?
Please go ahead.
This committee was constituted under YP 2.0 national rounds. The primary goal of this committee was to check and ensure the schemes in the aviation sector like UDAN, Pure Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, the National Civil Aviation Policy 2016, and the Green Airports Initiative. The committee, through its report, has found various gaps, problems, and suggested solutions within the aviation sector. The main goal of this committee is to ensure that every reform brought in the aviation sector by the MOCA serves for the benefit of the common people. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Honorable Parliamentarian. Thank you, committee heads. We'll now be moving on to the party leaders. Party leaders of the Opposition Coalition, can you please rise? Parliamentarians, please take a break.
Honorable Speaker, respected parliamentarians, I am Abhirami A, leader of Party C, leader 051. In my hand, I hold a pen that will give every citizen a voice, a pen that will restore education, a pen that will reach the eyes of India. This is the Bharatiya Janata Party, and our goal is to make every Indian citizen, especially those who do not have the privilege to hold a pen, or even a hand to write with, the right to education. Whether it is the one who has the highest education or the one who aims to gain authority, we aim to ensure that our party grows in innovation and guarantees safety for its citizens. We aim to make sure that equality becomes India's one voice, inclusive, accessible, and for all Indian citizens. And today, with this vision, the Bharatodaya Party stands committed to guiding India towards its rise, not through power, but through education, equality, and the voice of every citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parliament.
Honorable Speaker, Ballot number 38, Subramanian Sheikh. Honorable Speaker, with due respect, may I have the permission?
Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker and my dear parliamentarians, today India is at a point where progress and success must just not be celebrated, it should be protected. And that is why we, Pragati Raksha Parishad, are here. We are not just a political party, we are a movement. We are here to support up. Every woman should be saved, every child shall be nurtured, every labor shall get skilled. Follow adding on to it, we shall ensure that ultimately all the citizens in our country will be treated with dignity and respect. Our party logo, Phoenix. Phoenix with a golden heart stands as a declaration that India will never be broken apart. India will rise again and again, stronger, wiser, and united than before. At the end, I would like to simply conclude that our Pragati Raksha Parishad party would include everyone, and we would stand there for success that is inclusive, democracy that is transparent, giving everyone a chance to showcase and take a plan.
Thank you, Honorable Parliament. Party leaders of the Rural Coalition, can you please rise?
Speaker, may I proceed?
Please go ahead.
Greetings to all the members, as well as the jury members.
Honorable Parliament, your name and your number.
I, Rishabh Mukherjee, the leader of Party A, Rashtra Lok Hit Dal 017, ballot number. Rashtra Lok Hit Dal, the name itself says, Lok Hit. Lok Hit means Desh ka hit, sabse pehle, sabse upar. Our vision is progressive and sustainable India. Education and youth empowerment, and young Indians will have accessible quality education. Will have tourism through eco-friendly. The logo itself says, with all, including the party members, the entire nation will walk towards the glory through the horizon. With this, I rest my case, but not the motto of the party and the growth of the nation. Thank you, jury members. Thank you, Parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Parliament. Honorable Vivek, both of you are cabinet ministers, right? So you'll be getting a chance during the cabinet minister speech. You are also cabinet ministers. Okay, in that case, you can give your speeches for party leaders as well.
Honorable Speaker and respected members of the House, I'm Hasna Zayan, leader of Party B, roll number 75. I stand before you not to promise a vote, but to promise justice, Nyay, the heartbeat of every democracy. The Bharatiya Nyay Party was born from one simple truth: when justice reaches the last person in line, India truly rises. We envision a nation where the law doesn't bend for the powerful, where opportunity isn't decided by privilege, and where governance means service, not spectacle. Our mission is to rebuild trust in our courts, our police, and of course, in our parliament. We believe in jobs built on skill, welfare built on dignity, and politics built on integrity. We are not left or right, but forward. This is a new chapter for India where justice isn't delayed, denied, or diluted. Join us not just to change the government, but to change the very way the power is used. For the people, by the people, with justice for all.
Speaker, permission to speak. Please go ahead.
Respected parliamentarians, this is Utkarsh Agarwal, party leader, Bharatiya Nav Shakti Sangathan. Our party is Indian, our party is new, and our party is a party which forwards the key idea of democracy, inclusion,
of the development of entire India, irrespective of caste, irrespective of gender, irrespective of social barriers, and a lot of setbacks which our country faced throughout the party. Our party has a simple vision. We are here to develop, to build an India which includes all the voices. Voices of the rich, voices of the poor, voices of the back, and voices of the front. We want them at an equal level. That's our party's vision. Thank you.
Honorable judges, please note, candidate number 088 hasn't spoken yet, but it has been marked. Requesting you to look into it. Thank you. We now move on with the cabinet ministers and the shadow ministers. First, the shadow ministers of the respective ministries will be allowed 60 seconds of speech, after which the concerned cabinet minister will give his or her speech. I hope that's clear. Shadow Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Vishanti Verma. Please go ahead.
मन के जीते जीत है, मन के हारे हार, हार रहे जो बिन लड़े उनका है Namaste and a very warm greetings to all the speakers and members of the parliament. Today I do not stand here as a member of the opposition. I stand here as a citizen of India, demanding actions and not promises that do not last for 1 month, just like India's crumbling roads. Fourth largest economy, and the children in Bihar are eating their midday meals on a newspaper. Fourth largest economy, if it wasn't heard yet. India's crumbling roads, collapsed buildings continue to expose the cracks in infrastructure and urban planning. Slum population of India standing at 65.5 million. If we question this reality, journalists are thrown into jail, media is cracked. I question a democracy ready made. अंत में बस यही कहना चाहूंगी कि सरकार कुछ इस तरह जनता पर एहसान करती है, पहले आंखें छीन लेती है और फिर चश्मेगान करती है. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Parliamentarian number, please. Your delegate number, please. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Monica Karthik. Your number? Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker and respected parliamentarians, our cities don't have the luxury of hesitation. Heat waves, floods, migration pressures, etc., etc., etc. These challenges keep coming faster and faster, and hence the ministry moves even faster. As the Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, I can proudly say that the ministry moves with urgency because urban India advances. We are not just aligned to the PM's mission of Viksit Bharat, we are the driving force behind it. Affordable homes and the PM AYC, 24/7 water and sewage upgrade, and the Amrit 2.0. All are examples that actually speak louder than and those who question our ambition or our speed, let me remind you, while others hold press conferences, we strengthen marketing. While others tweet
सही चल रहा.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Parliamentarians, requesting you to mention your number twice so that the judges can hear properly. Thank you. Minister of Tourism and Culture, Shadow Minister of Tourism and Culture, Swati Parvati.
My delegate number is 045. 04. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, as a Shadow Minister of Culture and Tourism, my mission is to make India a global cultural hub. while ensuring every Indian benefits from it. For too long, tourism has been about posters, not people. This government will build both, we will build behavior. Because culture is not decorating for campaigns, it is the soul of our country. Our mission is to make India proud of what it already has. We will launch Sustain India, a national rating that rewards civic sense, cleanliness and heritage protection. We will also launch Festival of India 365, where each week a different region takes the spotlight. It's art, craft, music and food celebrated across schools, streets and public spaces. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, every Indian will experience the full rhythm of our culture. Not just once a year, but all year around. Because true tourism is not about how many come to see India. It is about how many Indians come to see their own country with pride.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Tourism Culture, Tanvi.
Permission to speak?
Please go ahead.
A self count of 1, 2, 3.
Your number, please.
Yes, my name is Tanvi Jalna-Purkar, constituency of Arunachal West, number 023. I repeat 023. On self count of 1, 2, 3. भारत की सभ्यता और संस्कृति हर एक के रूह में दौड़नी चाहिए, हर एक के दिल में बसनी चाहिए. My name is Tanvi Jalna-Purkar and I am the Cultural Minister for YIP. India is one of the most rich and diverse cultures. It is not merely a history, it is the spirit that guides us into tomorrow. It is rooted in the guiding principle of Vikas or Virasati, heritage along with its development. The Ministry of Culture has undertaken significant initiatives. The special campaign for disposal of pending matters, the Gyan Bharatam initiative, and it has also been the proud participant of 10th BRICS Summit, which was held in Brazil on 26 May 2025. लोगों को बोलना है तो बोले दो, हम अपना काम करेंगे, हम लाएंगे देश को, देश की सभ्यता को, देश की संस्कृति को सबके सामने. As the Minister of Culture and as the Ministry together, we aim to preserve the heritage with modern technology. We aim to make culture accessible and we aim to empower everyone. Together, let us protect our past, celebrate our present and shape a nation-worthy future. क्योंकि भारत की संस्कृति हमारी धरोहर है और हम हैं उसके रक्षक. जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Shadow Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Ayan Abhishek.
Ayan Gogre, 54. I repeat, Ayan Gogre, 54. Honorable Speaker, across our vast vibrant nation, one force shines the brightest, Bharat ki Yuva Shakti. It's their energy, imagination and determination that will shape the India of tomorrow. India has the world's largest population, yet we only won 6 medals when 170 players participated in Olympics. Why? As the Shadow Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, my vision is clear to turn potential into purpose and opportunity into achievement. Every town should have a playground, every district a training center, and every young citizen a platform to lead. In sports, our goal is to make equality, access, and integrity the foundation of progress, ensuring that merit, not background, decides success. We will make Halo or Seco a national movement where fitness builds character and teamwork builds dignity. Because our youth are not waiting for change, they are the change. Even when I have Bharat confidence in spirit, intuitive in action and unstoppable in motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Ayush Kumar.
Speaker, my roll number is 073. I repeat 073. Name Ayush Kumar Upadhyay, constituency, Patna, Bihar. Permission to speak?
Please go ahead.
Namaskar. The Department of Youth works day and night to unlock the true potential of our youth because youth is not a phase, it's a revolution waiting to happen. Under my leadership, we shall take forward flagship schemes of youth empowerment, such as Never Give Up Kendra Sangathan, while introducing a nationwide civic cadet program that will transform our youth into vigilant citizens. I plan on empowering the youth with 21st century skills through exchange programs, NGO grants, and civic platform to address public issues in more innovative ways. I see the youth of our country no less than the born in our nation's sports and the resources in our land, because you are the flowers that glow in this best wonderland of ours. We believe sports is a gold mine for youth opportunities, because it not only displays physical strength but brings out the raw character in person. Under Khelo India program, we wish to develop sports in our country and establish ourselves on the global sporting stage. The National Sports Policy 2025 is on the roadmap for our ministry, standing on the 5 pillars of excellence on the global stage: sports for economic development, sports for social development, sports as a people's movement, and integration with education. In the coming years, we will build an ecosystem with grassroots talent, meet corporate CSR support. Our aspiration is clear: a top 5 finish at the 2026 Olympics. We envision an India where every school, every village, and every youth has access to a field, a coach, and a team. And for those who love my ministry, let me just say, yes, speaker. जो तूफानों में पलते जा रहे हैं वही दुनिया बदलते जा रहे हैं, जो तूफानों में पलते जा रहे हैं वही दुनिया बदलते जा रहे हैं। हजार भर गिरे लाख आंधियां उठे, जो फूल खिल के रहेंगे वो खिलने चाहिए।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Shadow Minister of Road and Transport, Ashmita.
So I'm Harshmita of Barasan. My number is 030. I repeat, my number is 030. Beginning on a self count of 3, 2, 1. In July 2025, a truck vanished in Gurugram because the road beneath it caved in. No more. As the Shadow Minister for Road Transport and Highways, I have a clear vision: safe and accountable roads for every Indian. We will expand metro networks in large cities and ensure that bus systems are developed in smaller cities. We will enforce strict maintenance and impose heavy penalties for substandard materials. Contractors will be made liable for the roads they construct for 8 years, ensuring that they value quality over reckless cost cutting. We will update the outdated 1990s engineering standards that still govern our nation and unify all road authorities under the one agency, one project, and one point of accountability. Let's develop India's most widely accessed public transport and let's realize India's maximum potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Road and Transport, M. Pratibha.
This is M. Pratibha of Constitution Reva. My number is 078.
और charge
Go ahead.
It is not the road we build, but the lives we connect that define the progress. With this road, this is Pratibha, the Ministry of Topmost Developing Infrastructure Sector of India, the Ministry of Road and Transport. Our vision is clear. Our vision is clear. Sustainable, efficient, and safe road infrastructure of international quality that will highways of growth and lanes of hope. Our commitment to road safety is unwavering. Every single life matters here. We are aligning vehicle standards for fuel-efficient transport, enhancing technology, promoting high-level services. On the road ministry aims to develop national highways to international standards and enhance connectivity to remote and tribal areas, including the Northeast, which make India to stand as the second in the road transportation by building 6,617,100 kilometers. I repeat, 6,617,100 kilometers of total roads. As they often say, roads are the arteries of the nation. When they flow freely, the country thrives. Thank you. Varda India, Varda Bharat.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable parliamentarians, please refrain from tapping the tables because it is not allowed as per YIL. Thank you. Shadow Minister of Electronics and IT, Aishwarya Desai.
नहीं अभी नहीं करते, अभी 2 साल करें बस। अभी थोड़ा ब्रेक लेकर
Aishwarya Desai, constituency Agra, and my number is 027. I repeat 027. Permission to speak. India's digital story looks impressive on paper. A big booming digital economy near universal village connectivity, but none of it matters if the citizens aren't safe, informed, or in control of their own data.
Because what good is progress if the people it's meant for feel unprotected? Last year, cyber fraud cases and data breaches hit ordinary families the hardest. Students losing savings, elders falling prey to scams. Technology should lift people, not leave them vulnerable. Our systems must protect, not prey. We welcome better data rules, but rules without accountability are like a bow without aim. We need clear breach rights, strong cyber literacy, local digital hubs, and real audits of surveillance. In the Ramayana, when the path was uncertain, it was clarity of youth, dharma, that guided every step. India's digital future must do the same. Protect dignity, empower opportunity, and keep every citizen at the center. And that is the fight I carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now, Minister of Electronics and IT, Sandeep Krishna, which will be followed by Ministry of Education, so please be prepared. Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Sandeep Krishna and my number is 0.
He's going on with the webcam on the right, not the right. Wireless connection.
Honorable Speaker, India's digital journey is one of transformation, inclusion and innovation, and our Ministry of
Advice
Electronics
it
and
is
Information we have made remarkable progress in building a robust electronics
Right now it's already doing good. If we change it suddenly, maybe if there might turn on, that will disrupt the life.
I said to sir, but he said to updates. I said I will say to sir.
Yeah, I understand it.
have already led towards
Slots even inside good inside. Look around, go inside, you'll see extension cord.
Through focused programs on digital literacy, skill development and startup support that nurture innovation from Bharat startup to global tech. Our initiative, Digital India, BharatNet,
कई बार बहुत तेज बोलते हैं तो बहुत
left behind in the digital revolution. We recognize concerns about privacy, regulatory balancing, and the implementation of emerging technologies like AI, which is why we are committed to transfer consultative policy making and safeguards, secure, promotes ethical innovation and practice.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Shadow Minister of Education, Sanvi Subin.
Respected moderators, my name is Sanvi Sudhir. I'm representing the constituency of Shimla. My number is 066. I repeat, 066. Honorable Speaker, may I have the permission to continue?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Namaskar to Honorable Speaker, respected parliamentarians. India is a diverse country, but is the education system the same? Today, I'm here to question a system that still tries to teach a fish to climb a tree. A system that makes examinations seem like a burden when in reality it should be celebrating learning, not strangling it. A system that leaves no space for failure, something that's tragically claimed thousands of young lives in this great nation of ours, even though failure is the foundation of real learning. Under the current ministry, we have the mindset that every question has only one answer and only one way to reach it. Instead of empowering children, we have turned education into a privilege, not a right. Is this what India stands for? Education must be something to enjoy, with curiosity, creativity, and equity at its heart, not results, ranks, and pressure. Every child deserves a first-class education that helps them achieve their fullest potential. It's not that the ruling is not doing anything; they're just not doing the right thing. So, in this real world, problems are not just solved by formulas; they're solved by creativity. And as the government, we should stop viewing the youth as future assets. And it's time to give them the wings they need to reach the dreams that they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Shadow Minister of Education, Ruby Mishra. Which will be followed by the Ministry of
This one.
No, go ahead.
माननीय संसद में उपस्थित सभी मंत्रियों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार है। आज मैं श्रुति मिश्रा भारत के शिक्षा मंत्री के तौर पे ये मानती हूँ कि देश के किसी भी युवक का सपना शिक्षा की कमी के कारण अधूरा नहीं रहना चाहिए। इसीलिए हमारा विजन है एक ऐसी शिक्षा जो ज्ञान के साथ सोच और संवेदना भी दे। जिस लिटरेसी को आज हमने 78% तक पहुंचाया, उसे हमें 100% तक पहुंचाना है और ये सपना ये सरकार साकार करेगी। पहला, हमारी नई युग की 4 प्राथमिकताएं हैं। पहला, नेशनल डिजिटल लर्निंग ग्रिड, जहां हर स्कूल और कॉलेज तक स्मार्ट बोर्ड और एआई बेस्ड लर्निंग पहुंचाना है। दूसरा स्किल इंटीग्रेटेड करिकुलम 2.0 जहां क्लास 6 से ही कोडिंग एआई एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप स्किल्स सिखा के उन्हें फ्यूचर रेडी किया जाएगा। तीसरा टीचर इनोवेशन फंड जहां शिक्षकों को उनके नए विचारों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए फंड दिए जाएंगे, क्योंकि जब देश के शिक्षक पढ़ेंगे तो ही देश का युवक पढ़ेगा। चौथा मेंटल वेलबींग प्रोग्राम ताकि हर बच्चा इमोशनली और मेंटली मजबूत बने। अंततः मैं इतना कहना चाहूंगी, मेरा विश्वास व्यक्तिगत है, मैं मानती हूँ कि शिक्षा सिर्फ राष्ट्र तक सीमित नहीं होनी चाहिए। एज एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर इसलिए मेरा सपना है भारत के हर विद्यार्थी के पास डिजिटल एक्सेस हो और हर टीचर के पास संवाद हो। और आज हमें कैसा भारत बना रहे हैं जहाँ हर बच्चा से पढ़ना नहीं सोचता भी है और हर माँ बाप के पास एक विश्वास हो कि उनका बच्चे चाहे जहाँ भी हो उनके पास सीखने का एक समान अवसर है। अंततः जब देश का युवा बढ़ेगा तो देश बढ़ेगा। धन्यवाद।
Shadow Minister of Labour and Employment, Charu Bhimani.
I just want to say something. I was recognized as a member of the parliament when I am a shadow minister. So I would request all of you to mark me on this discussion. Next slide.
Please go ahead.
I'm Charu Bhimani, roll number 069. On the cell count of 3, 2, 1, I start. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. Freedom, my dear friends. Today's politicians say, "Kash hum bhi bacche honte." Bacche, those who suffer from depression, children who get into IIT but do not get jobs. Today, we need to remember that in our country, a ticket for 3G can be so easily. But if you want to get a job, it takes ages. Today, the poverty and unemployment of the youth is hidden behind G20 posters. John, check our background and then we give a speech. The youth needs to remember, Dharma ka chashma.
अच्छा, he is forwarding. वो कर रहे हैं forward. ठीक है ना? इनको दे देना.
When the world was discovering 1, 2, 3, 4, India gave the world Shunya Ulf 0. Why do we only dream of becoming IAS officers when a Dalit boy from Gujarat can become the leading shoemaker of the world? This is the paper, this is the pencil, and we are writing a future. अब तो लेनी पड़ेगी आजादी, बेरोजगारी से आजाद। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Labour and Employment, Bhavika Jain, which will be followed by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Requesting the ministers to lead the match.
The nation's strength lies in the hands of its workers, and our mission is to unleash their full power. Greetings of the day to the Honorable Speaker, respected members of the Parliament. I am Bhavika Jain. As the Minister of Labour and Employment, I present a decisive vision to build India's most skilled, most secure, and most future-ready workforce in history. Today, 58% of our workforce is self-employed, marking a structural shift towards entrepreneurship. Casual labor has dropped below 20%, signaling rising job stability, and with the gig economy set to cross 23 million workers by 2030, our ministry has already extended life, health, maternity, and pension coverage to all those who need it the most. Female labor force participation rising from 23% to over 41% in just 6 years, one of the fastest improvements globally. This isn't just progress, it's national recalibration. In this house, I commit to transparency, data-driven governance, and uncompromising accountability, because India's future will be built by the hands we found today. और जैसा कि दुष्यंत कुमार जी ने कहा है, कौन कहता है कि आसमान में सुराख नहीं हो सकता? एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछाल कर देखो। आज हम वो पत्थर उठा रहे हैं एक नए, मजबूत और काबिल भारत के लिए। Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shubham Sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir, my number is 61, and we can
please go ahead.
Greetings to Honorable Speaker, sir, respected administrators, and esteemed members of Parliament. I wish to start by placing India's environment reality on the record. Last year, nearly 2 million of our Indian brothers and sisters died from the air they breathe alone. 75% of our people inhale poison which is still beyond WHO limits. The Yamuna is no longer a river, it's a stream of liquid waste. 70% of surface water available to the Indian man is toxic, and last year alone, 79,000 hectares of forests vanished. Honorable parliamentarians, this is the inheritance of crumbling India that we all face today. This crisis won't wait for parliamentary committees or 5-year plans. It moves in real time, and this parliament will either move with it or it will answer for it. To the newly formed government, the opposition will not obstruct general environment action. We will scrutinize it with binding enforcement on clean air, water security, forests, and climate pledges. But let me be clear, if this government chooses to form instead of act, if it hides before silence instead of accountability, then kindly remember that this house has mechanisms, this opposition has a voice, and the people have a choice. If environmental obligations are ignored, we of the opposition will not hesitate to test whether this government will still enjoy the confidence it currently claims. Thank you.
Honorable parliamentarians, please note that there will be a warning bell at 60 seconds, for which you have to conclude. Thank you. Honorable Cabinet Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, R.K. Felixson, which will be followed by Ministry of Law and Justice.
Honorable Speaker and the members of the Parliament, I am R.K. Felixson, the Environmental Minister of the Young Indies Parliament. My roll number is 1. So I will be starting my speech in the roll count of 1, 2. Honorable Speaker and the members of this House, I, as the Environmental Minister, start to give my speech as by saying, reminding you all, we must return better than how we received it. And we must know that all waters in this earth are one single heartbeat. And saving those heartbeats, controlling, and we are convincing people to save the heartbeat. The heartbeat saving is not charity, it's a survival. And sustainability is not a trend. It is the changes, the small changes which you make in your daily life that create a bigger action in the future. And I want to make you, the youth, know that when the smallest life in the ecosystem enters the ecosystem returns to us with the life. And I want to end my speech by saying that we are the returning generation. We are not the next generation. We are the returning generation of this India. And we, as a generation, will support for our environment. And I, as the environmental minister, I'm very proud to say that the illegal quarrying of mountains. The illegal quarrying of mountains in Kanyakumari, which had been for years, has been stopped temporarily in the last 3 months. We are so proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Parliamentarians, because of unparliamentary behavior, candidate number 044, SM Steve Sigatraj, will be suspended for 15 minutes in the next session. Candidate 044, SM Steve Sigatraj, will be suspended for 15 minutes in the next session. Thank you. Moving on to the next shadow ministry, Law and Justice, P. Devaprakash.
My number is 057, P. Devaprakash, representative of Gandhinagar. May I start?
Please go ahead.
Yatho dharmastato jayah. Where there is justice, there will be victory. But I am sad to say this, Honorable Speaker, the ruling government has failed the constitution and given us 53 million losers over the span of 30 years. Justice delayed is justice denied. There is over 330 judge vacancies in the high courts of our country and more than 5.3 pending cases for many years. Few cases have been there for over 20 years. They haven't been solved for a very long time. But my commitments are clear. Transparent case management, judicial accountability, and transmission civil disputes online. To conclude my speech, timely justice is true justice. Article 21 guarantees it, and the Supreme Court agrees to it. But the ruling government does not. But we guarantee you that we will give you swift justice. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Law and Justice, P. Rupare, which will be followed by Ministry of Civil Aviation.
Honorable Speaker, and esteemed parliamentarians. Greetings to everyone. I am Ved Putari, representing the constituency of Ernakulam, Kerala. My ballot number is 105. I repeat, my ballot number is 105. Over the past few years, the Ministry of Law and Justice has worked with just one clear vision, that is, to build a justice system that is modern, efficient, and rooted in the values of our Constitution. Replaced colonial era IBC, CRPC, and Evidence Act with the new Bharatiya criminal laws, strengthened victim rights, expanded judicial infrastructures, new courtrooms, digital systems, e-filing facilities. So just let the allegations come. We will answer each and everything with the research and by working for the country. Concluding my speech, justice might be delayed, but will never be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Professor. Shadow Minister of Civil Aviation, Vaishnavi Pandey.
Honorable Speaker, there has been a conclusion. Just to grant
Parliamentary behavior नहीं है, non-parliamentary behavior.
ये लगा ना?
एक मिनट.
Thank you for the clarification. Please go ahead. With all due respect, may I have the permission to speak, sir? Please go ahead. Ma'am, jury members, this is ballot number 38. Under the Speaker and my dear respected parliamentarians, today I, Subhranshu Sheikh Kamale, stand not just as a shadow minister for civil aviation, but as the voice of a nation where dreams are bigger than the runways. Civil aviation is always linked with airports and aircrafts, but sir, ये देश के सपनों का सवाल है. India is growing. Airports are expanding. Yes, but do we really have access to the airports? Unfortunately, we live in a nation where only 7% of Indian economy has loan. So this is not a question of who has loans, so this is not a question on who does have the rights to loan, so this is a question of equality. So we, as the opposition, we envision a Bharat where children, whether belonging from slums or cities, will have the access. So we propose agenda for green sky, for clean sky, for safe sky. Sir, जाने से पहले से नहीं को.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Civil Aviation,
Hello everyone, this is Anurag Sahu, bandit number 006 from Amravati, Maharashtra constituency. So as a civil aviation, my vision is just not building airports. It's about taking the opportunities from rural and giving and making it fly on the runways. It's me who is going to ignite opportunities every corner of Bharat. हम ये आसमान हमारे लिए सीमा नहीं बल्कि शुरुआत होनी चाहिए. The sky should not be limit, it should be the starting point. हम उड़ान स्कीम के द्वारा 149 ऑपरेशनल एयरपोर्ट से 220 एयरपोर्ट तक जा रहे हैं. क्या ये झूठी बात है? भारत जैसे देश के लिए 220 एयरपोर्ट कम नहीं है, बहुत ज्यादा है. लेकिन और मैं ये बात बताना चाहता हूँ कि सिर्फ 7% नहीं बल्कि 7% से बहुत अधिक लोग देश में उड़ रहे हैं. ये हमारी मिनिस्ट्री की दावेदारी है. हमारे पीएम साहब ने बोला है, my dream is to see a person wearing हवाई चप्पल fly on a हवाई जहाज, and that's the vision we are delivering. Thank you. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Shadow Minister of Defence, Vaishnavi Pandey.
Sir, this is Vaishnavi Pandey, number 041, Shadow Minister of Defence. With your permission, speakers of delegates.
Please go ahead.
My dear Speaker Mahoday, our strength lies not just in weapons but in courage. Our soldiers form of fear and the hardships they face every single day, but can we say the same for our defense system? While we stand firm at our borders, our preparedness will suffer from delays, dependence and outdated priorities.
As the world advances in AI and drones and cyber warfare, we still import over 60% of our weapons, invest less than 2% in indigenous R&D, and got projects like savings and submarine upgrades crawl for years. साहब जब सीमा पुकार रही हो तब मीडिया नहीं सो सकती. It's time for a mission-driven revolution, not another slogan or a committee. I propose a National Defense Innovation Authority, a youth defense research corps, and strict time-bound reforms to cut red tape. To conclude, I just say, let India's armor be forged not abroad, but in the brilliance of our own people, from dependence to dominance, from valor to vision, and from vision to victory. Let's move forward.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Defense, Mr. Mukherjee, this will be followed by Ministry of Home Affairs. Judy Milkers.
That's why I'm changing. This is the point. Or I'll bring it down.
Minister of Defense said dominance. Well, ask the meaning of dominance to Pakistan when they were escaping. I open Yuhan base, Rawalpindi base, Rafiki base, Oud. This is what dominance we are showing. We talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. 65% of defense hardware is built in India. It's to Tejas, BrahMos, and many. Then they have this extra power. Our power is not coming from weapons. Definitely, Atmanirbhar Bharat, from where we are getting our power, but our actual power is coming from the people of India who say, Bharat is a country, this is what Minister of Defense is talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Parliamentarians, please refrain from family meetings. Thank you. Shadow Minister of Home Affairs, Lakshita Baid.
Panel number 32, Lakshita Baid, consequently Honorable Speaker, may I have the floor?
Please go ahead.
सत्ताएं बदलती रहती हैं पर देश के हित के फैसले बदलने नहीं चाहिए. Governments may change, but the decisions made in the interest of the nation must never waver. As the Shadow Minister of Home Affairs, I envision an India where safety is not a privilege, it is a right. A nation where each and every person, irrespective of their region, faith, or status, feels equally protected under one constitution. My vision for Home Affairs is that a nation where my vision is simple: Surakshit Bharat, Sashakt Bharat, Ekat Bharat.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of Home Affairs, Hasna Zayan, which will be followed by Ministry of External Affairs.
This is Hasna Zayan, 75. So, now, Honorable Speaker and respected members of the House, as Home Minister, I stand before you not just to speak of security, but of strength. The kind that brings unity out of diversity and courage out of talent. A nation of 1.4 billion cannot be governed by fear. It must be guided by faith. Faith in law, in justice, and in each other. We are reimagining internal security for a new era where every police station is a center of trust, every border a line of confidence, and every citizen a partner in peace. From cyber threats to street crime, from disaster response to data protection, our focus is quite simple. Protect without paralyzing, secure without suffocating. Because what we build today is not just for ourselves. It is for a child yet unborn, a farmer yet to sow, and for a student yet to dream. India's home must be both safe and just, a place where a woman can walk freely, a farmer can sleep soundly, and a child can dream fearlessly. This is not a promise of tomorrow, members. It is a mission of today, because a strong nation begins not at its borders, but in the hearts that beat within them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Shadow Minister of External Affairs, Neil Pratap Singh.
Ballot number 063.
The number?
063.
Thank you.
We begin for the count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Speaker, Nations are remembered not for their silence, but for their stand. And today, I say, India shall stand tall, unbound and unquestioned. The cost of freedom is high, but the people of India have always paid it. We shall pay it again, not in surrender, but in strength. Na झुकेगा भारत, na रुकेगा भारत. Our era demands courage, not caution. India will no longer bind its hands while others sharpen their swords. We shall uphold peace, but from a position of power, not restraint. Our deterrence will speak before our diplomacy does. We will fast track India's rightful place in the UN Security Council, not as a plea, but as a proclamation that the world's largest democracy deserves its voice in the chorus of power. Bharat's foreign policy will be guided by one truth: strategic autonomy. We will partner with all, but submit to none. दुनिया के सामने भारत को कमजोर दिखाने की आफत थी, पर जनता ने सच देख लिया, ये नीति बस एक साजिश थी। चोरों का महल गिराना होगा, जनता का हक बचाना होगा। अब सुबह का इंतजार होगा, जहां हर इंसान का अधिकार होगा। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय श्री।
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Cabinet Minister of External Affairs, Anand Desai, which will be followed by Ministry of Finance.
My number is 93. I'm giving my speech to account of 3, 2, 1. Namaskar. As External Affairs, I stand before you today with a singular vision in mind to ensure our foreign policy directly serves the need of a fixed part and development. This ministry is not just about diplomacy, it is about nation building. Every engagement, every partnership is calibrated to secure our borders, to attract investment and expand our trade, and gain cutting-edge technology that empowers our youth and transforms our infrastructure. Our economy will be the primary beneficiary of all our needs. We will pursue strategic autonomy, the freedom to choose what is best for India, unburdened by alliances. We will engage the world through a multi-alignment, building durable and diverse partnerships across the globe. India will be the first to respond to any crisis, and a voice for voices, a voice for a new order. Because seeking a fairer global order is where India's active places, and we will be acknowledged. Our focus is clear: India first, and the world is watching to partner with our side. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Shadow Minister of Finance, Shreyanjit Kar.
So the minister requests the permission to speak.
Please go ahead.
My ballot number is 37. My ballot number is 37, and my name is Shreyanjit Kar. And I will be beginning at the backward count of 3, 2, and 1.
I must congratulate the entire ruling government. You have said that the entire ministry is supporting. The graphs are rising. Well, obviously, the graphs are vertical, the numbers are magical, and your entire ministry is mythical. Accounting is 40,000 companies in your nation have been removed. The Benami construction of 20,000 crores have been removed. Audit की तो बात ही छोड़ दो, whistleblowers को तुमने ministry से निकाल दिया है. Where is the joke that stops being funny, sir? Countries like Rwanda and Estonia, the entire countries that are ruled by the entirety of opposition and terrorism have been running on open source funding, sir. And we, as the country, इधर तो राज्यसभा में बिल बनता है Monday में, Friday में वो गायब हो जाता है, It's the public real-time dashboard built on the UN Open Government Data Standard, where every sanctioned rupee under the Indian government is going to be read by the entire ministry and the entire population of India under 72 hours. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Cabinet Minister of Finance, Yogendra.
That would count of 3, 2, 1. Honorable Speaker, respected members of this House, as the Finance Minister, I would say that I will not dwell on the past, because our past and present already shines a stride with financial strength and national growth. Once the world calls us the emerging economy, today the world calls us the benchmark of growth. Here are my visions, parliamentarians. In the next decade, India will stand as the third largest economy with an approximate GDP of $8.7 trillion, a nation that turned resilience into record-breaking growth. Upper capital income will be tripled. Exports will have been doubled in forward.
Breaking news another
below
couple
five.
you can take it up,
And
right?
98% of our population will be linked to the formal financial system.
Aditya is
So
actually
you
reviewing
guys-
everything and
No, actually that is wrong. Because like how will you evaluate the
India
journalists?
has done everything for me to revolution. But you don't raise by power. You don't by choice.
Anything that
You don't
comes
by courage.
like
You
that
don't
is
by
really bad, you know,
From the
you
village
can do
to the
it.
top.
Or like you can remove breaking news every 15 minutes or some time
One
or
must
something.
start this. India will.
manually remove
India
it.
will.
Everything is done now. I can like disable.
I would say one.
By disable, I can remove whatever
The
is
Indian
being
century here by a parliamentarians. And one last.
So what was our Swapnil told break
Just
break mode is wrong.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I hope all the cabinet minister and the shadow ministers have given the speeches. Honorable Leader of Opposition, Tanay Sharma, the floor is yours.
This is Tanay Sharma, the ballot number 68. May I have the permission to speak?
Number please. 68. Thank you.
May I have the permission to speak, sir?
Please go ahead.
Today I stand as a reminder that this nation was once called the Amar Bharat, but right now it is only remembered when the topic is corruption, cybercrime fraud, or bad infrastructure. A warm and concerning good morning to every citizen of India, because today the finance minister says that India is at the top of the global world, but right now the people in Delhi, the people in home, they are suffering from pollution. Today I rise with nothing but tears in my eyes, because there was a time when women were treated as goddess in India, and right now they are shattered by revolution. There was a time we had the greatest scholars in the world, and right now we beg for from different countries to give us some places, and hence I provide you with a solution which is the vision of opposition, that is development without destruction, that is technology without replacement, and education that does not make factory workers. अंत में मैं क्या बोलना चाहूँगा महोदय कि आज भारत को हमारी जरूरत है, आज हमारे साथ आइए और हमारा साथ दीजिए.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of Opposition. Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Shivarwal, you may go ahead.
पिछले 2 घंटे में मैंने पक्ष प्रतिपक्ष की बहुत सारी बातें सामने आई, बहुत सारी कमियां सामने आई, पर यही तो संविधान और लोकतंत्र की खूबसूरती है. Friends from both ruling and opposition both want development. Our ways may be different, but our vision is not. We are not just elected members of parliament, we are the hope and aspiration of people from our constituencies, the voices of the streets back home. We are not orators, we are leaders. And leaders stand. They stand for the poor, they stand for the differently abled, for the marginalized, for the workplace, for the middle class, great or small.
वॉल्यूम में क्या है ना कि अचानक से तेज बोलते हैं ना, लेवल बहुत हाई चला जाता है.
सो आप रिड्यूस कर रहे हैं.
करना पड़ता है बार
ठीक
बार.
है, आप फिर से इंक्रीज कर लीजिए, क्योंकि बच्चे बोल रहे हैं कि काम
बहुत
नहीं
तेज
कर
बोलते हैं अचानक से.
हाँ,
तो
ठीक.
बहुत ज्यादा लेवल एकदम ऊपर चला जाता है, वो
Because we are
थोड़ा
traveling
डिस्टर्ब
together.
करता है.
तो आप
रिसीव
कम
जाता
कर
है
दीजिए, उसके बाद ऊपर कर दीजिए.
अचानक से बहुत तेज बोलते हैं ना, रिसीव होता है, लेवल हाई चला जाता है, तो कम करना पड़ता है.
ठीक है, नो प्रॉब्लम. उसके बाद बढ़ा
Please
दीजिए,
note,
क्योंकि वो बोल रहे हैं
it
काम
is
नहीं
a
कर रहे हैं.
strict
नेक्स्ट
proceeding of the venue that we are not supposed to bang the tables. It was told twice. This is the final time you have been told. There will be no banging of tables for the next 2 days. Is it clear? Before we go on any further, you've been banging your way into the national finals. You've done that at the chapter level. You've done that at the regionals. We will not see that any further. I hope we all treat the place with the dignity that it calls for, and then maybe find alternative ways to appreciate your colleagues. You may continue with your speech. It's a strict warning to us as organizers. We have to obey and be in accordance with the rules that have been set out for us. You may please continue with your speech.
We are not just elected members of parliament, we are the hope and vision of people from our constituencies, the voices of the screams back home. They stand for the poor. We stand for the poor.
We stand for differently disabled, for differently abled, for the marginalized, for the corporate, for the businessman, big or small. We stand for women and children, for our soldiers at Siachen. We stand for our farmers seriously working at farms, for mothers who want nothing but a better future for their children. This nation has withstood countless invasions, challenges from both the outside and within, but we never fell, and we have always bounced back higher and higher. This nation is culmination of blood, sweat, tears of our ancestors. Our nation is not just 75 years old, but thousands of years old. Our
Need to ask the speaker.
You begin 30 seconds.
Our nation is not just 75 years old, but it is thousands of years old. And many setbacks came, several went, but this nation persisted. Because we are Indians, we don't fall, we rise, we lead our mark, our smile, our ancestors' faith, and we lead our upcoming generations. That's the strength. It's only that because my challenges. But we don't scream, we don't shout, hold meaningless press conference. We walk for the people, for the environment, for our faith and culture. We walk for India. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Over to the Chair.
We'll call for the adjournment of the session shortly. Just one quick instruction for all of you. There has been a breaking news playing out on the screen. I hope you guys are paying attention to the screen. Two important things for all of you. We've had a good start to the day. The only thing which we expect is from all of you to follow complete parliamentary discipline. It is not expected for you to stand up and record videos of your friends when they're speaking or people who are. So that is something for which we have got the journalists, we have got the media team who's covering all these proceedings. Kindly refrain from doing that. Other than that, avoid playing games. Please be attentive to the session. If you do that, you'll have a much productive time. The next important announcement for all of you, we are going to have a short 10 minutes break because we have already overshot on time. Make sure you guys go out within 10 minutes span, maybe have your tea, coffee, whatever it is, and come back. Additional announcement, Zepto, Blinkit, all of that is not allowed in the YIP Nationals. I see I have forgotten my pen, I have forgotten my pages, I have forgotten my book. There will be no going out for any Zeptos or Blinkits. This is it. Okay? So 10-minute break, we call for the adjournment of the House. Hold on a second.
Requesting the parliamentarians to move motion for a 10-minute break. Seeing a clear majority, the House is adjourned for a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Hello. Greetings, parliamentarians. I would request all the members to move and second the motion. As it's a clear majority, let us begin. Yes, candidate number 104.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to pay homage to Salumarda Timmaka, the revered environmentalist from Karnataka who passed away on 14 November 2025 at the age of 114. Born in Tumakuru district, Timmaka, despite having no formal education, dedicated her entire life to nurturing nature. Along a 4.5-kilometer stretch near Hulikal in Ramnagara district, she lovingly planted and tended 385 banyan trees. I repeat, 385 banyan trees, which today is standing as a living moment to her commitment. Fondly called Vrikshamata, she treated every sapling as her own child, working tirelessly with humanity and devotion. Her unparalleled service to the environment earned her nation and international recognition, including the Padma Shri in 2019. Her life reminds us that true service needs neither wealth nor position, only compassion and perseverance. With her passing, the nation has lost a symbol of simplicity and environmental dedication. On behalf of this House, I extend our deepest condolences to her family, admirers, and the people of Karnataka. May her soul rest in peace, and may her legacy inspire us and protect and nurture our environment as she did.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you please refrain from banging. Let us observe a 1-minute silence remembering her.
देखते हैं और बात करते हैं जब कैमरा लगवा देंगे बस इसमें कि कैमरा लगा देंगे
Thank you so much. Please resume your seats. Before proceeding with the question hour, I've received a proposal of a no confidence motion from 11 members. Please note, NCM will be held in the time of the question hour. 3 minutes will be given to any 3 members who propose the NCM to put forward their queries. 3 minutes will be given to the Prime Minister and any 2 MPs from the ruling to defend their party. After that, we will have a poll on the respective YI website. Please note, you've already logged in. If the motion passes, the government resigns. I, the Speaker, will invite Leader of Opposition and Shadow Cabinet to explore forming a new government. Please note, it is encouraged to keep the Leader of Opposition and Shadow Cabinet intact in the new House formation as far as possible to ensure quality debate and safe government representation. Remember, no whip is allowed during the no confidence motion. Let's proceed. The chairperson for the no confidence motion. Yes, it is necessary for the shadow minister to be a cabinet minister. Okay. So the chairperson. The chairperson for the no confidence motion was respected member Aryan Dev and deputy chairperson respected member Yuvraj Yadav. I would request Mr. Aryan kindly maintain the decorum. No internal discussions. I would request honorable member Aryan Dev to please give a 1 minute summary of the queries he faced with the ruling. Why does he want to propose a no confidence motion? And then I would like to request the Prime Minister to please defend his party. Yes, member, please begin.
Take the mic.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी, धन्यवाद स्पीकर महोदय। कुछ रीजंस हैं जिसकी वजह से एनसीएम के लिए हम लोग आगे आए। सबसे पहला रीजन है इंटरनल पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स that took over and few individuals captured control of the party. And the second reason is party elections were held, but the process lacked fairness. And coalition was formed based on personal friendship rather than national progress. और इस संविधान के साथ इस संविधान का अपमान हुआ और जब जब संविधान का अपमान होगा तब तक हम सांसद लोग और हर एक देश का नागरिक सामने आएगा और उसकी रक्षा करेगा। और अंत में बस मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि ये बंधन की भूमि है अभिनंदन की भूमि है, ये बंधन की भूमि है अभिनंदन की भूमि है या अर्पण की भूमि है या तर्पण की भूमि है। और इसका कंकर कंकर शंकर है, इसका बिंदु बिंदु गंगा जल है। हम जिएंगे तो इसके लिए और मरेंगे तो इसके लिए। और गंगा जल में बहती हुई हस्तियों से अगर आवाज आएगी तो आवाज होगी भारत माता की जय। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Kindly resume your seat. Thank you so much. Recognizing the Prime Minister to please defend his party.
It's coming there.
Respected Speaker,
Kindly proceed.
it has been come to my notice that a few members are, as per opposition's manipulation as well, are proceeding with NCM. There are a couple of things that needs to be addressed right now. The thing of the no confidence motion has been going on since quite a while now. And one thing which we would like to address is, if a no confidence motion does pass, it would be the LOP and the shadow cabinet ministers forming the new government. So I ask the ruling right here, would it be of benefit to the ruling coalition if we defect and if we escape from our responsibilities? That's number one. We were allotted some roles. Our party ideologies, our party leaders came together and we were selected by you guys. In party A, 13 people voted.
Can we conclude?
Yes, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, ma'am. What I would just like to conclude with is the NCM is just a waste of time and it's a clear manipulation of your faith and ideology.
Please take a seat. I would request the respected deputy chairperson of the no confidence motion, Mananiya Sansad Yuvraj Yadav, to please put forward his query.
धन्यवाद जी। हम सभी यहाँ भारत के संविधान की शपथ ली है। हमारा ये धर्म है कि हम सभी इसकी रक्षा करें, मगर ये सरकार लोकतंत्र और संविधान की हत्यारी है। मानकर पार्टी के इंटरनल पार्टी इलेक्शन में खुलेआम धांधली हुई, जिन कैंडिडेट्स को वोट भी नहीं मिला था, उन्हें पेश भी नहीं की, उनको मंत्री पद बना दिया गया, उनको मंत्री पद दे दिया गया। मंत्री परिषद में बैठा हुआ एक भी मंत्री सुबह से लेकर अभी तक की चर्चा में अपना विजन नहीं दे पाया, कोई आश्वासन नहीं दे पाया। सरकार एक विजनलेस बेसिस पे चल रही है। प्रधानमंत्री के पास कोई विजन नहीं है। पूरा मंत्री परिषद आपस में लड़ रहा है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि सदन में बैठे हर एक व्यक्ति ने संविधान की शपथ ली है और हम लोग अंतिम सांस तक संविधान और लोकतंत्र की रक्षा के लिए यहाँ पर लड़ेंगे और जीतेंगे। मैं अपनी बात पूर्ण करूंगा कुछ पंक्तियों के साथ कि दरिया तेरी है नहीं बूंदों ने बगावत कर ली है, दरिया तेरी है नहीं बूंदों ने बगावत कर ली है, हम परवाने हैं मौत सभा मरने का किसको कौन यहाँ तलवार तुझे झुकना होगा गर्दन ने बराबर कर ली है। और धन्यवाद। जय संविधान, जय भीम।
Searching for a candidate from the ruling who would like to defend. Recognizing, please put your cards properly. Recognizing candidate number
Cancel the poll. When the speaker announces that, it will go for. Okay. Okay, just pause it. Can you pause it?
Yeah, pause it. Sorry,
So
candidate
everyone can
017.
give only one vote, right?
I would request to
How many
please
are in
put your
favor of
play
it?
cards properly. The numbers are not visible.
Dear members, it's
So
Rishabh
people don't want to know
Mukherjee,
confidence motion.
well, very eager to answer the question whether about the vote manipulation in Rashtra Lok Janata Party. I, as a party leader, was elected with a majority. From the very first day in the party meeting, I ensured that the party works with the word we. I reiterate the word we. Well, coming to the biggest question about the vote manipulation. Well, I remember the day during the allotting of the cabinet portfolios, all the present members, 13 members out of 32 in the group voted for going to the portfolios. And maximum of them, more than 6 people, said me to go announce the ministries according to me. But then I, as a party leader, ensured that every single party whoever is going from our party should be voted. I conducted the polls, and when talking about the deletion of the polls, when a member wasn't added in polls. Well, if it is a person who is voting for the party, if that person is not getting the opportunity, when the question is favoritism, who am I doing inside the party? It's after the national group, we as a party member in our favor. Well, if it or favoritism comes into play.
Thank you so much, sir.
Against NCM, right? Against
Okay. Does the leader of opposition?
In favor of NCM.
Does the leader of opposition place his very forward?
Or you can just write in favor of no confidence motion.
Okay. Any member? Thank you so much. Any member of the proposal would like to place their query forward? Recognizing candidate 012. Please use the mic.
Krishna Jaiswal, candidate 0. I am a member of the ruling coalition as well. And if it is so easy for my respected Prime Minister to, on the stage of the Parliament, question my faith and ideology, I also have one question. Sir, how many times as Prime Minister of the nation have you asked me, MP Rajput, what was the problems faced by my constituents? A very simple fact is when the defense minister talks about his party and how fair it was, he talks about how fair the ruling coalition is. No one talks about India. Who they talk about India? It is a responsibility to talk about this nation and not our party, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much. Please resume your seat. Searching for a candidate from the ruling to defend. Recognizing candidate number 072.
Just a quick question before I begin. Speaker, how long is the allotted time?
1 minute.
Members of this House, today we rise against the a motion of no confidence. Parliamentarians, we all have concerns about illegitimate voting practices. Let me ask, is this really infringement of the Constitution when there is an over-emotional claim, when the Constitution denotes the power, gives the power to the PM to choose MP as per his or her own wish? Let me also ask the member of opposition, isn't this someone spoke about talking about nation development. Isn't this a play? Isn't this a scheme for grabbing power? Isn't this greed for power? What else would you like to call this? I would also like to raise a question. If the party elections were manipulated, if there is any wrongdoing, why does the majority of the list want to become independent members from the opposition? Why is there a majority from the NC? How do you answer this question? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, candidate. Please take the mic. And please mention your constituency name as well as candidate.
6 members going from the independent party or from the
have
ruling
live
coalition.
link.
All right, okay.
Can you
No, and
give it
there
to
are
me?
only 4 members from the opposition side who went for the independent. And we don't second. Alright, it's 6 people from your ruling coalition. 6 each.
You have any videos of the earlier
Calmness, order, order.
before you have videos of it?
Okay, let's proceed with the
Send
voting.
them to me as well.
In your YIT, respective YIT apps, you will have a voting poll. You will be given exactly 10 minutes to vote. If you have not received the polls yet, you will be given only 2 minutes to vote. If you have not received the polls yet, okay, the polls are on. It's 11:51. You will be given time till 11:53. No internal discussion is appreciated.
Speaker. Each vote itself. No, voting, right? They are voting.
The other options, I think it's earlier poll will show.
No, the later polls, that is no problem.
In favor of.
Yeah.
What is the question? In favor of?
In favor of no confidence motion, yes or no?
Bottom is no.
Yeah.
So, no.
This is 042 Vivek Kumar Gupta. While the voting process is going on, Honorable Speaker, ma'am, through your medium, I'd like to get an explanation from the Prime Minister regarding one of his remarks that no confidence motions are waste of time. On what grounds has the Prime Minister remarked this statement, telling us that one of our rights given by the Indian Constitution is a waste of time?
Okay.
What happened?
Recognizing the Prime Minister for the answer. So the question was addressed to you. Would you like the question to be repeated?
Vivek Kumar Gupta. Yes, Honorable Speaker, ma'am, through your medium, I would like to ask.
Okay, just a second. The voting is closed, the polls are shut. So please take your seat for the time being. The results are out. One point of clarification. In the polls, the no stands for you are not in favor of no confidence motion, and the yes stands for yes, you are in favor of no confidence motion. I hope that's how you all have voted. Okay. The results are out on the screen. The motion is rejected. The government continues. Important notice, no more no confidence motions will be accepted. Only one motion is accepted. Let's proceed with the question asked. The no confidence motion is not my own protocol. It was stated in the PDF given yesterday.
No more questions? Before we get on to the next part of the session, we'll have a jury presentation Let's hold on for a bit and then we move on to the next session of the House.
We would like to acknowledge the presence of our jury.
going
First, we have Mrs. Rashi Bansal, who's an advocate
Ask your team members also. Hey.
and founder of RD Law. She has handled notable cases including the Advocate Swami case matter, the Pulsar Lindsay case, and major IP disputes against global tech companies. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. I would like you to please come on stage. And I would like to request Natraj RM from SRTN to please felicitate her. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Vishwas Panjir, partner at Namya Anderson and expert in mergers and acquisitions, corporate law and tax advisory. He has advised top Indian and global companies and is an active voice in professional and social leadership. I would request RM Pratik Agarwal from North to please felicitate. Thank you, sir, for being here.
I have to change.
Next, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ridhima Dixit, a distinguished legal academic specializing in criminal law, forensic evidence, and cyber law. She teaches at the Indian Law Institute, New Delhi, and has contributed to leading research and policy work. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. I would like to request Dr. Naz Rao from SR Prakash to please felicitate. We are glad to have you, ma'am. Over to the speaker, you can please continue with the proceedings.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll proceed with the question hour now. Due to time constraints, I've been informed to lower the question numbers from 20 to 14. Let's proceed. The first question is from respected member Subhranshu Sekhar Malik to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. You have been recognized. Please put forward your query. Please proceed. I'll take your question after this. I'll take another question. I'll take your question after that.
அவர் சப்மிட் பண்ணும்போது the logic change பண்ண சொன்னார் ஸ்வப்னில் அதனால லாஜிக் they are not able to எல்லா parametersலயும் evaluate பண்ண முடியலன்னு சொல்றாங்க. So I've been asked to actually change the entire jury logic.
Please mention your constituency name and your candidate number.
Manual மட்டும் நோட் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. Change.
Candidate number 41, constituency of Nagaland. The point of parliamentary inquiry. Ma'am, what is the time limit for
Now they're saying they'll have time for this session, don't change.
1 minute
Because only
for
in the
asking the
previous
question,
30 seconds
1
में
minute
time
for
कम कर
answering the
रहा Now
question.
don't change.
Till 30 seconds for another supplementary question.
Yeah.
30 seconds for the answer to the supplementary question. Then again 30 seconds for another add-on question and 30 seconds for answering. Yes, that's a follow-up.
Ma'am,
Follow-up question.
like the follow-ups are supposed to be by the same ministry or
No.
anyone in the office.
It can be any MP.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I hope that's clear. Let's begin with the first question. Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Begin.
May I have the permission to speak now?
Please go ahead.
Honorable Minister, to the members, this is Sudhanshu Shekhar Malik, ballot number 038. I repeat, ballot number 038. Honorable Proposition Civil Aviation Minister, the flagship regional connectivity scheme, UDAN, launched in October 2016, had 774 routes awarded under rounds 1 to 3. Yet the Comptroller and Auditor General of India, CAG, found in report number 22 of 2023 that 482% only 112
right side.
completed 3-year concession period and just 54.7% proved sustainable as of March 2023.
The speaking podium
नहीं वो फिक्स है वो फिक्स है पीछे हल्का सा थोड़ा बहुत हो सकता है लेकिन हट नहीं सकता हाँ तो फिक्स है वो
Thank you so much. Recognizing the Ministry of Civil Aviation to answer this question.
Hello everyone, this is Anurag Sahu, ballot number 006. I repeat, 006. So answering to the question of Opposition Minister, Sudhanshu Shekhar Malik, Civil Aviation Minister. First of all, for the commencement of the route, main thing was that we expected the state. We have stated that the state should coordinate with the center to make the routes accessible. And many of the regional airlines, they also defaulted with the UDAN scheme and they withdrew at the last moment. So what the government can also do when the state and the regional airlines are not supporting. See, another reason was that the COVID-19. Many passengers were not flying. There was just too demand to commence those routes. So the ministry shouldn't take the loss part of that thing. Okay, so we have to go where the demand is high. And another thing I want to say that BGF fund is just an incubator. It's a 3-year stipend scheme. It's not for the whole. That's why some of the airlines exited from the pool. And another thing is that for the recovery of the funds,
Thank you so much, Minister. Searching for a supplementary question. Yes. We're not working on the timer. I have my personal timer on me. Thanks. Recognizing the candidate with a black coat there. I'm sorry, I'm not able to see the candidate numbers because it's pretty far.
Madam Michael, number 58. Honorable Minister, you are not asking what went wrong. You are asking what you are doing. You are asking for accountability and what steps you took.
Thank you so much. Recognizing a candidate from the ruling to answer. Recognizing candidate number 006.
Yes, answering to your questions. All of the
Sorry to interrupt. Please mention your constituency name and candidate number.
Yes, I'm Anurag Sahu from Amravati, Maharashtra, and my ballot number is 006. Yes. Answering to your question, the routes which were not commenced, they were all repeated in the UDAN scheme 5.3. So all of the losses were collected from the regional airlines in the UDAN 5.3 scheme,
and no loss was incurred by the government. And another thing I want to say, after all of this, we were able to establish 619 routes and connected 125 unserved and underserved airports. That's my reply to your question.
Please conclude. Thank you so much. Yes, point of order.
It's written in Ministry of Civil Aviation report 2023-2024.
It has to be, excuse me, it has to be through the speaker. Moreover, you were clarifying the fact, so please address it as a point of clarification. Okay, the House takes that into consideration. Searching for the last add-on question. Recognizing candidate. Please don't put your hands on the numbers. Candidate 55.
Despite the levy of 2,038 crore collected from airlines and passengers on profitable routes on subsidized routes under the regional connectivity scheme, 225 of the 479 ASEAN routes have ceased operation. So where has the 2013?
Please conclude.
So where has the 2038 crore fund has been utilized for?
Thank you so much. Searching for an answer. You requested to summarize it in seconds.
Where has the levy of 2000 has been utilized?
Thank you so much. Searching for an answer. Candidate has been recognized. Candidate has been recognized.
To answer your question, I would like to begin with a quote. Swami Vivekananda said, "Arise, awake and stop until the goal is reached." अध्यक्ष महोदय, उड़ान का उद्देश्य ही था कि देश के छोटे शहरों को भी उड़ान मिले और इस दृष्टि को पूरा करने के लिए भारत में रुकना नहीं था. And for the 112 routes commenced because those were the corridors where the state coordination, airport areas and operator interests were aligned. And the accountability is clear because aviation is a private responsibility and routes cannot be government's handles.
Thank you so much. Moving on with the next question. Recognizing the point of order.
Ma'am, I have point of order against the speaker. The recent consideration of point of order is not applicable. The point of order is fully considered.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Not the member of
I'm
parliament.
sorry to interrupt. That's what I clarified. We name it as a point of clarification. It's already taken into consideration. Thank you so much. Point of yes. Yes, please.
So, ma'am, in the Central Agenda PDF which was sent to us yesterday, it was mentioned that the respective cabinet ministries will be allowed to present a final summary on the question which has been discussed during the question hour. Now we are not allowed to present the final summary, nor the proposition cabinet minister, nor the opposition. I would like to request the honorable speaker ma'am to kindly allow me to present the final summary on this question.
You time constraints. Okay, yes, you may proceed. It has to be 30 seconds.
Okay. Do you remember this is ballot number 38 to transition? सरकार कहावत हो से ना जनता को जवाब नहीं मिलती है. 4,500 करोड़ के ऊपर का खर्चा किया गया था, सिर्फ 68 करोड़ रिकवर किया गया है. और जिस सरकार को इस चीज पे इतना गर्व हो रहा है, 23 officers were detained. शर्म आना चाहिए सरकार को. 23 officers were detained. More than that, many officers were transferred. Above all that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ministry from the ruling, would they like to summarize? Remember, it doesn't have to be a debate. It doesn't have to be a question answer. It has to be a summary. Okay.
Yes, and I want to. This is Anurag Sahu, ballot number 006. Yeah. So, summary to the question is, the government is working fine. It's the opposition which is not working. वो चिल्ला के बोलेंगे तो वो बात सच नहीं हो जाएगी. मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि उड़ान स्कीम सही से काम कर रहा है, and it is working beyond our expectation.
we are raising the operational air force from 149 to 220 in just 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll proceed with the next question. No point of clarification, no point of orders, otherwise we won't be able to proceed. Question number 2 from respected Manasi Gudiyar to the Ministry of Defence. Please proceed.
My name is Mansi Sinha, ballot number 48. My question is addressed towards the Ministry of Defence. The so-called Make in India defence production drive is still languishing, with the internal presentations pointing to procedural bottlenecks and multiple approval years and lack of accountability. When will you ensure that our soldiers don't wait years for equipment that was promised yesterday?
Thank you so much.
Screenshot.
Recognizing the Ministry of Defence for the answer.
Greetings to jury members. 017, Risham Mukherjee, Belagavi constituency. Coming to the question, the statement made in India is languishing, is factually completely wrong. The data themselves destroy the built narratives. हवा में आरोप लगाने से बात बदल नहीं जाती. देखो अगर हमारी कामें India's defense production touched rupees 1.50 lakh crore in 2024-25. Defense exports from under 1,000 crore to surge to 20,000 crore. More than 65% of defense hardware is built in India. आज भारत डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम सिर्फ रुकता नहीं है, वो दौड़ता है. Coming up to the soldiers, after Garwan, where 20 brave soldiers lost their lives, we delivered rifles, drones, and missiles within 3 to 6 months. Inducted here on drones, SIG Sabers, and ATGMs in just 3 to 6 months. Where is the delay?
Thank you so much. All the point of orders and point of clarifications will be taken in the last 30 seconds. Please note that down. Okay. Calling for a supplementary question. Go ahead.
My ballot number 48. The government reports, not the opposition, show that making the defense drive is still suffering bottlenecks. CAG found in multiple projects that take 5 to 10 years. Assault rifles delayed in 2010.
बाइक को भी लगाना है.
Back still lagging. Out of the 500 items on the banned reports,
Kindly control
अरे वो
my
टॉक है ना.
have not cleared trials and have
टॉक है.
that is not the same as a delivery. Minister makes India does not fail in press releases, it fails in trenches, where soldiers are still.
Thank you so much. Searching for an answer.
है.
Recognizing candidate number 16.
फुल क्राउड टॉक है यार. हाँ तो बस एक बैकड्रॉप भी तो हटेगा, बाकी तो क्या है, कुछ नहीं हटेगा.
Madam Speaker, I have the permission to speak. This is Suprita, roll number 16. So, as the defense minister has stated, we've seen 1.5 lakh crore defense production, which is the highest ever in history, and 90% growth in 5 years. Is that correct? I'm so sorry, but 23% private sector participation. We are building competitive ecosystems, not state monopoly. 2025 is the year of reforms. We are modernizing for the 21st century warfare, not traditional battles. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. Recognizing candidate number 56. Proceed.
Thank you so much. First of all, the Honorable Minister stated that India produces 65% of the hardware of the defense system in India. Now, I'll give you a very recent case. During Operation Sindoor, why did India have to borrow certain defense mechanisms from Russia when all of it is produced in India? Was this just a monopoly for global recognition of India, or are we trying to just pretend that we are growing at a certain rate?
Kindly conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, this was the last answer. Recognizing candidate
Sir, I'm done.
Zero, sir.
Honorable Speaker, I'd just like to start off with a question. When we cook at home, do we not buy from outside? Meaning, just because we produce 65% of our defense equipment at home doesn't mean we are not allowed to buy from country. Russia did have some of the world's best infrastructure with regards to anti-UAV deterrence, which is why we bought it from them. And we are in a strategic coalition with Russia with regards to defense equipment. That's my statement. I rest my case.
Thank you so much. 30-second summary from the Minister of Defense, from the shadow.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, as the Shadow Defense Minister of the country, I clearly state that this Defense Ministry is not accountable enough when we see over 1,000 cases of corruption, alleged corruption involving Indian Armed Forces personnel. So many issues involving people from the ministry itself. Now, we import more than 65% of our weapons. So many imports, our dependencies have risen. Projects like Tejas have delayed over time. Now, this is not how the country's defense should be working.
Thank you so much. 30-second summary from the Minister of Defense.
017 serial number, Minister of Defense. Well, again, I would like to correct her stance. 65% is indigenously built systems which we have. Coming up to the question which was raised that we have borrowed from Russia. Madam, are you talking about BrahMos? BrahMos, the word BrahMos, Brahma comes from Brahmaputra, from Assam, and most comes from also Russia. Where India, BrahMos has 50.5% share, we have export to Indonesia. And where Russia holds 49.5%, which we have more number of shares in BrahMos, which was new to Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any point of orders or point of clarification? Candidate 104 recognized for point of clarification.
Respected Shadow Minister, can you please give us sources that Indian defense is corrupted? You stated that very wrong thing that Indian defense is corrupted. The only occupation in India which is not corrupted is defense. Remember that. You can see corruption everywhere, but not in defense.
Okay, thank you so much. Ma'am, you can give the answer.
I received the detailed statistics with the sources on a chit due to the time constraint.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next question. An important notice, due to time constraints, we'll only take up one supplementary question. Okay. Next question from respected parliamentarian Vaishnavi Pandey to the Minister of Education.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, knowledge is a person's true wealth, hidden yet ever growing. Education is the very foundation of our democracy, yet the ASHA 2024 report paints a deeply concerning picture. Over 40% of class 5 students in rural India still cannot read a simple class 2-level text, highlighting a severe learning crisis that has only widened since the pandemic. Additionally, as of 2025, nearly 9.7 lakh teacher posts remain vacant in government schools nationwide. This shortage directly undermines classroom learning and right to education itself. Will the Honorable Education Minister inform the House what concrete and time-bound steps are being taken to counter these challenges that threaten the very future of our young generation?
Thank you so much. Recognizing the Minister of Education for the answer. Yes, my boy, you have been recognized.
The question has two parts and I have to answer it in two parts. Let's go with the first part. Will the Minister state whether the government is aware about...
Member, can you mention your number, please?
Yes, the government is very well aware about the ASER 2024 findings that over 40% of class 5 students in rural India cannot read a class 2 level of text. And to address this, the government has launched major initiatives like Nipun Bharat Mission and the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. aligned with NEP 2020 focusing on foundational literacy and numeracy, remedial teaching, teacher training and digital assessments like NAS. Then future steps include community engagement, digital learning support and state level remedial programs. However, further
Kindly conclude.
Speaker, the question has two parts and has to be written.
Extended time given 15 seconds.
However, further action is needed. And going to the part of 5.7 lakh vacancies, Minister, you need to understand that these vacancies are worldwide and these vacancies are nationwide. And as far as the Ministry of Education is concerned, for the vacancies related to KV.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So the one last supplementary question. First and last. Recognizing candidate number 40.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. The Honorable Education Minister I would like to state the major reports and gaps in this scheme in front of this house. In Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, inadequate and uneven funding utilizations. Studies show funding constraints and mismatches between sanctioned funds and all-ground fees. Some components remain underfunded.
Thank you so much. Looking for an answer? Recognizing candidate number 37. This is the last add-on. More add-on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My product number is 057 Deo Prakash. So the Honorable Minister stated about the Samagra Shiksha funding. But then the first thing is that although our country is a federalist country, the center holds power over the Samagra Shiksha funds, which means states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and West Bengal have not even received this fund. How does the ministry
Kindly
explain
explain
this?
Thank you so much. Looking for an answer? Recognizing candidate number 22.
लगता है ऑपोजिशन को रूलिंग पे से ब्लेम करना नहीं आता। ऑपोजिशन का फेवरेट शॉर्टकट जो बन गया है, जब फैक्ट कम हो तो ब्लेम ज्यादा होता है। नहीं, रियलिटी ये है कि एनईपी के थ्रू हमने स्कूल टू स्किल पाइपलाइन, मदर टंग लर्निंग और डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को स्ट्रेंथन करके ग्राउंड आउटकम्स तो इंप्रूव किए, पर आपकी नजरों में वो आए जबकि उनके टाइम ड्रॉपआउट रेट 17% थे।
It has to be to the point.
Many states brought it below 10%. मेरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी दीमापुर जैसी जगहों में फाउंडेशन लैब्स, वोकेशनल हब्स एंड टीचर ट्रेनिंग अपग्रेड्स already rolled out for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll move with the subject.
Swapnil asked me to take login to evaluate this.
Okay, I can give you a lot.
The answer to candidate number 40's question is still pending. Before the subject. Any member of the parliament who would like to answer? Candidate number 16 is recognized. It has to be an answer to this question. It was an add-on too. Would you like to repeat the question? This question is answered. Can you repeat the question?
So, you will get one more.
Studies show that funding constraints and sanctioned funds and all-round needs, some components remain underfunded. What's your stance on that?
Thank you so much. Recognizing candidate number 12. It has to be the last answer. We must be serious.
Krishna Jaiswal, candidate number 12. Sir, to answer your question, the mismanagement of provided funds towards education or towards school is a bureaucratic issue, because funds go to independent organizations, schools, Kendriya Vidyalaya through a bureaucratic process. Now, to reduce bureaucratic burden on the funds, the government is continuously working to improve the quality of individuals who are
Thank you so
actually-
much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's proceed with the next question.
जाओ इनको बोलो जाओ
Summary. My dear apologies. Summary, please. Requesting the member who asked the question to summarize.
Madam Speaker, I guess there's a confusion that has taken place. In the last question that was asked by some other minister,
My dear apologies. This is my mistake. I would recognize the Shadow Minister of Education to be summarized.
Thank you.
Speaker, the follow-up question that Honorable Parliamentarian mentioned, right? After that, another parliamentarian did an add-on. That question has been unanswered, and it was actually a point of order where he mentioned that Kerala, West Bengal, and Tamil Nadu did not receive funds. Actually, ma'am, that is a question that must be answered because it is wrong what Honorable Parliamentarian
The House
stated.
takes that into consideration, but that it is wrong. But if we move on like this, we never complete with any question.
Madam Speaker, it is not fair for them to get a chance to add on and not us.
Move on. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, it is very clear that under the Ministry of Education itself, there was a new proposal, PM Shri, and it was where NCRT, some programs will also be implemented in state levels as well. That was the state level schools as well. So the problem with Kerala state government was that they were not willing to receive the funds because they were not willing to receive and adapt PM Shri.
Okay.
It is they who did not receive, and it is not the government who did not provide.
Okay. Done. We done with the questions. Moving on with the summary. Shadow Minister of Education.
Thank you, Speaker, for the recognition. Respected jury members, my name is Sanvi Sudhir. My ballot number is 066. I repeat, 066. Speaker, may I have the permission to proceed?
Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. So the question raised was left unanswered for most of the part. The ruling government has placed blame on the opposition for raising very valid points, which we find very disheartening because this goes under the entire concept of a democracy where we are supposed to raise questions in a friendly manner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Summary from the Minister of Education.
I'll start from the last question.
It's a summary.
First of all, we need to understand that education is a competitive subject. So, henceforth, when central provides the fund, it is with the states. It is in the hands of states that whether they how have to implement, where they have to give the money, where they have to give the money. About the vacancies, 9.7 lakh vacancies nationwide.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll move on to the next question from Mahati, respected member Mahati Mahati, to the Ministry of Electronics and IT.
Namaste, Speaker ji. I am Mahati, number 33, representing Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. I would like to ask a question to the Minister of Electronics and Information Technology. India's gross expenditure on R&D and skill development towards advanced semiconductors and AI operating system technology remains at 0.6 to 0.7% as per GDP 2025. This is 4 to 5 times lower than countries like US, China and South Korea. How does the ministry plan to address this important investment? Because yet bhavam tad bhavati. We want India to become a developed nation or Atmanirbhar Bharat. Then how does the ministry plan to address this important investment? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Recognizing the Ministry of Electronics and IT.
Honorable Parliamentary, to the Honorable Speaker, I would like to clarify that we are a developing country in all the process of being a developed nation. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, we must understand that
we prioritize R&D that too under our Prime Minister last year. Last year, under our Prime Minister, we prioritized R&D as one of the key 9 factors that we must prioritize for a country that is on the verge of being developed. So now, before that, what we emphasized was just making sure that India remains the world's back office. World's back office, that is, we are prioritizing outsourcing, we are trying to prioritize BPO, trying to make sure that we provide. Madam Speaker, this is a very large question that has a lot of points to address.
Time granted 15 seconds.
30 seconds, please.
15 seconds. Due to time constraints. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, then I would like to also address that the GRD percentage was just 0.65 to 0.7%, but the absolute nominal GDP was increased by 45%. And regarding the schemes that we have introduced and regarding the investment gaps we addressed, we ISM, India Semiconductor Mission, it was 76,000 crores that we have invested. Then AI
so much.
mission.
Thank you so much. Looking for a supplementary question. Candidate number 68.
76,000 crores invested, yet the results are in negative. There was a jump of 203% in cybercrime department, and right now in India, a small child can access dark web only through a VPN. Is this the security we are providing to India? Is this the security we are providing to the young mind?
Thank you so much. Can I know your constituency name and number? Okay. Looking for an answer?
Madam Speaker.
And so now currently the speaker is the speaker.
Recognizing? Yes.
To answer my dear parliamentarian's question, I have
Please mention your constituency name and number.
I'm from the constituency Mangalore. My ballot number is 79. So to give a solution to the minister's question is that as a government, we can use cyber fortification, deploy AI-driven threat detection, blockchain-based security and biometrics to safeguard digital infrastructure, dark web disruption, collaborate with global agencies, deploy dark web crawlers, and disrupt crypto funding networks as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's move on with the summary. Point of clarification at the end. Please note down the point of clarification. Summary from the Shadow Minister of Electronics and IT.
Honorable Speaker, permission to speak.
Please proceed.
I share your KSRI 027. So, despite the IT ministry establishing, authoritative bodies like the CERTIN, there are multiple grievances that go unaddressed. Okay, and all the cyber attacks, they are not handled in time. So, the crucial information that is required to file cases for cyber harassment is not addressed or disappeared. And I'd like to add on to our LOP statement about how the access of a dark web is a VPN away. So this clearly shows the focus of the IT ministry. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, as part of giving a summary, I would also like to address.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, as part of providing a summary, I would also like to address Honorable Leader of Opposition and Shadow Minister of Electronics and
Make sure it's a summary.
Yes, ma'am. Their points are actually regarding cyber security, and that is how at the first in my speech itself I mentioned about the AI mission, India AI mission. One of the ways we can solve the problem of lack of cyber security is by building a mechanism, an AI-based mechanism that could easily detect those that are clearly offensive. At the same time, we are also not able to. At the same time, we are also not able to delete those information that are necessary.
Why have you expanded the ban and the questions are not clear?
Thank you so much.
So I just am changing that.
Any point of order?
Yeah, no problem.
Please raise
I'll
your
just
hand.
sit here sometime anyway.
I'll go with the point of clarification after this. Any point of orders? Recognizing candidate number 90.
ये अभी कितना देख रहे हैं, ये कहाँ से पता पड़ता है? Do you know?
Year of view.
5.
The leader of opposition stated that the allocated 76,000 crores will have been allocated under the IT ministry. So as per the Ministry of Electronics and IT, out of those 76,000 crores, 62,000 crores have been already in the work, and the remaining will be done whenever required.
It's not a point of order. A point of order is something which is no, I'm sorry. Just wait for a minute. Please let me conclude. So a point of order is something which does not, when you want to question about the parliamentary procedure, it's not a point of order. You can say a point of clarification of information.
They said that the funds are not at all allocated or used.
Yeah, but it's not against the parliamentary procedure, right? It is. Recognizing the leader of opposition to answer.
Doesn't appear so, but she's very strict.
And then you get over.
First of all, I never said that it's not being used. I said that it's being used, but it's not being used efficiently. If you're using it efficiently, why is there a jump of 203%? If you're using it efficiently, why is there 222%?
Thank you so much. You need not answer this. It was just a point of clarification. You need not answer this. Any more point of clarifications? Recognizing that. That's the last point of clarification, then we'll move on. Yes.
I would like to seek clarification on a very important, just one word that the ruling cabinet minister of electronics and IT, ma'am, when asked about the access of dark web, they use a very specific word called can. They can do, but they will not do. They can do things.
Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. It's not a question. We're done with question. We're done with point of clarification. Let's move on with the next question. Please, let's move on with the next question.
Projector is okay. Not much clarity, so
Please proceed.
Works. The questions are big.
I would like to
Can we increase the size of that box question paper box?
Papers to be laid on the table.
Yeah, this box,
This
if
is
we can
regarding
make it
the LOP
even
statement
the
on
time section we can minimize further.
with the simple media.
Because
With the LOP, please lay his sources on the table.
Last answer.
So I think you don't even have an idea about how small children are using dark web today. They're just a VPN and a Tor browser away from accessing dark web, and Tor browser cannot get
Madam Speaker.
Speaking on, go with everybody's point of clarification. With all due respect, please cooperate with me. Next question
Priscilla came. She told me
from
this.
Honorable Member Ratna Balakrishna to the Ministry of External Affairs.
Like, we had the Velo team they did it similarly, but on a very small scale. They didn't put in many efforts.
My
So I
name is
told Priscilla, if
Ratna.
we
My
are doing
valid
something,
number
let's
is
do it properly,
034.
hard, let's say.
Respected Speaker, permission to speak.
big size.
Please proceed. Thank you, Speaker. With FY 2024 to 25, FDI inflows reaching around $81 billion. How does the ministry plan to convert this economic gain into foreign policy leverage, especially in regions of strategic interest? Is there a defined strategy to channel these investments toward strengthening India's influence in Asia, Africa, and the Indo-Pacific, or are we witnessing capital inflows without corresponding diplomatic outcomes?
I'm into IT. I'm a
Thank you
product
so
manager.
much. Recognizing
You
from
have your own
Ministry
firm or you
of
work with
External
I work in
Affairs
Virtusa.
from the ruling to answer
As a
this
product
question.
manager. Earlier I was working in a couple of startups. Okay. Now I like this is my this came through my own firm.
Yeah, that I know.
Yeah. So I started something in parallel
Because the opposition's
consulting
claim
and
of
also
bureaucratic
doing
paranoia is strategic fiction. The era of passive capital was wax nostalgic about is in reality the era of asymmetrical vulnerability. where you were forced to accept money at great dangerous penalties. That era is far from even viable right now. That era is completely over. Our new framework is not a slow bureaucracy. It is a legislative insurance premium for our national sovereignty. Now, the national interest assessment is a critical defense mechanism. It ensures that every dollar that enters India maximizes our technological transfer. So investors don't feel because they feel also created by companies that lack the will to protect their own interests. This 81 billion is an attraction and will now be backed by the legal mandates of constitutional response.
Thank you so much. Looking for supplementary question? Minister, you may sit down and raise your play card. Recognizing candidate.
The problem with this is again credits. You have to pay for that.
My candidate number is 37. And
It's more like ChatGPT, right?
Correct.
Sir, my question.
But you can't just give a prompt and do it.
No.
It won't happen like that.
It will kill you.
Question 6 is going on. 2025. The government never ordered an independent investigation into the major foreign intelligence leaks, like the Lajjar case of the Canada to the USA, and the which completely accused Indian individuals and agencies, like Canada's 2023 claim of credible intelligence.
Kindly conclude.
Yes, and does the ministry accept that these incidents are not serious
Thank you so much. Looking for an answer? Looking for an answer? Recognizing candidate.
Extension card. The jury needs an extension card for charging. Speaker check
There on the video, everyone can see Ebenezer up close.
This will see now.
Yeah, it's coming properly now. Much better.
Can you summarize it?
Question
was going
You recognize? Please put forward your question. In summary, 10 and respected members, you are requested to answer in 30 seconds. We cannot do as we say. We need to answer. Yes.
Yes. So, does the Ministry of External Affairs explain why from 2019 to 2025, India has faced its greatest international affiliation ministries harassment due to the Lajjar case, the USA 2025 Canada case, and the other Interpol defenses about the Five Eyes that have been in Delhi? That has been, yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Looking for an answer. Recognizing candidate number.
I would like to state that these are not intelligence leaks. These are baseless accusations that are never.
Candidate number and constituency. I'm sorry to interrupt.
These are not intelligence leaks. These are baseless accusations never against India to mask their own intelligence leaks. We have never admitted to an intelligence failure, and these leaks are not leaks. They are just baseless accusations.
Okay. A motion cannot be raised during the parliament during the session. So you may write it down and you can quickly after later. Is it a point of breach of privilege? Yes. Please.
Live with the
15 second time.
Thank you for the extension, and they never gave us the evidence for these accusations. So we have no proof that these are legitimate.
Thank you so much. Are you sure it's not a motion and it is a point of breach of privilege? You granted permission.
According to the parliamentary rules of Article 11A, 11.1 and 59.1, the Minister of Concur, Constituency 59, requests a privilege motion against the minister that has just said this because the sources have been taken from entirely independent, unregistered bodies like the Europol Coordinated Alert Tracing Digital Frameworks, the Five Eyes.
Thank you so much. And the House takes that into consideration. We'll move on with the summary.
So my talent number is 37 and 6 and it is sorry.
Okay, let's move on with the summary from the Shadow Ministry. Shadow Minister. The Shadow Minister has been recognized.
Honorable Speaker, Ma'am, the Minister calling all of these leaks accusations is just pure fantasy. The London leaks in Canada were official intelligence dumps that were openly dragged into India's agencies, diplomats, and operations in global fund. From 2019 to 2025, every Five Eyes leak, the organization, foreign interference reports were detected and every selective media was released in a coordinated hit job to harass India and triple our credibility. These leaks weren't rumors, they were weaponized narratives to corner India.
Kindly
And
conclude.
your ruling could not do anything.
Thank you so much. Recognizing the Cabinet Minister for a short summary.
Honorable Jury, number 93, Minister of External Affairs, Honorable Sir. So the basic summary of these debate that's happened is that they are questioning where we have not revealed any public information regarding certain investigations. Now, as to the sources of these, while you have made these claims, there definitely has been some investigation. India will never allow investigation as such to go undisclosed to public for long. Now, while it was not disclosed at that time period, it was disclosed eventually, and you got the source for that. And I think the honorable already stated that source. So based on this, based on this debate, we had given certain diplomatic investigation on the subject. However, it wasn't actively disclosed at that point.
Thank you so much. Moving on with the next question from Honorable Member Shreyanjit to the Ministry of Finance.
Ma'am,
Seven.
Motions are not allowed. Only points are allowed. Motions cannot be passed during the parliamentary session. Please grant it. Please kindly wait a minute.
Honorable Speaker, breach of privilege by Srimati Vaishnavi Pandey.
It's not. Please, maintain this way.
Srimati Vaishnavi Pandey. I wish to raise a question of privilege against Vaishnavi Pandey, Member of Parliament, for having an unsubstantial and derogatory remark against the army is corrupt, which is we cannot, when I as a defense minister cannot and not at all be this for the defense, because as it was mentioned, defense is the most honest working.
Honorable member is taken into consideration. No more debates on this. It was a point, it was not a question. It was a point, it was not a question. Kindly distinguish between a question and a point. Let's sorry. Let's move on with the next question. My judgment is final. My judgment is final. Let's move on with the next question.
115.
Excuse me. Order, please. Kindly maintain the decorum. Please don't recognize yourself. I'm here to recognize you. If you can't listen to each other, how can you expect the nation to listen to us? Kindly sit down. You're not supposed to stand. Just raise your play card. No internal debates are allowed. I'll issue a warning next time, or maybe directly suspend. Okay. Recognizing Member Shreya for the next question. Kindly later, madam.
So we have today 3 internet connections. You're using the one.
Yes, sir.
ये कल भी चाहिए रहेगा?
Tomorrow also.
So that means tomorrow also.
This is to the Ministry of Finance. So the tax department's Benami prohibition units, the enforcement directorate, or even the RBI, knowingly allow banks to issue loans against properties that label surface as Benami or were tied to companies struck under Section 248 of the Companies Act of 2013.
and whether this government repeated inaction amounts to administrative blindness or administrative convenience. Because this amounted to 40,000 companies that were being erased from the entirety of the market, and the Benami properties had 20,000 crores that were unaudited, and they were never ever to be spoken of even by the RBI and the government of India itself. So how does the Ministry of Finance defend this accusation?
Thank you so much. Recognizing the Minister of Finance from the ruling to answer.
I think we should remove the question on timer altogether because I've told them to stop at 1:15.
1:15. So I think enough time is there.
Remove the timer.
First of all,
Increase
I
the
see
question
no
size only
justification
altogether.
to thank the Honorable Shadow Minister
And even the
for stating such a
small.
question.
So that we can
As
increase
it's so
and increase the question.
impressive, the
Remove the
Honorable
timer.
Member has managed to accuse the 4 more pillars of the economic governance. Listen to me, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, the Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax Department, and by far the Reserve Bank of India. I don't know how Honorable Member managed to quote the government knowingly allowed or failed to permit the loan secured against binamis or shell companies, which clearly states that the Honorable Member was sleeping for 8 years. Let me state the facts. The binamis transaction prohibition and amendment act 2016 clearly states that from 2016 to 20, 382,581 companies have been striked out. 2023-24, 16,464 companies. 2024-25, 15,837 companies. From 25.
Kindly conclude.
15 more seconds. And all these things have been done to strike out. I don't know which government strike out companies blindly. All the things have been audited, and coming to the audited part, did the government audit anything? Yes, the government did. Forensic audits have been made on all companies of collateral ownership that did not match the real values. And then because the audits were not published to the public. Why? In the sense because it was protected under the law. Companies Act of 2013 section 2 and the SIFO clearly states that the report must only be submitted to the central government and not be published openly.
Thank you so much.
Jury 4 வந்து
I take the
அப்படியே
next one.
பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
அப்படியா?
Speaker
Okay. ஓ, தனியா ஸ்பீக்கருக்கு மட்டும் பண்றாங்க.
Speaker.
I'll take the next question. Mr. Khan. Recognizing candidate as the last part.
Aditya logging.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Minister, amid growing public distress caused by soaring unemployment, persistent inflation above 8%, and rural crisis is culminating in rising farmer suicides as reported in October 2025, to what extent does the ministry believe these issues reflect systemic policy failures? Okay, any more add-on? Respected jury, this is done number 034. Recognizing candidate for another.
93 years.
Yes.
3 juries submitted. But they are பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
The question raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament is not relevant to the Finance Ministry question.
Would the member like to clarify? Would the member like to clarify? Can the member repeat the question, Speaker?
Results are locked பண்ணிருக்காங்க.
They're saying that the question you asked is not relevant to the Minister of Finance.
The question raised by the Member of Parliament was related towards the Minister of Finance, related to whether the ministry would take accountability for systemic policy failures, taking into account the rising inflation as well as crises culminating in rising farmer suicide as reported in October 2025. Thank you so much. We proceed to the point of order at the end. Then she must raise that, right?
We'll move with an add-on now. Recognizing candidate for an add-on. I would request the members of the ruling to kindly note down the question so that you don't mess up. Take the mic.
Which question? 11.
Honorable Finance Minister, under Article 265, taxes must be collected lawfully. Yet, Benami transactions keep enjoying a tax-free treatment. And while Article 300A protects property rights, who protects the nation's property from vanishing into Benami hands? So, Minister, will the government finally act, or will the Benami Act remain strong only in speeches and weak in reality? I'm Charu Ramani, and roll number 069. Thank you so much.
Would a member like to answer the two add-on questions together? Please raise your hand. Recognizing candidate number 12.
Krishna Jaiswal, candidate number 12. Ma'am, to answer your question about systematic policy failure, I won't state it as a policy failure. I would state it as a policy which was not reformed yet. And as a member of the ruling coalition, I had worked personally with our finance minister on the government finance bill to reform fiscal responsibility and the budget management act, which will further improve policies and ensure that financial benefits reach the people who actually require it.
Any add-on answers? When I say add-on answers, please don't raise your voice, raise your play cards. Recognizing candidate number 78.
I'd like to address the Member of Parliament who stated that there is an inflation chance. According to the news published by the Times of India, the inflation chance is very low to the 2.5 to 4% the year of 2005-2006. The data collected by the Member of Parliament is not true. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any point of order? Any point of order? Yes, you have been granted permission.
My number is 58. So before the Minister of Finance has made personal derogatory against the Shadow Minister, so
It's a point of breach of privilege. Anyways, the house takes it into consideration. You are honorable members, you are requested to not call me when I ask a question. I'm asking for all points of orders and clarifications and information and breach of privilege. You requested to raise your play cards. Don't call me personally. Any point of clarifications? Point of personal breach of privilege? Candidate number 28. I issue a warning to candidate. Don't call me, please.
Shadow Minister of Law and Business own, she wanted some article.
Can you repeat?
Shadow Minister of Law and Business quoted some article.
Are you sure with your question? You want a point of clarification of the article from the Minister of Law and Justice. Shadow Minister of Law and Justice, if you have mentioned any article, member would like to know.
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker, point of order.
Okay, let's move with the. Okay. Please kindly take your seats. We're done with point of orders and clarifications. Let us move on with the summary. Recognizing the Shadow Minister of Finance.
Respected Speaker, Madam, I have been raising my point of order. I believe due to the dais, you are not able to see or recognize me. I'll be here.
Right now, we're done with point of orders.
I have been raising it since the starting, but I believe due to the dais, you are not.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah. So I wanted to raise point of order that the question related to education ministry, I believe, was rushed. There were no add-ons allowed, There were the summary was also rushed. So
I've been keeping a time limit. The questions and answers were so long for the Minister of Education that it took literally 10 minutes. So I had to cut it out.
Other ministries got more add-ons and summary.
Yes, but their questions were so short. I'm keeping a limit. I'm keeping a check on the time. Don't worry about that. Thank you. Please take your seat. We'll move on with the summary. Recognizing Shadow Minister of Finance. No point of orders, no point of clarification.
Madam, am I allowed to speak?
Yes, it's a summary, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
My ballot number is 37 and I'm Shazid Kaur. My entire summary is going to be very short. There is going to be 2 privilege motions against 2 ministers because again there has been another lie spoken. I apologize for the rudeness, but it is in fact not true. There has been no public auditing, neither private, because this has been assured by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, the Income Tax Department's Benami Prohibition Units itself, and the Benami Property Transactions Act of 1988 has.
Kindly conclude.
Yes, ma'am. These official government data, policies, and the governing bodies.
Thank you so much, Minister. Summary, recognizing the Minister of Finance for a summary.
Honorable Speaker, Madam, at one last thing to conclude that the Finance Ministry at its full force prohibits Benami money transaction and shell company money transactions under both laws of the Benami Transaction Prohibition Amendment Act of 2016 and the Companies Act of 2030, stating that every single illegal money laundering will be hunted down by the finance ministry at any cost, without any discrimination against anyone.
Thank you so much. We move on with the next question from respected member Tanay Sharma to the Ministry of Home Affairs.
This is Tanay Sharma, ballot number 68. According to the international standards, there must be 222 police officers per 1 lakh people, yet India only have 150 officers per 1 lakh people. Not only this, if we don't even have police officers, then how are we going to protect cybercrime? Because over 12 lakh cybercrime incidents occurred in just half year of 2025. In the light of the situation, when you ask the Honorable Home Minister what concerned measures are undertaken to strengthen the manpower.
Thank you so much. Recognizing the Minister of Home Affairs for the answer.
This is Hasna, ballot number 75. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Leader of Opposition for the concern, though perhaps a quick glance at our own Senate schedule would help. After all, law and order rests squarely in the state list. The Centre, however, isn't just standing by, but strengthening what we can, where we can. Under the police modernization scheme, central support to the states has increased by more than 65% in the last 5 years, which has resulted in the establishment of more than 700 cyber police stations and a number of forensic labs across the country.
Kindly conclude.
May I get a final station? 15 seconds granted. The Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, I4C, now connects all the states with CERT and national agencies assuring cyber criminals that they have nowhere to hide. So, Madam Speaker, while some prefer quoting international ratios, this government is busy fixing the ground reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking for supplementary question. Recognizing candidate number 65.
Thank you, ma'am. My candidate number is 65. मैडम मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट से आता हूँ. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मणिपुर में पिछले 1 साल से ज्यादा समय से भी एथनिक वायलेंस चल रहा है, जिसमें कि 250 से ज्यादा लोगों की जान जा चुकी है. और होम मिनिस्ट्री ने डेटा शेयर किया है कि लास्ट डिकेड में 3428 से ज्यादा एथनिक वायलेंस हुए पूरी कंट्री में. तो होम अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री कैसे इंश्योर करेगी कि आने वाले समय में इस तरह की चीजें ना हो और इसको कैसे नॉर्मलाइज किया जाए?
Thank you so much. We'll take the personal privilege at the end. Point of question. We'll take the point of order at the end.
Those guys are changing. That's why I didn't touch.
Okay, point of privilege recognized. Member for the point of privilege.
Hold on, I'll change it here. Yeah, that guy is changing. Who's changing? Admin. Yeah, he changed it.
I request the parliamentarian to please repeat their question in English.
जरूर करूंगा बट इसमें ताली बजाने वाली कोई बात नहीं थी पहली बात तो ये दूसरी बात मैं बताना I mean, the last decade, the violence in the country reached the number of 3,478 incidents in the last decade. And in Manipur, more than 260 people have been killed in the ethnic violence so far. This is my basic question. And how the Home Ministry will ensure that these kinds of violence will not occur in the country, and how they are working this out.
Thank you so much. First, let's go with the answer, then we'll go with the point further. We need an answer. Looking for an answer. Wait. Candidate 101 next.
Respected Speaker, please do correct me if I'm wrong, but follow-ups are only granted to the answers which we have spoken. Neither the answer nor the question is related to Manipur, and these questions can be entertained in 0 hour tomorrow.
Does the opposition have an explanation? Recognizing candidate 58. Sorry, 56. What do I have the opposition to say? Yes, please.
First of all, to state that Manipur is not of relevance here or anyways how connected, why did it take the Honorable Prime Minister 77 days to speak on the recent case of the woman who was not naked in Manipur? We talk about cybercrime, alright. Well, if the case is...
Silence is appreciated. Silence is appreciated.
Why is the Prime Minister sidelining Manipur? Is Manipur not part of India? Is Manipur not a state of India?
We're looking for an answer. Recognizing candidate 100 for the answer.
Shivansh Nair, candidate number 100.
तो आप मणिपुर का आंसर चाहते हैं तो मणिपुर को हमारी सरकार आंसर देगी सबसे पहली बात 13 फरवरी 2025 से मणिपुर में राष्ट्रपति शासन लगा हुआ है राष्ट्रपति शासन से पीआईडी की सरकारी रिपोर्ट के हिसाब से सिर्फ एक डेथ हुई है और जो कि 100 तक थी वो एक डेथ हुई पहली चीज 1993 में जब मणिपुर 1993, 1997, 2004 में जब पिछली सरकारें थी तब मणिपुर कई सालों तक चलता रहा तब तक बाकी सरकारों ने तब कोई उस पे एक्शन नहीं लिया हमारी सरकार ने स्पेशल पावर्स एक्ट को लागू वहाँ पे किया वहाँ पे लिखने भेजी वहाँ पे रिकंस्ट्रक्शन एक्टिविटीज किया म्यांमार से जो इन्फिल्ट्रेटर्स आ रहे थे उनको वहाँ पे 2021 से वहाँ पे बॉर्डर वहाँ पे बन रहे हैं तो ये जब एक्शन लिए गए हैं और आपने बोला कि हम रेड जोन बढ़ रहा है जबकि 13 फरवरी से जो कि 13
Thank you so much, Minister.
एक्सटेंड हो चुका है
Thank you.
एक ही डेथ हुई है धन्यवाद
Thank you so much. We'll now move on with another question, as real life incidents are not allowed in the parliament, as this is just a stimulation of the real parliament. Do you want me to adjourn the session? Please. Okay, let us go on with the next supplementary question. Recognizing candidate number 30 for the question.
Candidate number 030. So since the question was regarding the executive force, the point is, I would like to state that custodial torture cases have increased in the nation, and between 2016 and 2022, Tamil Nadu reported 490 custodial deaths, while the national total stood at 11,556. Uttar Pradesh recorded the highest number with 2,630 deaths. How does the government plan to address this breach of human rights in
Thank you so much. Looking for the last answer. Looking for an answer. Recognizing candidate number. Recognizing candidate. Candidate, you have been recognized.
The government plans to address custodial torture cases by strengthening laws, implementing NHRC recommendations, training law enforcement, and ensuring accountability. States like Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh have reported high numbers, and the center is working with the states to prevent such incidents and ensure justice for the victims.
Thank you so much. I have been informed that we are running late, so the summary are cancelled. We move on with the next question. Point of parliamentary procedure. Yes, you are been recognized.
Out of which more than its question of 12 is mentioned there, more than 2 ministers have answered the question.
I believe, but I have not adjourned the session yet, right? So we are still moving on with the questionnaire. You can complain about this once I adjourn the question, or once I say I'm adjourning the question. The ministry left. There are questions left. There's still questions left. Yeah. Okay. The House takes that into consideration. Okay, let's move on to the next question. The next question is from a respected member V. Harini to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs.
Please. And we help me, Raipur, number 62. So my question is directed towards the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. India's cities are expanding faster than lungs can breathe, roads choke, rivers vanish, air turns toxic. Will our cities continue to rise as momentums of chaos or rebuild as sanctuaries of life? When will we see cities that are not just smart but soulful, where technology serves people, not replaces them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any add-on questions? There is a change in the procedure. One question asked, one add-on question, one answer, one add-on answer, and then we are done. Recognizing candidate number 49.
Thank you for recognizing me. My supplementary question is, major cities continue to suffer from unplanned expansion, encroachment and infrastructure collapse. Does Ministry accept responsibility for weak enforcement of planning norms and poor coordination with state and municipal bodies? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Recognizing the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for the answer.
To answer the first question, we will see to those that cities which vision replaces vanity and accountability replaces activity. The transformation has already begun. Under this government, cities are being reimagined, not as concrete jungles but as ecosystems of life. Through clean air mission, green mobility corridors, river rejuvenation projects, and smart cities 2.0 framework, we are designing urban India to breathe again. Technology is our instrument, not our identity. We will serve the citizen, not overshadow them. Our goal is clear. Cities that think, feel, and function, where progress is measured not just by skyscrapers, but by clean air, safe cities, and human dignity. That is what makes the city not just smart, but social and industry working towards it.
Thank you so much. Any add-on answers to the question Minister asked? Recognizing candidate. You have been recognized. Miss Hia, you have been recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I have information to start?
Please proceed.
First of all, I'm glad people are concerned. The day we stop worrying about our cities is the day we actually have a problem. So I would like to state some facts again.
Indore went from being a city having garbage everywhere to near 100% waste collection and segregation. Hyderabad, while people were busy pretending it's collapsing, the city quietly increased its green cover by 147% in 10 years. Yes, increased, not decreased. Bengaluru, the city famous for catching kindly conclude. So what I'm trying to state here is that if we keep pretending that there are only problems, nothing is going to solve. And if someone finds a country with zero urban problems, please let us know. Till then we stick to fixing
जा रहा हूँ बैठो खाली करो हो गया
रोटी आ रखी है लेकिन बाद में रोटी खत्म हो जाएगी
करने क्या तुमने यहाँ पे 3 मिनट पे 48 मिनट हो गए तुम्हें रिकॉर्डिंग करते करते
Madam, I cannot grant that. I'm so sorry. 10 seconds. I'm sorry. Actually, we're running late. There are only 9 questions asked. I would go with 14 questions, and then you guys will be the one complaining that I did not take up questions. The ministries are pending. Kindly cooperate due to time constraints. Give me one. You have not been recognized. You have not been recognized. I'm sorry. End to this. Next question. The next question is from respected member Trinab to Ministry of Labour and Employment.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. My name is Pranab Tibrewala. I am representing Tezpur Assam and my ballot number is 40. While India aspires to become a global economic superpower, millions of young Indians, especially from rural and semi-urban areas, struggle still to find dignified stable employment. A study by the National Skill Development Corporation (NSDC) shows that India needs about 103 million skilled workers, but only around 74 million are currently available. The government itself estimates a gap of nearly 29 million in the skilled workforce, showing that while we speak of ambitious industries and global leadership, the foundation is slipping. The youth are questioned. How does India plan to secure its foundation of skilled labor before aiming for futuristic industries? And will the government commit to a national skilled workforce mission?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mama. Again, changing the procedure. We have got 14 questions to ask, and there is very little time. So one question, one answer, one question, one answer. That's how we go. Your question has been made. Recognizing the Minister of Labour and Employment.
Whether it's possible for you to display the current question.
I think you guys are actually doing it right.
Is it?
Please put your play card down. Yes, Minister.
No problem. बस में भी जाना है.
Can somebody?
ये तो बैग पैक नहीं किया. घर जाऊंगा कपड़े चुनूंगा.
I request you to not interrupt. This is my final warning. I will suspend you. I'm so sorry. I never wanted to do this, but you are not cooperating.
Before I start, I'd like to point out that the question provided is different to the question that the Honorable Shadow Minister or the Honorable Member of Parliament read. But I'll still continue with answering the question that was provided with. Honorable Chair, let me say this up front. India will not leap into futuristic industries with an unprepared workforce. Through the National Skill Development Mission, the Unified PMKVY 4.0, the revamped National Apprenticeship Program Scheme, and strengthened Jan Shaktan Sansthan, we have built single, demand-driven, outcome-based skilling ecosystems. We have invested 8,800 crores to modernize ITIs, upgrade labs, and expand district-level skilling centers so that every youth from Tezpur to Tirupati gains access to industry-grade, market-ready certifications. Apprenticeship enrollments. Our commitment is non-negotiable. Every young Indian will be skilled, employable, and treated with dignity. not as laborers of the past, but as leaders of the future. Because let me be absolutely clear, India will not wait for the future. India is training to dominate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Due to time constraints, I'll be informed to adjourn the session. We'll proceed with the. I request the members to move on the motion of adjournment. No, we need to adjourn this motion, otherwise we won't be able to proceed with the government bills. No questions are entertained. No questions are entertained. That's my final word. It's not a question. It's not. Okay, I'll suspend if anybody raises a point of clarification, and I'm serious about this. I would request the members to pass an adjournment motion and second it. It's a majority. Thank you so much. Let's proceed with lunch.
Parliamentarians, please be seated. May I have your attention for another minute? See, the idea of giving you these questions and giving you a chance to debate in the House is so that you get to participate. I will ask a quick question. How many current MPs do we have in India? How many of them do you think get a chance to speak always? Anyone has a number to put on it? I simply ask the number. Fair enough. So that's what the idea is. To give it a chance. We are on a tight schedule here. We're trying to see maximum participation from all of you. The questions have been selected on a merit basis. We are taking these questions, we're giving an opportunity to most of you to participate. But then remember, all of us are on a tight schedule here. The next sessions will be announced to you. For now, this session ends here. The further proceedings will be briefed by Muskan. She'll tell you about what needs to be done and what is the schedule for the next 2 hours. All of you are requested to follow the schedule.
Hold on. After she addresses and discuss, you can.
Not now. Yeah. So we'll break for lunch right now. You'll have to be back here exactly at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. we start the government bills. At 2:55 p.m. speakers will move from the dais. We'll have the chief guest and the senior leadership team coming. And till from 3 to the time they are here, we'll have the inaugural session and then we'll continue with the government bills. Why we are mentioning the timeline? So that you all get enough time to speak in government bills. If you're not here at 2 p.m., we'll still start and shut the doors. So make sure you eat your lunch and you're here in the room at least by 1:55.
Honorable member of this house, it is going to be your speaker for this session. And using my placard is 011. So, I request the honorable members to raise a motion so that we proceed with government bills. Please do a motion for no one raise a motion. Yes. 66. Okay, so those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. The motion passes. So, before we proceed with the session, I would like to brief you about this. According to the rules of procedure, we will have the government bill where we will be giving 3 minutes for bill representation. I will be only allowing 3 presenters for the bill. Then we will be giving 10 minutes for debate, where one member of the parliament will be getting 1 minute to ask questions and to defend themselves. And then less than 1 minute for voting. I hope I'm clear. So now, and yes, there's also one thing that I would like to add. That after 2 minutes, 30 seconds, I'll raise a bell. Okay? Okay, so now we'll start with the proceedings. I would like to invite our Honorable Minister of External Affairs to present their bill on Nation Building Strategic Autonomy and Accountability Bill 2025.
Yes. Jury. आइए jury मैम.
Please start.
Greetings, the House of Lords. This is the Nation Building Strategic Autonomy and Accountability Bill 20. Any proposed international treaties or provisions as such, any proposed international treaty or multilateral commitment, free trade agreement, FTA, or defense capital position exceeding 10,000 crores shall be subject to a full NIA report, which is the National Index Assessment. And this report, India shall not enter into any foreign defense or security arrangement that creates long-term dependency on any nation or bloc. We will not depend on any nations externally or any power blocks others. Stage diversification and self-reliance should be prioritized in all global engagements involving military or intelligence cooperation. This is including with our non-defense stance, which has been since the days before independence. The Strategic Risk Analysis Cell, SRAC, if you call it, shall be established within the National Security Council Secretariat, NSCS, to coordinate and improve the methodologies used for all NIA roles. We should work in coordination with the Minister of External Affairs, Home, and Defense. The SRAC shall comply specialists in international law, trade economics, military strategies, and emerging technologies, and shall operate independently of the Ministry of External Affairs for report validation. A permanent 15-member advisory joint parliamentary committee, or POXA, shall be established to join proportionate representation from the ruling and opposition coalition of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. To oversee the implementation of strategic autonomy, body to this committee will be the Minister of External Affairs, Home Affairs, Defense, as well as export certificates and senior members of the IFS. All economic and bilateral investments or treaties must contain clear enforceable reciprocity clause ensuring equivalent access, regulatory freedom, investment opportunities for Indian firms in the partner nation. In recent events, a partner nation fails to uphold the principle of reciprocity. The government is mandated to take immediate remedial action, including the suspension of the specific clauses or imposition of retaliatory prohibitions upon approval by the CCS. The strategic autonomy bill is designed to be flexible and not fragile. While the 45% diversification threshold is mandatory, we have legislated comprehensive strategic exceptions to safeguard the nation from non-negotiable realities.
So coming to the exceptions in the Article 5, the first one is limited scarcity exception. If there's any monopoly in the world, suppose one country is the sole provider of a specific good, then in that case, then this article won't apply. The second one is geopolitical exchange exception, is when suppose there are hostile nations in the country other than the monopolies that are there, then this exception would apply there as well, and this article would not apply in that case. Then immediate operation readiness exception is when the armed state compliance cannot jeopardize the armed forces readiness, it cannot threaten the integrity of critical infrastructure. The unanimous approval of the CSS is required.
Thank you. You may conclude, please.
Yeah. And you can go through the rest of the exceptions. The last one is the global market failure exception. If the exception is strictly limited to 18 months only, and images development program must start immediately after that.
Okay, thank you. The floor is open to questions. Copy.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. I have a point of order. My name is Pranab Tibrewala and my ballot number is 40. I am referring to section 4.2, Federal Consultation and Compliance. The bill states that consultation with states is required only when a major engagement demonstrably impacts state level trade or policy. This makes state consultation discretionary, which undermines the principle of competitive federalism. By making consultation optional, this bill violates the federal balance intended by Article 246 and the 7th schedule. Also, in section 4.3.1, judicial law
Conclude, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. For a follow-up, I'm only granting 1 entry to follow up. No point of order. Thank you. 043.
Thank you, Speaker, for recognizing me. I am Yasri Patel. My roll number is 0443. First of all, in section 4.31 on page number 5, the section is completely unconstitutional as it explicitly declares geopolitical risks, score, and strategic autonomous decisions not justiciable on merits, limiting courts to procedural checks only. It is unconstitutional because please conclude. It is unconstitutional because in the case of L. Chandrakumar versus Union of India, a 7-judge bench headed by C.J. A.N. Ahmadi declared judicial review a core, unamendable part of the constitutional basic structure.
The answer, please.
So, respect to the respected speaker, to the honorable member of parliament. What we have basically trying to convey is that the judiciary is be limited to the legality and committee as a whole, not to intervene in the micromanagement of the
मेरा तो रात 10 बजे खत्म
मेरा भी तो 10 बजे खत्म
आप मजे लीजिए ना 4 बजे खत्म है आपका
4 बजे खत्म बट टॉक भी तो है टॉक भी तो है
अच्छा डबल कर
आदित्य सिंह
टॉक में बैठा रहा नाम लिख दिया
सही है और किसका डबल बना और किसका डबल बना
पता नहीं
मेरा नहीं ना कहीं डबल बना
मेरा ये भी
है तुम्हारा है
Other participants who
है भाई
please bear in mind, please speak out first and
इनका है डबल में
thank you.
इनका तो ये बॉडी
हम सिंगल ही करते हैं बोला ओडी से वहाँ जाओगे तुम फायर वायर क्या करना है टीवी लगाने
75. 75.
जाओ जैकेट देने
You have a follow-up for
लाइव कर दिए लाइव एंड कर देना हमारा फोन नहीं मुझे सुबह से हाथ भी नहीं लगाया उसी टाइम लगाया था लोगों ने फोन से हो रहा है
This is Hassan, 75. So let's be precise here. The government respects the judiciary, but we also respect the separation of
बराबर
powers.
पीछे
This bill does not eliminate judicial review, it sharpens it. All courts are not equipped to debate the live geopolitical merits of the strategic autonomy, decisional geopolitical interests. That is the job of the executive and the cabinet committee on security. We are only asking the courts to focus on due process. The government fails to conduct the mandatory national interest
अच्छा
assessment.
ओबीएस में
Or if we
OBS
fail
में
to notify the parliamentary
OBS में फोन
oversight
का कैमरा उठा लिया ना
committee, that is the box out. The court has the full power to intervene. We are insulating high stakes national security decisions from policy litigation while ensuring ironclad procedures
और फ्लाइट मोड में कर
59. Honorable Speaker, I don't know on what grounds that answer that have been stated can be taken into account because on the Minerva Mills case, the Supreme Court itself has ruled that any zone of power that is insulated from judicial review violates the basic structure of the Constitution. This can't be accepted because those policies that they are granted to execute the entire rights actually affect a whole lot of people, a whole lot of population. The judiciary should have the right to intervene. And I don't understand. Here they are also mentioning other things. The NIA's findings, the NIA that they are coming up with, their findings should not be published. Where is transparency? No doubt, because this ruling government, their PM itself, shamed the opposition for holding press conferences. No doubt they are coming up with something like this. Thank you.
பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கேன் போய்கிட்டே இருக்கேன் இவன்ட்டு போகிறோம் போகுமா
Mr. Speaker, can I ask a question to the presenters? So, in Article 2, you have suggested the Parliamentary Oversight Committee on Strategic Affairs, and you have told that it's a permanent 15-member committee. So, if the membership is permanent, then there are certain drawbacks like lack of diversity in strategic perspectives, limiting the influx of newer voices, technical expertise, and geopolitical perspectives. Starting exposure has risk of becoming outdated, and then there is limited adaptability if the 15-member council is permanent. We need the terms to be changed quite often to introduce newer perspectives. Thank you. And I forgot to mention my number, 030.
I would like to answer. I would like to answer to the member of Parliament's inquiry about how is this democratic in terms of judicial review. So basically, the point is that the committee, like it is still under the judicial review. The point is the judicial review cannot go and interfere with the policies made, like the suggestions made by this. It is purely an advisory body. It has no executive power. So it's just an advisory body, and it is still under judicial review if it does not follow legality. Coming to the point about the permanent female body, the cap on the POXA committee itself is 15. The members are not permanent; they can be elected on this.
What he needs to say is that when we say a permanent 15-member body, there will be 15 member as a number.
Honorable member, please. You have to ask first. Speak. You also, sir, please make sure of that. I'll be giving you 15 seconds to answer.
So, like I mentioned, 15 member is just the number of people who will be there in the commission. It does not mean that the ministers won't be changing. There will be a rotation.
I'll be not taking a point of order. Anyone has a question? Yeah, please make the class properly.
This is planard number 52, Alkamesh Marti from Nashik constituency. Section 1.1.1. It states that India shall not enter into any foreign defense or security arrangement that creates long-term dependency. In war or urgent crisis, will India really wait for NIA every time the procurement costs 10,000 crores? Will India really have such compensation in a time of crisis and war?
So I would like to answer the honorable member's query. First of all, I would like the honorable member to read the bill properly. There is mention about the NIA, like the CCS, being allowed to go into term negotiations or taking decisions on its own if there is urgent emergencies. We have that in the bill, and please read through the bill carefully. Thank you.
One. Only one. And 54.
Restrictions on data localization and cross-border data flow without sufficient safeguards, potentially violating citizens' fundamental rights under Article 19 and 17. Hence, this bill has to be unconstitutional.
Okay, thank you. Last 10 minutes summary, please. 10 seconds, sorry.
We do have an entire safe word protocol, which, as you mentioned, while it does not violate the constitution, we do have a safe word protocol in place for all these matters. And there have been certain additions to this protocol that have been made.
Thank you. Okay, no more questions now. We'll be going for voting. So, sir, you can write it down. We will be going for voting, and that's it. Voting lines will be open for less than 1 minute, so I'll make sure that everyone votes for time.
Can you start the screen?
As majority for the bill has passed. Yes, God will pass the bill.
Let's keep going on.
I see it is loading, but as for the times, I will be considering what I had seen the majority as first.
Hold on.
See, I will not be allowing any questions on this. I will not be allowing any questions for the bill.
Constitutional question. Very short.
Yeah, sure, you can write it down. You will be interrupting the procedure by doing so. And you are wasting the time. Honorable member, I will not be taking any point of orders, please. Majority is that the bill has passed. No more questions. We will, okay, I acknowledge that you all have parliamentary inquiries. We will be doing that. We will be having parliamentary inquiries at the end of the session. I'll be giving you 1 minute to share your inquiries. Am I clear? See, you have to vote. It's the constitution, and I've given you chances enough. We'll be moving forward for the next bill. Thank you so much. I invite. Thank you. I now invite the Minister of External External Affairs, the Minister of Law and Justice, the Minister of Law and Justice to present their bill on judicial efficiency and timely justice in 2025.
Honorable Speaker, may I start?
Yes, please.
My name is K. Parekh and the ballot number is 105. I repeat, my ballot number is 105. Ministry of Land Justice, Legislative Department, Judicial Efficiency and Timely Justice Bill. This act may be called the Judicial Efficiency and Timely Justice Act 2025. Total 3,950 crores for an initial 5-year period aiming to enhance judicial efficiency and timely justice delivery. 5 phases for 5 years, with the arithmetic progression of rupees 500 crores starting from phase 1. We would digitize the access as there are so many left out bills. आज की डेट में भी काफी सारे bills ऐसे ही left out पड़े रहते हैं, वो दब जाते हैं. आज की डेट में भी उसी के लिए हम लोग bills को हम लोग cases को digitalize करेंगे और उसको proper way में access करने का ability देंगे. Integration link where all the files would be internalized with National Traditional Data Grid.
Honorable members, please maintain the decorum.
A detailed project management office under the Department of Justice will oversee the knowledge of reforms with quarterly milestones. The PMO, I repeat, the PMO, that is the Project Management Office, shall submit biannual progress reports to Parliament detailing funds utilization, achievements of targets, challenges, and next steps.
शिवांश नारंग, बैलेट नंबर 100. नमस्कार सांसदों, हम लोग यहाँ तक चैप्टर 3 की बात करेंगे. हम लोग जानते हैं कि जैसे ग्रोइंग पॉपुलेशन, केस बैकलॉग और ज्योग्राफिक चैलेंजेस की वजह से हम लोग 7 न्यू हाई कोर्ट्स हम लोग बनाएंगे ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ 5 इयर्स, जो कि बनेंगे सिलीगुड़ी, पोर्ट ब्लेयर, रायपुर, शिमला, जम्मू, रांची और औरंगाबाद. सिलीगुड़ी में 20 हाई कोर्ट्स की 20 जजेस की स्ट्रेंथ रहेगी. पोर्ट ब्लेयर में 5, रायपुर में 15, शिमला में 10, जम्मू में 15, रांची में 12 और औरंगाबाद में 18. एक सेंट्रल स्टेट हाई कोर्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कमेटी बनेगी जो कि इसके बारे में पूरा जांच करेगी और कंस्ट्रक्शन को बनाएगी. कंस्ट्रक्शन 18 से 24 महीनों जो स्टार्टिंग डेट के बन जाएगा सारे को. और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जस्टिस विल कंडक्ट अ बायएनुअल प्रोग्रेस रिपोर्ट फॉर कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड स्टार्टिंग प्रोग्राम. बजटरी एलोकेशन न्यू हाई कोर्ट के दिए गए हैं 1480.80 करोड़. चैप्टर 4 में चैप्टर 40 की बात करें, हम लोग एक न्यू हाई कोर्ट जुडिशियल अपॉइंटमेंट कमीशन बना रहे हैं जिसमें लोग चेयरपर्सन, मेंबर्स एंड सेक्रेटरी ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लॉ एंड जस्टिस, रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट. एंड देन हम लोग प्रोसीजरल रिफॉर्म्स यहां पे ला रहे हैं डिजिटल रिक्रूटमेंट प्लेटफॉर्म.
Thank you. 35. Everyone. Honorable Speaker, we are left out with one chapter. Can we have 30 seconds? I am giving you 3 minutes, and that's final. I'm already nice.
Honorable Speaker, this is a secular country where so many of us do not understand Hindi, and when a bill is presented in Hindi,
Every honorable members, this is my last and final warning. The chaos is not acceptable. I request everyone to be silent when someone is speaking. That's the basic that I can expect from everyone here.
Honorable Speaker, this is a secular country where everyone knows every single language, but some people do not know Hindi. Here, that strikes me. When a bill is presented in Hindi, how do I understand the bill and vote about it? That's not bad. Shall I speak in Tamil?
Ma'am, as per the rules, you can speak in Hindi. I understand that you cannot understand this. Okay? It's fine. You may be seated. That was not the question I was 57? No, I have already answered that for you. Thank you so much. Please, can I start speaking?
My number is 57, Deva Prakash. That was the name of Gandhi Nagar. So I completely condemn chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 3 is about the establishment of new high courts. I will tell about a factual incident. The government has sanctioned a strength of 1,122 judges in high courts, but only 792 are filled. Half the population of the Allahabad High Court, that is out of 160, 76 are empty, and a total of 332 High Court positions are empty. How will you ensure that you will fill all the new vacancies if the old ones are empty? And then chapter 4 is about chapter 4 is about the recruitment system of high courts. I think you do not know that in 2015 there was a bill called the National Judicial Appointment Committee (NJAC) that was struck down by the Supreme Court because it was said to take over the independency of the judiciary. So how do you think that the Supreme Court will pass this bill?
One follow-up to 64. 64.
I will be asking a question and my number is 64. Yes, please. So, in the government bill, chapter 2, budget, digitalization and implementation framework, in that first point, budget allocation and phase distribution. There you have mentioned as 3,950 crore, and in the table it is only 3,000 crore. And if we add it, we are getting it as 9,500 crore. What about the 950 crore which are mentioned in the first point, and in the second point it is disappeared?
Thank you. Now moving for the wait, we're coming back to you. Let's first answer please. Please.
Mike, भैया
हेलो तो मैं आपको बता देना चाहता हूँ कि चैप्टर 4 में कि एक हमने कमिटी बनाई है हाई कोर्ट जुडिशियल अपॉइंटमेंट कमीशन जिसमें तो पूरी तरीके से इंडिपेंडेंट कमेटी है
ஆமாம் ஒவ்வொரு செஷனுக்கும் அவங்க மார்க் பண்ணுறாங்க கவர்மெண்ட் தனியாக மாற்றி லேட் ஆகி தான் ஓவரால் மீட்டிங் இப்போ கவர்மெண்ட் பில் பேசலாம் ஆனால் ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு மார்க் ஆக்சுவலாக வந்து ஒரு பையன் பேசுகிறாங்க இப்போ தான் கவர்மெண்ட் பில்ல போடுறாங்க ஆனால் ஆல்ரெடி அவனுக்கு மார்க் அதுக்கு தான்
Okay, sir, thank you. I'll be, sir, thank you so much. I want to follow from this side first.
இண்டிவிஜுவலாக ஸ்டோரி சரி அது திரும்ப மாற்றிக்கலாம் ஓகே அது அவங்களுக்கு ரீசெட் ஆகிறதுனால இல்லை இல்லை அப்படி கிடையாது
एक बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर करें हम लोग उसको यूटिलाइज करें उसको सिविलाइज करें we would shorten that thing. We are not taking the powers in our hands.
Okay, thank you. Parliamentary inquiry. First parliamentary inquiry. 68. Please, I recognize the member of the parliament, LOP. So I want everyone else to please put your placards down. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, I'd like to remind you the previous bill which was passed is directly against the Article 53 as well as Article 74.
I will interrupt you there, sir. I will interrupt you there. We are in the next bill. That bill,
but this is against the Constitution of India.
against the fundamental right. It is.
Everyone, listen to me. Everyone, listen to me. This is not how we're moving forward. If you want to discuss bills, if you want to ask questions, that is how you do it, not this way. We are not. If you keep asking the same, I have understood that. That is unparliamentary. I agree. I agree or I do not agree is not in my hands. Questions and parliamentary inquiries, but this bill only. No yelling in my session, sir. No yelling in my session. No, please, wait. We are already wasted enough time. I will be now only thinking of the question for your head. 42. If you all still have chaos in this parliament, I will definitely suspend someone. Please, I don't want that to happen.
Honorable Speaker, ma'am, this is 042 Vivek Kumar Gupta. I will read chapter 2 of this bill as they have mentioned. The total budgetary allocation for judicial reforms under this act is estimated at ₹3,950 crores for an initial 5-year period, aiming to enhance judicial efficiency and timely justice delivery. Now,
Sir, this is my last warning. To the opposition, my last warning, I do not want anyone to talk while someone is speaking. Thank you. Yes, you may conclude, summarize in last sentence.
okay. So, and the budget mentions the total allocation for 3,950 crores, but the phases, in the 5 phases, the total budgetary allocation is 9,500 crores. Ma'am, my question is that, just 1 minute, my question is that, if this bill is ascended by the Ministry of Finance and the Prime Minister, doesn't this show the corruption? Because once you mentioned 3,950 crores, and the next even you mentioned it 9,500 crores.
Thank you. I will address your issues. Wait.
Honorable member said that he is there is a body known as CJAC, and he said that that body is independent, but he duplicates the NGAC structure that is technically and it contains members of executive, bar, and seals replicate NGAC already. And it violates Supreme Court judgment that is judicial appointment must remain judicial control.
Now I'll be naming all of you and you all will be suspended from this house. This is not the way this house works. This is not democracy, ma'am.
This is what happens when the opposition doesn't get a chance. Right? Parliamentarians, please wait. Please wait. Please not create a ruckus here.
This
Please
is not
take your seats.
this is not a solution-oriented protest, right? I request you to take your seats. I request you to take your seats. We'll solve the problem.
Parliamentarians, please wait. We understand your concern, alright? We understand your concern. We understand your concern. We'll come back to the bill once again. Please take your seats. Please remain seated.
It's democracy. We are here to listen. We are here to solve your problem. Let's not start a protest, right? This is a solution-oriented debate. We are here to frame policies. Please, we are the youth. We are the future. Take your seats. Please take your seats. We'll solve all the problems. Take your seats.
Sir, it's saying voting again.
Which one?
Instead of publish.
Which one?
The app.
You want me to open the voting?
No, sir. The voting button is supposed to be published for journalists, right?
Yeah.
For me, it's not. It's saying voting.
Can you log out and log in again?
The government will be adjourned. This session will be over. We will not be able to discuss the other 4 bills that we have left. You make a losing point. It's on your hands. Thank you. You have wasted enough time. Now we will go straight forward to voting. We will be moving forward to vote this bill. That's it. Fine. The bill is put to vote.
Students, let's review the scenario. It's been an interesting turn of events. Let's give it a careful thought. Okay, what happens in the house? I think we've had enough opportunity for all of you to showcase all the firepower, all the energy that we've got. But then, any bill which is presented in the house typically is put to a vote. In case if you disagree on the bill, the voting will give the result. In any democratic environment, the fairness of the bill, the contention can be validated by 2 parts. Because this is a democratic seating, if you are in the opposition, you are bound to be the minority. Whether the bill passes or not cohesively is a part which is going to be evaluated on the voting which is conducted for the bill. As far as the validity of the bill, there is one more step. If any particular bill is passed in this country, and if there is some discontention about the bill, again, very validly pointed out by one of our administrators for us, the bill can be subjected to judicial review. The point is, you had a disagreement, you wanted to make it heard, you have done it. By the procedural part, the bill must go to voting, because if we just keep shouting on that one aspect, you will not get a chance, and that's what the speaker is trying to point out. So being the minority, you do not get a chance to decide whether we put the bill to a vote or not. The bill will go for a voting, whether it is passed or not. To contend on the bill, whether it is right or wrong, we have the judicial provision in this country. There are many such examples where we see some bills may have passed from the House, but then they have been subject to judicial review, and then these bills have been withheld. I hope all of you guys have studied if there are any similar bills, and if there are, this is how the same process will be followed. So right now, as the speaker is saying, we all know the speaker is the one who governs the House. As per the discretion of the speaker, this bill is going to be put to vote. Enough of the ruckus, let's go ahead with this. There's a demerit point. What's your number? 027. There's a demerit point going to be added onto your scale. Because we've given enough 10-15 minutes of shouting time, we are not taking any more questions. It was not a point of discussion right now. So the bill is being put to vote. You may lower your placards now. Administrators, please make a note. 027.
No, sir. We're going to voting now. No silence. Honorable members, please. The bill is not passed. Thank you, no more speaking without survey. You may be excused, sir. No more speaking without being recognized. I hope I am clear. We will be moving forward for the next bill. Not now, sir. Parliament. I now invite our Finance Minister to present their bill on the Constitution 131st Amendment Bill 2025. Opposition? Opposition? The bill presentation will be taking forward in few seconds. Why? This is not acknowledged. I'm sorry, this is not going to be acknowledged. Thank you. Honorable members, honorable ministers, please start as soon as possible.
Honorable Speaker, respected members of this House, I welcome you all to the negative part of the Indian Constitution, forgotten for more than 75 years. And here we are to change it. This amendment is not merely a financial reform. It is a constitutional revolution. Section 43A, a proposed financial reform, a proposed financial reform that empowers Parliament to legislate the banking accountability, credit security, and fraud prevention. A power India has long needed but never possessed. For decades, the financial system has been governed by fragmented blocks, while the Reserve Bank regulates, vigilance bodies investigate, yet no constitutional actors ensure accountability. But between 2013 and 2023 alone, India witnessed approximately over 5.3 lakh crore in financial fraud, crippling deposit trust, pushing MSME to credit starvation, and turning honest entrepreneurs into a battlefield. Here you see the statistics in front of you. They are showing the increase in financial fraud credit. We have to resolve this problem. And if we wonder what is the number, the total number of fraud credit money involved in the constitution, which needs to be prevented and which is going to be prevented by passing of this bill. And by amending this subject, we place financial integrity with very framework of our constitution, where accountability is not optional but obligatory. This empowers the union to create constitution banking and credit integrity oversight. And now you have my fellow Minister Pratibha to explain about the commission.
My number is 07. The Banking and Credit Integrity Oversight Commission is born from the very spirit to renew of faith in fairness, integrity, and accountability. The PCIOC will be led by a chairperson and at least 4 members. The Commission's mandate is comprehensive: to monitor and enforce compliance with banking and credit integrity, to supervise fraud, to review reports, to recommend policy and legal reform, particularly for MSME, agriculture, and innovative sector, and to table annual and special reports, including a national credit injury index before Parliament. The PCIOC will have powers of a civil court, like summoning people, demanding records, and enforcing empowering attendance. The Commission will coordinate with the RBI, CAG, CEB, and Ministry of Finance, ensuring systematic integrity and maintain a national banking. Advise the
central government and Reserve Bank of India on policy making, matters relating to banking transparency, credit integrity, and entrepreneurship and finance. This commission will work alongside, not above the Reserve Bank of India, the controller and audit credentials, and the Central Vigilance Commission.
Last 15 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, history will remember today, not for a simple amendment, but for a collective resolve to institutionalize integrity, protect public interest, and empower India's economic future. Let us together pass this amendment and ensure the banking accountability and regularity become a permanent feature of our country.
We'll be taking 37, followed by 43.
Am I allowed to answer the question now?
Yes, please.
Sir, respected judges, my number is 37 and my name is Shanjit God. Respected presenters, if this was an actual parliament and it was passed, sir, the bill would have failed the moment it was introduced because this bill cannot be considered a money bill. It violates the Article 110. You include taxation, consolidated fund, appropriation, loans, and fiscal matters. They said that this is included, but your bill consists of a creation of a new constitutional authority, 7th schedule, Article 110 amendment itself. Sir, none of this would fit in the Article 110 of the Indian Constitution. It fails. And the RBI Government Act of 1998, it failed to comply with it. And along with it, you are creating a constitution inside a constitution with the Biosic Act. That is impossible to create in an actual scenario, sir. So please amend it.
Followed by. Thank you, madam, for recognizing me. The preamble of this code states that financial frauds amounting to over 5.3 lakh crore between 2013 and 2023 as the very reason is misleading RBI's own data because over 2 lakh crore from high-profile cases have been taken back. So I don't know why the ministry is trying to mislead the parliament by showing us a huge number and majority of the money is recovered. Thank you. You may answer, please.
Honorable MP who proceeded the first question. I have been in Delhi from the last 2 days and it's a very sweet experience. But listening to your question, it adds a little bit. Because I believe we did not do a homework of this. First of all, Article 110 already allows any matter centered in taxation, finance, or consultation fund and expenditure to be a money bill. Other than that, the amendment only clarifies consider and does not bypass any house. And several oversight bodies related to finance, like the corporation law, are historically as it is before also. So we see this as a money bill, and we don't want to bypass the house, and this is completely constitutional.
Anyone to follow up? 74.
That there are two particular acts that are under the party that the Article 368, which clearly mentions that there can be any constitutional amendment made under the Union subject, which does not override the federal structure of the government, and under provision A, which clearly states that this particular bill does not override any federal structure of this government. It is just one article overriding another at the right circumstances to be for the bill.
Now, question 69. Yes, question. Before I take a question, what is your point of personal privilege, sir? Yes, please.
If you all do not explore that, it's impossible for us to give you a score. And with so much of chaos, we are not able to understand who is speaking. So we request you to please start with your number that has been allotted to you. You can mention it twice. Thank you for showing it, but sometimes from yours you cannot see it. So you can just start saying whatever you want to say with the number, so that we can open your scoring sheet and we can score. Otherwise, you will not get the points. Please, I understand the enthusiasm, but there has to be a scoring, and for that, you have to mention the number. Thank you.
I hope you all keep that in mind. I'll just take a point of personal privilege. You have 15 seconds, sir.
Madam, some of you of the members of the parliament along with me has presented a motion to be passed by number 37, ma'am.
it has not been adequately made, it has been informed.
So this is not related.
Yes, ma'am, that is the point for the okay. Stating going against the entire constitution. Am I allowed to present?
Please conclude.
Am I allowed to present this motion to you personally?
Not yet. During the presentation of government bills, I have acknowledged what you have said. Please be seated. Thank you so much. We will be doing that later. I have recognized. I have already. I'm not taking that anymore. Thank you. Now, please. Yes.
Clause 4 gives the ruling party a numerical advantage in selecting BCIOC members. How does the government guarantee neutrality when the Supreme Court in the Navin Sharma warned that regulatory bodies must be free from executive dominance?
And allow one more question.
My roll number is 069.
And allow 39. One last question.
Yeah. Rule number 39, Tanna Gulchandani, Bhubaneswar. My question is, जब 77 शेड्यूल यूनियन लिस्ट में पहले से 1845 टैक्स मौजूद है, तो फिर ये
Honorable members. Yes, please.
फर्स्ट 31st अमेंडमेंट बिल कैसे जस्टिफाई करता है कि एक नई 1843 ए इंसर्ट करके बीसीआईसीओसी के बैंकिंग अकाउंटेबिलिटी फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन ओवरसाइट पावर्स दी हैं, वो भी आरबीआई के रेगुलेटरी डोमेन के साथ ओवरलैप करते हुए। क्या ये ओवरलैपिंग एंट्रीज और कंकरेंट ओवरसाइट आरबीआई स्टैट्यूटरी ऑटोनॉमी और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर प्रिंसिपल को वीक नहीं करता? थैंक यू।
We do have good time for this. I'll be allowing only one follow-up of 30 seconds. 36. Listen, I'll tell you one thing. Before you speak, and see, if you have everything the bill is unconstitutional, you may not pass the bill. As simple as that. That's it. No further questions, sir, you may speak. Okay, wait. You may speak. You may speak. I will not allow anyone else to speak for now. Please, sir.
Number 36, 066, Sanjeet Singh Bajaj, representing Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. Ma'am, first of all, I would like to commend the excellent show of respect that the ruling has shown to us by constantly pointing out that we have not read the bill and to go to us again in a very disrespectful manner. I would like to have a round of applause for them. Thank you. Thank you. And also, I would like to suggest that if this bill is supposed to be a national movement, then why are there only 4 members at the core? Because if the parliament requires more than 50 people to govern the entire nation, how is the committee proving to us that only 4 people at the core would make an international revolution? Thank you.
We have taken enough. Now we move forward for answers. Moving forward to answers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will be allowing a 30 seconds summary for this. Yes, you can answer that in your summary. Ma'am, wait. Okay. Due to the strict time constraints, we will be cancelling their summarization and will be moving forward for voting. We will be moving for voting. Everyone, I hope I'm very clear. Vote as soon as possible. Yeah, the guests have arrived. It's important for us for them to finish the session on time. No, ma'am, thank you. I have given my
charging.
This can be charged. Give me my phone. Charge this.
C-type?
C-type. Power bank. So at least that will.
Hey, you didn't call.
Huh?
You didn't
She's
call.
here.
Call her. I'll just say hi.
The voting is closed and for now and resume it after the guests. Member of the Parliament.
No, point is taken. Let's complete the inaugural ceremony first and then we talk about this. Okay?
Delegates, a moment of silence, please. The guests have arrived. We want the house in order. I do not want anyone moving away from the place. Please be seated. Please be seated. Let's maintain proper decorum.
The guest has come. Please be seated. Settle down, please.
I even told the journalists to be seated now. If you want to record something, you can sit down and record now. No need to stand up and record. Yes?
No, they can. They can go. Sadaf.
Admin, please be seated. Please take your seats. Members, please be seated. Please be seated. No movement now.
Students, the guest has arrived. Let's maintain decorum and absolute silence. A very warm welcome to each one of you. We are truly honored today to have with us Sri Vedant Panda, Honorable Member of Parliament. His presence adds immense value to this occasion. To begin the proceedings, may I request Mr. Taran Khurana, National Chairman, Young Indians, to kindly come forward and welcome. Thank you so much, Taran. Now, I would like to invite Mrs. Sangeeta M., Chair, Khalid Young Indians, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Usman. Good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. So, it's my privilege to welcome and introduce all of you to one another who are present in this August gathering of YIP National Ground 2025. Right? To begin with, I would like to welcome and introduce our chief guest, Sri Vedant Panda. He is the National Vice President of BJP. Sir has been, like all of you first timers of MP. He's been a 5-time MP, twice from he's been elected twice from Lok Sabha and twice from Rajya Sabha. Which constituency do you know? Yeah, good job, right? So you will be proud to know that we have the
young MPs also representing from Odisha. Yes. Guys, we are looking forward to your participation in discussion with the students today. As an apt representation of our young parliamentarians here, Sir has also an engineering graduate from MIT and has worked in the corporate world and before jumping into politics, right? He's chaired multiple committees in the parliament. He's part of multiple committees as well, so all of you can credit him with their work. And it's an absolute honor to have him among us and introduce, what talk about why in parliamentary process. Next, I would like to introduce Taran Khurana, who is the National Chairman for Young Indians. Taran over the last 10 years, Taran has led multiple leadership roles in YI, and one of the roles he's passionate about is prevention of child sexual abuse. And we have done multiple programs in YI regarding that. Inspiring leadership leader who leads the convention in the very near future. So we look forward to hearing from you as well, Taran. Welcome. Next, I would like to Kavita Kohli. She is the Executive Director with CIR, heading Young Indians. Kavita, along with her secretariat team, is the backbone for YI and YIP as well. Welcome, Kavita. So next, I would like to welcome all of you here, right? So we come across from 44 cities, 116 of you sitting here representing your constituencies. Gone through this parliamentary process third time now, right? This year, right? So it's been an absolute honor to have listened to you all multiple times, starting today. What's passionate, right? What your plans that you have? It's really an honor to welcome you all here. Thank you for being here. Welcome. I would like to invite along with my entire team. We have been working for months together to put this process across the country, and today is one of the culmination. Thank you so much. We look forward to the opening. Thank you, Sangeeta, for that heartfelt welcome. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Taran Khurana, National Chairman YI, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, right at the back. Yes, hi. Thank you. Shri Vaichan Panda, Honorable Member of Parliament, Kavita, Sangeeta, Aseem, friends, leaders, young Indians. Good afternoon, Namaskar, Vanakkam, Bhavnara. Welcome to the final rounds of my being here today gives me immense pleasure and pride not just to stand in front of you, but to see how this program has scaled from the last year when we brought it together for the first time till now and culminating in 120 of you from 45 different cities coming together with one shared purpose. The YIP program was conceptualized to ensure that our school students, through simulated parliamentary sessions, organized debates, imbibe and enhance and learn the value of democratic processes and a constitution. This is not just theory, but this is putting into practice everything that you read in your books and in the constitution that is right in front of you. Right? You have your copy, I see that. Thank you. As a movement and not just an event, YIP has touched more than 1,000 children all across the country, out of which you selected few are the best of the best. So first and foremost, a hearty congratulations to all of you for having been the spirit of the YIP is in its ability to nurture leaders like you, leaders with empathy, because ultimately a nation like Bharat is a nation that is built on ideals. And a country like Bharat, like India, with its diverse cultures, with its myriad people, relies on inclusivity, on justice and equality. Those ideals are what we are here for, those ideals are what we strive for. There is no question when we talk about the role of the youth in the democracy and in India today. When we talk about a Viksit Bharat 2047, for all of us here, that is a vision, that is an idea, that is a thought process. But for all of you, that is the reality. All of you will be the ones who will be leading Bharat into its next phase. A phase that starts here, right here in this room, right now. We've always spoken about the demographic dividend of India. With this power comes with immense responsibility. And seeing all of you here, we are convinced that it is completely in good hands. It will also be remiss if at this point, when we talk about everything that the Constitution guides us through, we do not talk about the fundamental duties that are first and foremost our key responsibilities. Every day, everywhere, people are asking for more, people are asking for different rights, people are asking for different positions. But as responsible citizens, it is our first prerogative to ensure that we fulfill the responsibilities we are bound by the Constitution of India. And I hope all of you here today to be those ideal citizens that India needs.
कपूर ने एक मिनट में आ रहा हूँ यार
This is the beginning of a lifelong journey that we hope some of you will fulfill in the public space. By that, we don't necessarily mean as politicians or in the government services. Those are always important by them, and we hope that you do. But as entrepreneurs, as professionals, I'm sure some of you will be excellent sports people as well. There is a civic duty that you can and you should always fulfill. Leadership will never be defined by the position that you hold, but by the purpose with which you lead. Irrespective of the career path that you choose, kindly ensure that you fulfill it with the commitment of serving society, serving Bharat, and giving back in an equal measure. Values of inclusivity and integrity are going to be essential as we lead this next stage. All of you are very, very innovative and think of solutions and answers none of us could ever imagine. But let your moral compass be always guided by what's right over what's easy. In the authority that has brought this together, immense appreciation for all the work that you've been able to do over the course of the year. You are representative of the mentorship that these young students deserve. And believe me, guys, this is just the start of the leadership. Before I finish, I would like to involve some of you in a clarion call that was personally very motivating for me over a couple of decades ago when Honorable President Dr. Kalam Saab addressed us in our college. And I have some representatives from Durg and Ranjangaon, I believe, for whom they've been a part of this before. But I'm going to lead into this again, and I hope all of you will join me. Right? So please repeat after me. When there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in character. When there is beauty in character, there is harmony in the home. There is order in the nation. When there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. Friends, leaders, it all starts with you. It all starts with your heart. Be that voice of a Viksit Bharat. Be that change that is not just a part, but enables and makes a Bharat rising. Thank you to all of you.
Right now, I had insightful words. Now, it's my privilege to invite Shri Rajan Panda, Honorable Member of Parliament, to kindly deliver his inaugural address for all of us. Sir, let's truly honor this.
National Chair of Young Indians, Karan Khurana, Kavita Kohli, Director, Sangeeta M, Asima Shankar, and all my young friends. It's wonderful to be here. I was very impressed to learn there are thousands of young men and women, you from 44 different towns and cities across the country were selected to come to Delhi for this year. And the fact that you can mock parliaments is particularly touching to me because serving as a member of parliament, I think it's very important for young Indians to learn about the process, to learn about how our democracy functions, and to emulate that process in your learning. Because as Karan said, you are inheriting a nation which is experiencing a renaissance, and you will be at
No visible is mobile camera. No visible.
center of this transformation.
I have DSLR camera, but HDMI cable.
This transformation is important to keep in perspective. As one of the world's ancient, oldest living civilizations,
It's overheating, so
Bharat
that is.
for thousands of years stood like a beacon where people from all over the world came, whether they were looking for knowledge, whether they were seeking spirituality, whether they were looking to make their fame and fortune. Bharat used to be the lodestar that they all used to aspire to come. For several centuries we lost it. Keep in mind that as recently as 250 years ago, and 250 years is recent because we have a recorded history of thousands of years. As recently as 250 years ago, India and China constituted more than 50% of the global economy. That's a very, very significant number because by the time we gained independence from the British Raj, we had dwindled to less than 2%. And we have gradually rebuilt our economic strength. We have gradually undertaken a renaissance. Now the pledge that we just took, which talks about global peace, talks about harmony, this is essential, it is inherent in our culture. If you look at our cultural ethos, this is a civilization that never attacked other civilizations, but spread its influence to what is described as soft power. Today, if you go to Southeast Asia, you go to the Far East, you go to the west of India, in various, you go to Central Asia, you will find the imprint of ancient Indians, precursors of you and I, our forefathers, who went to teach, who went to preach, and who went to train and to establish cultural linkages that still stand till today. Now, we are having a renaissance, I mentioned to you. The most visible aspect of it is today. You may have read and heard and understood that we have been rapidly growing our economy, especially since the 1990s, but in the recent years it has sped up quite dramatically. And only a few years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago, we overtook that same country that dominated us through colonialism. The British, which controlled India for centuries, we overtook them to become the fifth largest economy. And just this year, we have become the fourth largest economy. And for several years now, especially after COVID, we have been the world's fastest growing large economy. So we are on a path to becoming the third largest economy even before some of you enter college. You're all school students, right? 9 to 12. So in the next 2 years or 3 years, we are going to become the third largest economy in the world. Now, there are projections which project that by the middle of this century, when some of you will be getting to be my age, by that time, it will be once again India and China, which will be the two largest economies in the world. But I want you to understand that this won't happen on our renaissance, our economic growth, once again our cultural influence. Today, if you go to Korea, Japan, China, the influence of Bollywood is palpable everywhere. Today, if you go to the US, the headquarters of tech development, of innovation, is dominated by our fellow Bharati. Today, it is not just that we have been exporting our brains to other countries. Today, some of you must be from Bangalore, I suppose. There are other parts of the country as well where innovation, where not just technology, innovation in different ways of doing businesses, startups, are setting the world afire in a good way. We are one of the world's largest in terms of the startup economy, startup ventures. And I suspect that not a few of you, quite a few of you in the coming years may be getting into that sphere of life to innovate, to create, to build businesses. These are all great things that are happening. And to make all this possible, we must recognize that our democracy, the Republic of India, is not just the largest. It's often talked about as the world's largest democracy. We have 900 million registered voters, more than 900 million. What is more important to understand is that we are the largest democracy ever in the history of humankind. And this is not something that we inherited from our past colonial masters. In our history, we have had democracy, grassroots democracy, going back more than 2,000 years, going back more than 2,500 years. So, this is important because in the modern version of democracy, our constitution guarantees equality to all. Every Indian citizen, irrespective of gender, age, caste, creed, religion, anything, they are all seen as one in the eyes of the constitution, and thus the eyes of the law. Now we are not always perfect. We are human beings after all. That's why there are many things that need to keep improving, and you will have to play a role when it comes your time to not just be grad students, but to be contributors in the economic sphere, in the art sphere, in the literature sphere, in the business sphere, in the sports sphere, in all of this. Sports is another area in which we are becoming a world leader. We have not had the kind of success that we ought to have had earlier, but it is beginning. You can see the transformation. You can see our sporting successes. And I can go on and keep citing the many different examples. Now, I don't want to take too much time talking because I do want to keep, I think I have about half an hour here, half an hour more. And I want to spend some time interacting with you, listening to you, perhaps responding to your queries or listening to your suggestions. Now, sometimes, since you have come from a mock parliament, I can assure you that I'm pretty certain that your behavior in the parliament was probably better than the real parliament in which I participated. Now, I want you to understand something. We all live in the real world. Okay? We have a very ideal document. The Indian Constitution is a remarkable piece of work that hundreds of our founding fathers and mothers worked to create. But it's a living document, and to implement that in practice faces many challenges. Now, sometimes you see the way our real parliament functions, and it is disappointing. There are a lot of disruptions, and not enough debate takes place. It's very simple to think that there is, oh, it's just us, we Indians do this. That's not the case. Now, one of the things that doesn't get enough priority in our education system, I think, is to read history. Because there is an old saying you must have heard. Those who haven't read history are doomed to repeat the same mistakes again. Now, if you look at many Western countries that have had modern democracy for 200 years, 300 years, sometimes it seems like their performance is more civil, their parliamentary discourse is more civil. It wasn't always so. Not very many decades ago, in the US Senate, they used to have sword fights, actual sword fights because of disagreement. They throw things at each other. Even today, you can look on YouTube and you can find, even in many Europe countries, in Asia and Europe, sometimes parliamentary decorum breaks down. Now, many of these countries overcame that kind of behavior into a more civil, rules-based organization. And so will we. Now, I come from an engineering and management background. But one of the things that being in public life has done is giving me the opportunity to understand our background, to understand political and social structure. And I enjoy truly reading history and understanding the backdrops of how parliaments evolved, of how legislatures evolved over the years. I just told you that other democracies in the modern era have gone through this. Some of them are still caught in a worse situation than our parliament. I have written extensively about this. I wish I had brought some copies of my book to share with you, but I can just give you a suggestion. So I have written about many of these in my columns. I've written columns in different newspapers, and I currently write a monthly column in the magazine called The Week. And I've written 2 books, and my first book is called Lutyens' Maverick. So if you are interested in engaging some of the issues, you hear things about EVMs, you hear things about parliamentary disruption, you read some things in the news. I've dissected, analyzed, and given suggestions on some of these topics on my book. If you're interested in further learning about it, we can also have an interaction today on some of these issues. One of the conclusions I drew is that systems must evolve to incentivize the right kind of behavior and to disincentivize the wrong kind of behavior. So I've analyzed why our parliament, in large measure, continued the practices of what was established in the colonial era, when we were not a free country. When we were not a free country, by the Government of India Acts of 1919 and 1934 and 1 or 2 other acts, certain sort of pseudo-democracy was given to us, so that people have a place to vent off instead of rebelling on the streets. And that translated into real democracy as we got independence. But the rules that were ordained of how the original pre-independence parliament would function never got evolved for. And so it's ironic, I've done a comparison about the rules of parliament in Britain of the 19th century and 20th century and now 21st century, how they have evolved. The rules of the Senate and the Congress in the US, how they have evolved, which is why those institutions became more rational, more well-behaved, more focused on achieving legislation rather than shouting and fighting. And our rules haven't evolved enough. So we are still emulating rules of 19th century Britain in Parliament, where they used to have these kind of fisticuffs and duels, whereas they have changed their rules, and we haven't. The point I'm trying to make is don't just blame the individuals. We must make systemic change and to incentivize the right kind of behavior and the right kind of attitude. Now, I will conclude by saying, sometimes people think, what use is it? There is use in it. Because trust me, if you don't think democracy works, look at the non-democracies of the world and you will find all the problems. Churchill said something very famous. He said, democracy is a pretty bad way of running a country, except for all the other systems that exist. Democracy is better than those. Now, in other words, democracy is not perfect, but it is far less bad than the alternatives that have been tried and that even today exist in many other countries where individuals and people of different categories are denied basic rights. Girls are denied an education, or certain people are denied certain rights. So it is very important to have democracy, but it is equally important for us to treat it as a living, breathing system that needs to evolve. So I will end by citing one or two examples where our democracy has functioned very well. So in non-democratic systems, the leaders don't need to listen to the people. They will do what they think is right or what they want to do. In a democracy also, sometimes it looks like leaders don't listen to people. But that's because there is a way that you can put the people's opinion to pressurize the system to change. Now, our irony is many people in India don't vote. And the irony is people of the middle classes and the more affluent classes don't vote, which means they don't have a vested stake in the system, which is not a good thing. Now, in some other countries, in other democracies, you find that there are certain categories of people who vote less. Ironically, in the US, in the UK, and in Europe, you'll find people who are less well off, people who are poorer sections of society, usually vote less. In our country, it's just the opposite. It's not a good thing for any section to vote less. The poor should also make their opinions felt in shaping our politics, in shaping our government. So should the middle class, so should everybody. So should everybody who is entitled to vote by the Constitution. So I always urge young people, I say, as Indians, those who are above the age of 18, if you don't vote, you don't have the right to complain. So one of the campaigns I urge young people to do is to encourage people to vote of every class, every category. And these are things that you can do sitting at home. These are things you can do by creating online groups, by championing the benefits of having more of our citizens engage with the process. There have been examples where, so I want to use two tiny examples. Today, if you read the news, you may have read that the data protection laws have finally been issued and are being applicable right away. Back in 2017, I had filed the first ever private member's bill on data security and privacy. And we are now catching up with other countries who have done this 8, 9, 10 years ago. And this is one area where a lot of young people play a role. I had hundreds of my team and I had hundreds of hours of consultations with students, with activists, with corporations, with technologists. And this is an area where India is now becoming a leading player, not just a follower, because of the size of our market, because of the size of our population. Another is a cherished thing for me. I have campaigned against tobacco. The reason being, tobacco kills over 1 million Indians every year. And these are mostly poorer Indians. Even though today we have the world's largest health security net, Ayushman Bharat. I started this campaign before that. It took a lot of people speaking up, sending emails, calling members of parliament, sending letters, organizing signature campaigns for certain progress to take place. You may have seen on cigarette packs those horrible photographs of what lung cancer looks like. So I'm sorry I had something to do with that, because, and not just me, many tens of thousands of young people, many of them who had lost relatives to cancer or had some kind of bad experiences with it, helped to build that pressure. And there are NGOs and others who actively work on this. Similarly, there are campaigns on road safety, there are campaigns on women's rights, there are campaigns on nutrition and to fight malnutrition. There are many, many ways that young Indians can, even in their spare time, even sitting at home, can help build opinion, can help build networks that nudge the system into change. I hope you too will take a part in doing these kind of activities to help nudge the nation into the kind of nation which meets more of the criteria that you would like to see the future India. With that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you once again. Congratulations to India. I would like to thank YI for organizing this wonderful process of identifying and highlighting youngsters like you. And we still have some time, we can have a little interaction. After that, I will have to rush there. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Okay, there's a hand up there first. I'll recognize you, yeah, on the right first, and then we'll come here. Yes. Yeah, please keep your questions brief and to the point so sir can answer the maximum of those. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Firstly, congratulations for yesterday's landslide victory. I have a suggestion and question. A suggestion is Indian government offers internship to children above 18 years old. Please try to decrease the age by 16 plus after 10. There should be skill-based education so it can help in the future. Also, the question is, from your early years of your abroad education to distinguished professional career, you had many directions that would have taken you. But what inspired you to choose public service, and the goal for which you joined public service is completed, or is still a larger goal left to complete?
Wonderful question. I can take two more questions and I'll answer three at a time.
Sure. The hand at the back went up first, so I'll recognize the gentleman there. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for recognizing. Sir, you have aptly mentioned the quote by Winston Churchill about the democracy. So, in the context of India's evolving political landscape, where it is marked by polarization, digital misinformation, and shifting voter expectations, how do you believe Indian democracy can preserve its strengths while addressing its growing vulnerabilities? What are the reforms do you think are most urgently needed to keep our democracy resilient and inclusive?
Thanks. We'll take one question from the lady in front here, and after those, we'll come back to you.
Honorable Sir, you have mentioned that by the time all of us will be studying in college, India will be the third largest economy in the world. However, I have a suggestion for the government. What if we make development more inclusive and more growth oriented in various aspects like the human development index, life expectancy, literacy rate, health and nutrition, gender inequality index, access to basic services, ecological footprint, pollution levels and forest area. And I also have another suggestion. India is the most populated country in the world and we have such a great strength at our disposal. We can utilize the human resources and invest more in human resource development so that we develop holistically in this nation. Thank you, sir.
Okay. First, I'd like to start with a comment. I would urge you to not accept at face value many of the commentaries and conclusions that you read online or in the media. I would urge you to be skeptical of people or opinions that are handed down to you. I would urge you to make up your own mind by critical thinking, and I will come to that in a minute. Now, the reason I got involved in politics was, I'd been in the US for a decade, and when I came back, and it was very frustrating looking at the various problems in India, and I used to complain all the time. And my friends would tell me to either do something about it or to shut up. That was one reason I started getting involved in politics. And is my work done? No, I don't think work is ever done, because there will always be a continuing requirement. By the way, even if all of you dedicate your entire lives to improve India, you will, but it will still not be done. It will always be a work in progress, because improvement, there is no end to improvement. About lowering the age for internships, I think it's a good idea. There are very limited options for school children because there are legal issues involved. Once you are above 18, you're considered an adult. If you are below 18, then there are extra responsibilities for safety and for other issues. But I agree with you that why 16? I would be even open to the idea of school children even younger than 16 being given opportunities to learn skills and to get experience. Now, those two questions I will answer together. The reason I'm saying is that when you said, how do you improve democracy in the face of deteriorating? It's not deteriorating at all. I don't agree that it is deteriorating. And there are many, many examples out there that our democracy is strengthening and not deteriorating. You are having sections of people vote in larger numbers that never did before. Now, I'll give you an example. We used to have a very terrible scourge of sex selection at birth, and it's a cultural thing. People used to avail of medical procedures, even if they were illegal, to have male children rather than girl children. Now, it has made quite a turnaround in recent years. We are still far from perfect, but there has been tremendous improvement. Our poverty levels have dropped dramatically. Next to China, the single biggest success of any country in pulling people out of poverty has been India. When I first became a member of parliament, before you guys were born, 25 years ago, in my home state, every year, there used to be hundreds of people that used to die from starvation. Hundreds every year, sometimes 1,000, 2,000 people used to die of starvation. When was the last time you heard of any Indian dying of starvation? We still have malnutrition. But today, we have the world's largest food aid program. We have made dramatic improvements. We are still today a lower middle income country. That means we have quite a way to go. But lower middle income country is far, far, far better than least developed country, which we used to be when I was very young, or developing country, which we were when I first became a member of parliament. Now, again, similar answer to you. Don't accept at face value. News and social media thrives on amplifying bad news usually. Not only bad news, but they will only feed you. If you click on something, you will get fed only that kind of information. So one of the important things to do in critical thinking is, when a conclusion is drawn for you, look for the contrary. Does the contrary information exist? Forest cover has actually improved. In the last few years, India is one of the few countries where forest cover has improved dramatically. And I've given one or two other examples. So again, I want to reiterate, we are far from perfect. We are still not a rich country. We are a lower middle income country. But lower middle income is phenomenally better than what we used to be 10 years ago, what we used to be 20 years ago, what we used to be 30 or 40 years ago. And the the Prime Minister's vision of seeing a developed India in 2047 is very, very much feasible, and you are absolutely right that when we aim for economic growth, it must be accompanied by other indices of growth. I'll conclude by saying one thing. There is particularly a global racket to misrepresent India. Some of it is seen as poverty tourism. You'll see a lot of global reports which only highlights India's tourism, poverty. Only very lately have they started talking about some of the success stories. So some of the indexes you talk about, they're so fake, it's very hard to, not all, but some. I'll give you two examples. So last year, I wrote about this in a column. My team did a lot of research for me to be able to cite facts. So I told you that we haven't had starvation in India for at least 15, 20 years. In fact, over the last 4 or 5 years, we have been giving food aid to several countries. We have been giving food aid to Sri Lanka because they had almost a civil war-like situation. We have given food aid to Afghanistan. We have given food aid to Nepal. We have given, and the irony is, the World Hunger Index ranks us lower than those countries to whom we are giving food aid. Okay, so there's a lot of bias. Another example I'll give you. You'll often hear that the press freedom is under threat in India, and our press freedom index is ranked low, taken by a Washington DC based think tank. Guess who is higher than us on press freedom? Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, where literally hundreds of journalists get killed every year. And so there is a lot of bias that creeps into it. Be critical. Whenever somebody tells you or a conclusion is drawn for you, which is negative or positive, it may be true, but don't accept it at face value. Look for contrary information and make your own judgment.
Thank you. Thank you. My arm is hurting looking at the lady right there. So she's been, yes, in the second last row, please, first.
My name is Yasmin Kashira. So I wanted to ask sir that if the people are involved in developments or in meetings, well, in MPs of their constituency head meetings, right? So if the people of that constituency are involved, would it be okay, sir? Would it be right?
Yeah, 059, you've been patient for a while, and then 093, we do one from each side of the aisle, please. Thank you.
So first of all, it's a great moment for me because here I'm representing Kudak Odisha. So it's a great moment to meet you. So this doubt had been there in my mind since I was 5 or 6 years old. And when I held my research for Odisha, the one thing that I noticed is that your Odisha and my native place, that's Kerala, has one thing in common. Both Odisha and Malayalam are recognized as Sreshta Bhasha or classical languages of India. But what happens is, what the reality is, despite the Kerala's language of administration or Karan Bhasha being Malayalam, my experience of living there 17 years is that I personally have been mocked when I prefer my mother tongue. When I win something in my mother tongue, let it be a speech, let it be a debate, anything. If I win it in my mother tongue, I'm mocked. At the same time, when I get full marks for Hindi or English, I appreciate it. And I used to feel shameful of being well versed in my language. Being a person who loves literature, I have been discouraged to pursue my language. I've heard a lot about awareness campaigns, entertaining the use of native languages among children. That happens in almost every state in India, including Tamil Nadu, Kerala, everywhere. But
Please frame your question. Sir, thank you.
So the ground reality is that there is no accountable measure that's being taken to conserve this culture that we are losing along with losing the language. So what would be your take on that, sir?
And 093, yes, thank you.
I actually have a question in regards to, I noticed that you've spoken a lot on India-Pakistan relations as well as the viability of one nation, two elections. So I was wondering if I could get a more personal opinion as to what you think on one or both of those subjects.
One of the things I want you as young scholars who have participated in mock parliament is to understand how our system functions. So MPs, MLAs, they don't have any executive authority. We are legislators. We make laws. Executive authority is held in the government, in the government executive branch. So constitutionally, there are clearly demarcated roles for the judiciary, for the executive and the legislature. So sometimes MPs and MLAs bulldoze their authority to try to get the administration to make executive decisions. That's actually not a good thing because that goes against the spirit of the constitution. But people expect it. People think that we've given you the vote, you should fix my problem right away. So one has to find a balance when one is responsive to people. So if you go on social media and see my presence in my constituency, you'll see I'm always surrounded by people, reading them, listening to them, and that helps keep me grounded. And that was the reason for my book name, Lutyens' Maverick, because national policy is made here in Lutyensville, where parliament and government exist. But people who only operate from here sometimes can get a disconnect with the ground, with the real India. So to be a maverick here and to have a connect with the ground is why that's what I always aspired to. I call it Lutyens' Maverick. I'm afraid I won't be able to take any more questions after this. I have to rush to the airport. So don't hold your placard up anymore. But let me complete these two. So there are ways that people can participate. Now, you can't have a free for all, right? Like you had a mock parliament. While you are having the mock parliament, should you allow all the students of all the nearby schools to march into the room if they feel like it? No, it wouldn't be very effective. It would not be very productive. But I do certain things. When I hold certain review meetings as ordained by the system, I sometimes connect the microphone to a loudspeaker to be kept outside, so that people gathered outside the collector's office where we have the review meeting, they can listen to the deliberations that's going on, like a live commentary. So they get a sense of, is our MP actually holding them accountable, asking the right questions. So there are ways and means that you can get people to get engaged and listen. And the question about mother tongues is very, very important. Now look, we are all speaking in English. Okay? English is the lingua franca of the world. It's the way that people can get ahead. It was not always the case. There was a time when Farsi was the lingua franca for most of the non-Chinese world. There was a time when Latin was the lingua franca for the Western world. These things change. English has become, there are several books out there where you will be very intrigued to learn that English has adapted over the centuries. It has hundreds of Indian words in it. It has hundreds of Persian words in it. It has hundreds of words from other languages. And that's one reason English kept on becoming more and more acceptable. But the pride that we take in our mother tongue cannot be mandated by government or parliament or anybody. It has to come from inside. It has to come from us taking pride. So I take pride. I was brought up in a household where we spoke our mother tongue and were taught to read and write it, while also taking an education in English so that we have access to all the words. So I can comfortably also talk to you in my mother tongue, slightly less comfortably in Hindi, and English, of course, we can manage. So I think it's a cultural thing, and you can take it to one extreme, where you can say that we will only do things in this language. You've heard of some conflicts in some states, if people from other states speak in other languages, then they have conflict. We should take pride in every Indian language while giving primacy to our own mother tongue. And there's no harm in learning English either. So I don't think it should be either or. I think it is perfectly possible to take pride in our mother tongue, to champion its usage, to stand up for it, and yet be open to learning, speaking, or letting others speak the language of their choice. And the final question, I am afraid I can't take, I would love to spend another half an hour interacting with all of you, but I will miss my flight if I do that. But I'll just answer that final question. It's not just about India, Pakistan that I write about. I write about foreign policy a lot. I have participated in maybe 80 different delegations of all party members going to different countries. And recently, after Operation Sindoor, I was the leader of one of the delegations that went out. My friend Shashi took a delegation to some countries. I took a delegation to some countries. I'll just answer that question about one nation, two elections. See, we have a peculiar situation in that every democracy in the world has elections, which is accountability for the government, and then a period where there are no elections and they have to work, they have to govern, and then they have to face elections again. We started like that. But because of certain systemic weaknesses in our structure, because we have a Westminster model and many state elections, then state assemblies did not maintain a majority. Then they went into having elections in an out of synchronicity cycle. So we have ended up with the situation we have elections every 3 months or every 4 months. Now, if you analyze the world, we have the world's highest ratio of campaigning to governance. Now, you all must be taking maths in school. This ratio is very important. How much time should we devote as a country to campaigning and how much to governance? Now, non-democracies have no campaigning, zero campaigning. The governance is not accountable. Democracies have campaigning and people then give a verdict. Like they gave a verdict in Bihar yesterday and other elections. But if you are doing campaigning all the time, how much time do you have left for governance? Now, we have the world by far, not slightly, by far we have the world's highest ratio of campaigning to governance. And it is not sustainable. So having no democracy is bad. Having continual democracy every day, every 3 months can also have a negative effect. So we must have a system of accountability, which is elections and campaigning, and some time for governance. So there are, if you benchmark with other countries in the world, you'll see some have elections every 4 years, some have 5 years, some have 2 years. Nobody has it less than 2 years. No, not a single country has elections less than 2 years. And so that this is one thing that you must keep in mind, that streamlining elections, that the US has a system where you have a national government that gets elected every 4 years, you have a Senate that gets elected every 6 years, and you have a Congress, that's the lower house, that gets elected every 2 years. So the average is every 4 years, with lower house every 2 years and upper house every 6 years. But then other different countries have their own systems. I would want us to find, and right now there is a joint parliamentary committee between Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, which is engaging with this issue. I happen to be a member of that committee, and hopefully we will find a solution in the coming years. That of course we have to have campaigning in elections, not all the time. There must be time left for governance. With that, I must excuse myself. I see some hands are still up there, but I'm afraid I will have. Yes, I'll be very happy to respond. My team members are here. Maybe Pradyum, you and Pallavi can stay back a little bit, engage with them, and we can even respond on email, or if you want later sometime, we can have a online chat, like a video conference next week.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring the young minds and for the valuable guidance. Right now, let's take, sir, I would request Mr. Director Anand to please celebrate. I would like to
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, delegates, for maintaining absolute decorum. We will proceed with the session now. I would request the speaker to take the dais.
मैंने यहाँ पे साथ में लिखा हमें यहाँ से साथ में
Parliamentarians, I think we've got a lot of good insights right now. Two things for you again. In the last session before we stopped, there was a lot of fuss about the voting. I think we'll put the previous bill to a vote again. We'll have the speaker and the admin over here. It's good to come back with the applause. But before that, one more thing, the opposition leaders, may I have your attention please? In the previous bill, when you stage the walkout, I think what we really observed is if something is not acceptable democratically, it fails. So put all the bills to a vote rightfully. Please don't put up the theatrics anymore. Everything is good once. Let's not do that again. Second thing, we've got some inquiries. Students asking, can we have a bio break? The session is going to end sharp at 5. We have strict time guidelines from the venue. I'll say only one thing. If you have parents who are going to come and pick you up from the venue, you can text them that our session is going to end sharp at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, there will be a high tea for the students, most probably. At that point in time, you will have a short small break. If at all somebody wants to use the washroom, any which way we are letting you go, but we must resume the house at this point in time. So one message, if you want to text your parents, if they are going to come and pick you up from the venue, you can send out the message now. It's 4 p.m. From anywhere, it takes usually around 30 to 40 minutes, considering the Delhi traffic. Okay? And the house will be in complete motion. Madam Speaker will be taking the charge again, and the previous bill will be put to a vote. Make sure you vote within the given time period. You will not get any extension to vote on that bill again.
अरे कर लेगा मैंने छोड़ना है तो बोलना है
Honorable members of this house, honorable members of this house, we will be resuming the session, and before we do so, there are some points I want to clarify. One thing is I encourage honorable members, I encourage all the members and request the honorable members to please speak in English as the members who cannot understand the English of the language.
Ask everybody to log in, and they shouldn't say I didn't get time. The app is not loading. If app issues, let them know.
Another thing I want to clarify is we will be moving forward. We will be first with the bill, voting of the bill again, and we will not be talking about or discussing about the previous bills that have been passed or not have been passed. Okay? I hope we are clear. And one more thing.
One instruction, please log into your device, earlier itself, and be ready for the voting. Okay? At that point, we only have really 1 minute to vote. At that point, if you are not voting, if your login is not working, it may not be good. So be ready so that the voting is, kind of fair. Everybody will vote. And if at all you have any issue, please message message to the number provided that day, and by end of the day, it will be corrected. Right? Okay, thank you. Please.
And one more thing, I will not be taking a point of privilege in this house because that is not, it is creating problem to move forward in our house. I have this
point of view.
this
No,
I will
we don't have any ones but water is. Water.
Okay, you can ask me organizers for that. Thank you. I request you all, I humbly request you all to not bring point of privileges in this house. It is disrupting the procedures of this house. Am I clear? See, I have made my statement, sir. Please try to understand. Please be seated, sir. See, sir, I'm being very generous and very humble, and I request you to understand that I will not be taking point of privilege.
Sir, it's not logging.
I think
Student,
you just tell me
audience
what
are
is the point.
Right?
If you just change the link, it is.
I'll check it out. Don't do that. Thanks for pointing out. I'll check.
Honorable members, please do not change the paper about this house.
वो भी तो अपने को चीज सोचने की है क्योंकि वो तो फिगर उन्होंने गलत कैलकुलेट करके वैसे ही भेजा हुआ है लेकिन सामने वाला जब उस फिगर को देखता है तब तो वो ये सोच के उसकी परसेंटेज और वैसे मान लेता है ना
Losing time on that, and we lost many questions in the question hour. It is not going to that. It is trying to enable a debate more and come to those points instead of going off a point of view and point of order. Alright, it's fine.
वो इशू है अपना कि है ना कि जस्ट बिकॉज रैंडमली उसने वो फिगर निकाल दिया
Okay, so let's try to go to the voting. I just conduct this voting and move on. Okay.
Sir,
Please hold on. Let the voting happen. Okay. Yeah, the bill is kept for voting. Please do the thing. It's a wrong. I think it's another bill.
Sorry.
और ये आमने सामने तो मिलाएगा नहीं सामने तो ना मिलाएगा सो हाँ वेरी यूजुअल काम मैं तो ये चाहता हूँ कि अगर अपन पैसे की बात करें ना तब तो फिर अपन उससे आमने सामने अगर ये मिलवाता हो तब तो अपन कुएं में कूद जाएंगे अगर ये बोल रहा हो कि आमने सामने मिला के करा दूंगा then it's okay for us.
It is a constitutional amendment 135.
Not the judicial efficiency. Not the judicial efficiency.
तो रोज का काम है शादी एक आदमी सब खाता तो है ही ना पर्टिकुलर अपने आदमी से खाता है हर किसी को खाता नहीं so if that he can arrange nothing like it
Can you vote? You can vote now. Please.
मैं आ जाऊँ कल इससे आप ये मिलके इससे बात कर लें हम लोग आमने सामने करा दे तब तो अपन
Prime Minister, I request you to be on the seat, please.
एक बार आप पूछ लो अगर आज बोले तो मैं तभी आ सकता हूँ
Honorable Ministers, you have 1 minute to vote.
What happened? Not reflecting.
It will be refreshed.
What happened?
ठीक है केस तो भेज देता हूँ केस
They say they have voted, but it's not.
भेज रहा हूँ
Wait, there have been technical issues.
Or shall I go with the second one?
Yeah, we'll do a revote.
Yes.
अच्छा उसका डायरेक्ट नहीं होगा
We will be doing that now.
Okay, fine. Sorry for the technical issue. We couldn't do it now. Okay, we'll move on with the next.
तो अगर ये डायरेक्ट जानते हैं तो फिर तो ये काम हो ही सकता है,
Not
फिर
now.
तो दिक्कत
Let
का
us
काम
not
नहीं है।
take and give us a
आप
salary now.
मतलब फिर तो उससे 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 सीधा पूछ रहे हैं क्या कि ये आमने सामने करा देंगे।
Honorable members, I will not be allowing.
मैं वो डिटेल भेज रहा हूँ आपको, हाँ वो आप भेजो और उसके बाद उससे पूछ लो कि कैसे कराएगा।
We have 3 bills more to cover. Let us focus on the debate. And one more thing, whenever you are raising a debate, think about this if it will add to the debate. If it is not, if it is something regarding your problem, you didn't get option or something, please, that is not, this time is not for that. Okay, let us not waste time on your complaint. We go ahead. We have very limited time. Within the next 40 minutes, we need to complete 3 bills, which you have all hard work.
वो शाकिर आलम का कोई जानकार निकला है, लेकिन वो पैसे लेके काम कराने वाला आदमी है। मैंने उसको जो मेरा आदमी है उसको बोला है कि भैया पैसे तो मैं जब दे सकता हूँ अगर तू आमने सामने अफसर से मिला देगा तो। मैं ऐसे बीच के दलाल को तो दूंगा नहीं, क्योंकि दलाल तो 3 करोड़ के हिसाब से परसेंटेज कुछ नहीं मांग लेगा, लेकिन अगर वो आमने सामने अफसर से मिला देगा तो मैं उसको रिस्क लेने को तैयार हूँ कि अफसर जो मांगेगा मैं उससे बात करूँगा। मैंने बोला नहीं, लेकिन मैं कल को बता दूँ तुम्हारे को दिक्कत ना हो जाएगी, तो वो दिक्कत नहीं होगी, तो बोला तो उससे पूछ लेना तो वो बोल रहा है कि है ना एक बार आप है ना केवल एक पेज के अंदर आपकी कंपनी बना दो ये हुआ ये केस है, फिर वो उसको
அந்த பில் மட்டும் திருப்பி ரீவோட்டிங் லாஸ்ட்
मेरी ये बात हुई, उसको बोला मैं जानता हूँ आप मुझे डिटेल भेजो, वो एक पेज की डिटेल आप उसको। हाँ मेरे यहाँ पर एक आदमी है उसने बोला मैं जानता हूँ, वो लाइजनिंग के काम देखता है। हाँ पैसे तो खाता होगा, लेकिन अपन तो पैसे की बात तो जब है जब आमने सामने अफसर से बात कराएगा अपने को, ये बोल दिया ना मैंने उसको। केवल ऐसे दे दें क्या कि एक कागज पे बना दो जिसमें ना तो माइंस डालनी है ना स्टेट डालना है और ना डेट्स डालनी है, बस हाँ ऐसे करके नहीं डालना, वो भेज दो। ठीक है, ऐसा कौन सा वो कुछ करेगा, अभी अपन तारीख तो लिखी नहीं रहेगी 21 तारीख का केस है।
माइक ऑन
and shape a future where technology empowers rather than endangers.
Sorry to interrupt you. I have only allowed 3 members present in the bill. So why? I have only allowed 3 now. So I request only 3 members to be here to present the bill.
Good evening.
Thank you. You may continue, ma'am.
नहीं मैं दिल्ली आया हूँ।
At the heart of this bill lies the creation of National Digital Safety Department, NDSC, a vigilant guardian that will observe, regulate, and report on our nation's digital safety charges. This is not just governance; it's our commitment to transparency and accountability. From the Ministry of Education, we bring a vision that is both practical and profound. We embed digital education, cyber wellness being a very fabric of our school
आपकी सारी चीजें सही हो गई, पति भी सही हो गया, पिताजी भी सही हो गए, दुनिया भी सही हो गई, अब तो चारों हाथों में लड्डू एवरी गुड थिंग टाइम टू कम ना। तो आपकी सारी पीड़ा खत्म आपकी भगवान दे। पर ये मतलब ये कुछ चीजें है ना जो चुकती हैं, वो चीजें खत्म हो जाएंगी।
On the technological front, the Ministry of Electronics and IT unveils the Bharat Switch-Off Act, a powerful tool that empowers users to begin their time by locking every distraction. This is we demand algorithmic transparency, shining a light on the hidden costs of shaping what our youth see online, ensuring they are not puppets to unseen hands. the Digital Ethics Partnership Program will certify creators who choose responsibility over recklessness, setting a gold standard for digital citizenship. Finally, by amending existing school safety policies to include digital well-being, we close the circle ensuring that our educational institutions are
सर ये
backed
दोनों
with
फोन
both
रखें
physical and digital
थैंक
safety.
यू
Honorable members, this bill is more than legislation. It is a pledge to our children, our educators, and our nation. The digital world is here to stay. It is our solemn duty to ensure it's a world where safety, ethics, and wellness reign supreme. Let us rise to this challenge with courage and conviction. I urge this House to pass the Digital Safety and Cyber Wellness Bill 2025 without hesitation.
Thank you, sir. Will it be open for
Sir, my number is 88 and I represent the constituency of the House.
33, followed by 48.
Namaste, Speaker Ji. I am Mahati, number 33, representing Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. This bill does not address the screen time management by parents.
Sorry.
Because parents are great stakeholders in a child's life, it does not address the parents' role in this bill. So, Minister, please comment.
Yes. I recognize, sir. Let us speak, honorary members, please.
My constituency number is 48 and it will be 48. The bill controls behavior, law, safety, and any provisions in this bill regulate behavior, ethics, digital respect, and speed discipline, which is not a legislative domain. It's a violation of constitutional freedom. This is an excessive restriction not allowed under Article 19(2). There is a risk of platform suspension of content creators, which restricts creator livelihood, which violates Article 19(1)(g). The digital detox also violates Article 21. The school cyber subcommittees, which directly violates the British Copy 2017 privacy judgment. The bill also violates Article 246 and the service schedule as it includes into state domain without requiring state ratification. To list some other articles, 308, 51A, 32, and 226 are also violated in this bill.
Thank you. Taking that letter first. Yes.
Okay, to answer this question, I would like to clearly state that in our bill, we have the parental screen time addressed by public awareness campaigns, school level sensitization, and digital literacy modules, along with health ministry advisories. So, it will be better for you all to read the bill better.
Wait, honorable members. No, honorable, wait. I will be granting you a follow-up, sir. Please continue.
Honorable Parliamentary, the Bharat Detox app is actually kind of an initiative that is mainly meant actually to target children, students, especially parents are the guardians of students, right? So as part of that, this Bharat Detox app is an initiative where they can actually take control and check and make sure that their children are not very much addicted to many programs. It is a voluntary task. It's not mandatory. We are not saying that you have to do this. It is a voluntary task, and not only that, it actually reduces this addiction and it also improves well-being. And I would like to conclude by stating that this WHO itself has clearly stated that internet overuse is actually a big problem. That is why
Thank you,
this is a
sir.
change.
Sir, thank you. 55, followed by 38. I understand your ignorance, honorable members. I recognize member already.
I picture of the Jumlar, number 055.
Yes, please.
Chapter 1, Section 14 states penalties apply upon ratification from state government. I repeat, I'm Nikshita Milwai, number is 05. Chapter 1, Section 14 states penalties apply only after ratification from state government. This is enforced null and this makes the entire penalty system optional. States can simply refuse to ratify, rendering the bill as fruitless and non-competition. So, if the existential question is, what is the purpose of Union Parliament passing legislation that requires permission from the state government? Why not make it a state matter? And if digital safety is actually and to conclude, if digital safety and appealing to the
Thank you, ma'am.
community.
38. See, yelling will not will help you get recognized. I'll be recognizing as far as I want to recognize. Okay? So, yes, please.
Jury members, my ballot number is 38. I am Subramshu Shekhar Malik. I repeat, my ballot number is 38. The bill seems quite green. If the detox app is voluntary and any student can simply delete the app or change the phone settings, what exactly is the purpose of spending 70 crores on a teacher who is already present in the smartphone? Also, in the section 9, you have also already mentioned that each teacher will be accompanying and guiding 300 students. Don't you think that the teachers which are already overburdened, thousands of students will be overburdened even more just by your own policy?
Okay, thank you. Okay, wait. We'll be allowing one after you. Will one, please show me your placard copy. 81. After you, 81. Please don't call my name, please. Yes, please.
Answering to the first question of candidate 55, which was about why has space been given the authority to ratify. Madam reminding you that education is a confidence subject, henceforth states need to ratify according to their provision. It cannot be enforced. Union government, the Minister of Education and this policy framework that they cannot force to imply it all over the states. And coming back to is cyber guidance teacher.
Last 20 seconds. Yes, you both have the follow-up. Okay, we'll be going forward. Yes, I'm ready to follow your.
Honorable Speaker, my number is 81, Sakshi Mukherjee. May I proceed?
You have to answer?
Yeah. So, honorable member stated that when teachers already are burdened with so much of work already overloaded, how are they supposed to deal with this? There are subjects like entrepreneurship, skill development that are introduced. And these are issues of national interest, not of personal interest. These lead to the development of the students, development of their character, peace in the online platforms. This is not something that the government is doing for itself. So these platforms are necessary and teachers will not get overburdened. Teachers are meant to educate the students, direct them, guide them in the right path. And that is why, yes, and teachers have given those programs as well. So that is why it is very important.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I'll be only allowing one from this side, 28. Thank you. I understand. Please, honorable member, I understand that. Honorable member, please let him have a chance to speak. You had enough time. You had 1 minute each, both of you, and yet if you have not answered, it's okay. Thank you. Sir, you may please. Sir, ma'am. Thank you.
अभी डालना है क्या इसको?
This is ma'am, this is I 28.
This project
As member quoted, this app known as the Talks app. For that, I would suggest that मैं अपने सभी संगीत सांसदों से ये रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि वो बिल को क्रिटिसाइज करे, क्वेश्चन पूछे, लेकिन साथ में अगर रिस्पॉन्स दे, सब्मिशन दे, तभी हमारा देश आगे बढ़ सकता है। क्रिटिसाइज करने से काम तो हो रहा है, साथ में अगर सब्मिशन और रिस्पॉन्स देंगे, तभी हम देश के प्रति देश के प्रति और question.
Okay, we are done. Thank you so much. We are running out of time. We are running. Honorable, I request understanding on this that we are running out of time. Thank you so much. Honorable member, if you cannot speak, please be seated. Ma'am, please be seated.
This could be calling your
दुबे जी ने उल्टा बोल दिया, दुबे जी ने
I
इनको कह दिया कि मैं टेस्ट करा दूंगा। क्यों हाँ भरी?
Will be saying
क्यों
that.
करी? खुद ने आगे बढ़ के हाँ कर दी। अभी आ गए
Honorable
4
members
बजे,
will be
खत्म नहीं हुआ।
going for
दुबे जी कह रहे
voting
मैं
now.
नहीं कराऊंगा टेस्टिंग, 1 घंटा लेट है। और ये मैडम मेरे पे चिल्ला रही है, कह रही है आपके टेक्नीशियन
We only giving you 1 minute and closing the voting
अब आप
in 1
बताओ,
minute.
लंच में मैं करा दूं, कोई डॉक्टर खड़ा है? अब तो गए वो, दिमाग खा लिया इन्होंने मेरा।
This is my last
चाहिए
warning.
इनको
If you are not
प्रोजेक्टर ही,
proceeded,
1.5 लाख रुपए एडमिशन के लिए दिया जाए।
Honorable members, I request you not to yell in the parliament. I'll announce the results. The bill has passed. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I request all the members to stay quiet. I request now, everyone, we will be moving forward to the next bill. And I request Minister of Youth Affairs to present the bill on National Civic Candidate Bill 2025. Opposition? Honorable members of this House, the bill is going to be presenting. I request you all to please keep silence. Sir? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the recognition. My candidate number is
Honorable members?
073. This
You are
is
losing your
073. 073, are you?
Yeah, but I am only requesting members to be on stage.
Candidate number is 023.
Members are losing time.
Mr. Mukherjee, 017. Let's begin with the bill. We're presenting the National Civic Cadet Program, which is an act to establish and implement the Civic Cadet Program to develop leadership, civic responsibility, and physical fitness among school-going youth, and for matters connected therewith, as the incidental thereto.
To educate discipline, physical fitness, civic consciousness, community service, and disaster response awareness. So, the scope on the applicability of the bill, this program is open for students for registration between 8 to 9 grade, and then the program will go on till 8 to 12 grade. 1 year of community service is mandatory.
Students, I'm noticing a lot of non-decorum in the house. I will be starting to put negative marks. So please, there's a column specified for the decorum of the house. Okay, so I suggest all of you please be mindful of it. Thank you.
So the format of the administration will be such: there will be a national level leadership, a state level leadership, and a city level leadership. There shall be a national civic cadet directorate under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sport, responsible for policy formulation, curriculum oversight, monitoring, evaluation, and fund disbursement under the civic cadet program. The implementation of the program in union territories shall be supervised directly by the NCCD, not requiring a separate office for the union territory. The state level leadership shall be responsible for coordinating with educational departments, trainer rosters, and monitoring the overall implementation of the program in their state. The powers and duties of the national directorate will be to set national curriculum, approve trainers' qualifications, disburse central funds,
Permission and supervise development of the CCP portal and monitor the pilot program which will be undertaken.
And recruitment, trainers will primarily be recruited from the retired armed forces personnel who include medically unfit to continue service. And at deployment, the trainers will also visit the assigned schools once a week for scheduled sessions, weekly tests, or any assessments. The curriculum will be undertaken by NCCD and NCC which is the National Civic Cadet Curriculum, and it will be also done in the association with NCERT and coordination with the schemes like NCC and NYKS.
Okay, honorable members, that's it. Thank you. Now, 9 and followed by 31. Anyone, please, mic. I request someone to please bring the mic.
Madam, I do not have a doubt related to the bill, but a point of order, which I like to raise.
Your number, please.
09. Yes. So, Speaker Madam, I'd like to ask you that what is the role of a defendant exactly?
Why are you asking this question to me?
Can you please answer that, Speaker Madam?
I will not answer your question, sir.
See, you are only allowing.
Sir, wait. Please be seated, sir. You are asking questions to me. Why?
Why can't you?
Are we moving forward this way?
I'm raising a point.
Am I the MP?
Everything has to stop when a point of order is.
Thank you, sir. Please don't tell me what to do. I'll do my job well. Thank you so much, sir. Please be seated. We'll be moving forward. You're asking questions. I'm not entertaining that anymore. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Please sit.
Speaker Madam, from the last speaker.
Sir, this will be marked. Sir, I request you, sir, to please be seated. Let the member speak. Member, you are from the ruling party. See. I'm not entertaining that. My order is final. I agree. I understand what you're saying. I'll be taking that later. Honorable members, I request everyone to stay silent when something. Yeah, you may speak, sir.
Honorable Speaker, 031, Patrick Ram representing Warrior. Respected and Honorable Minister, I would just like to ask you something. The given bill that you are proposing, new civic cadet duty, is extremely and almost identical to NCC and NSS programs already conducted by the Government of India, except with a few improvements that I agree with. Now, if you could just improve NCC and NSS programs with the 3,500 crore budget that you have allocated, the results will be much better than creating a new separate body that functions basically exactly the same. And if your concern is mandatory participation, I like to let you know that NCC and NSS have less than 0.5% dropout rate. So what is the point of creating a mandatory civil cadet act if already programs exist?
Okay.
The permission of the speaker, can I answer your question?
Yeah, I'll just take one more follow-up at 47.
So, Speaker Madam, how is the program ensure generate youth engagement rather than turning into another bureaucratic TikTok box exercise with mandatory training but no real impact? And other than my question, whole opposition say with me, जब तक जुल्म करेगा सत्ता के गलियारों में चप्पा चप्पा गूंज उठेगा इनकलाब के नारों से इनकलाब
Permission of the Honorable Speaker, may I answer the question?
Can you ask a question, sir?
Next, 1 second. Yes. First of all,
What was your question exactly?
47, right? We were unable to hear you because you did not speak.
Okay, now we'll be taking one more question. 30. Honorable members of the parliament, by the establishment, I am 030, I repeat 030. So while the establishment of a national civic cadet program proves to be beneficial, it poses some risks. One thing is that there will be uneven implementation across states, and different states have different infrastructure capabilities, and it may lead to socio-economic exclusion and exclusion of children who are belonging to underrepresented communities, and there will also be some administrative overload. So how do you plan to address this?
Thank you. You may answer.
Three questions have been asked. Are we allowed to speak right now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Madam, for giving us the permission to speak. This is 017, Mr. Mukherjee, answering a question. Well, I will take the first question of the Honorable MP, and the second MP, whatever you take, that was unnecessary right now. So, taking the question, what's the point of this bill when we already have NCC and NSS? To getting on to your question, I think the Minister of Defence, NCC, only a small percentage of schools have NCC units, and selections is competitive. CGP has universal access with no basic agenda. NSS, coming to your question, the gap of classes 8 to 12 has remained unaddressed for decades. CGP fixes this, introducing civic responsibility early.
All right. The next question that we had about implementation across states. This is exactly the reason why we didn't want to enforce these decisions of the NCCD upon all of these states, which is why we're encouraging the establishment of SCCOs, which are state civic cadet offices, which will operate under each state government. So these state governments will be aware of the infrastructural problems occurring in schools in their state, and they can take due action regarding it. Other than that, there will also be city level civic cadet offices, which can further address these issues that concern various schools of the city. This is 073 Ayush Kumar Patel.
That is switched off. This button will change.
125 house follow.
57%. You are good for the day.
With your policy that allow, I request all the members to let her speak, please.
Honorable Speaker, the first question which was asked, can you repeat that? You said NCC similar to NCCD. I want to ask you, do you know what is even NCC? What is it? I don't want the abbreviation. It's the second line of defense. It clearly talks about defense. It's second back. After the defense, it's the thing. Because we are trained for the defense sector. And the thing NCCD, National Civic Cadet. Civic is different from defense. So my number is 104 and I get an answer.
Okay, honorable members, this is something I wanted to say to you all. I would now like to pass this motion to our honorable speaker, ma'am. Thank you.
Muskan. Muskan. Call Sada phone. She's here. Okay, I'll talk.
Okay, thank you so much. We still have one more question to go for debate. I've got the candidate number. I'll completely take over from the next day. So whatever you got, I will ask them. Candidate number 56 and 49. Candidate number 56 and 49.
She's coming from Stockholm.
My question is very
Wait,
simple. First of all,
Jana stage
if there is any type of misconduct by the trainers who are involved in this
Slightly reduce the
procedure,
smudge.
what are the
Gone
penalties for
down.
them
I
and
got
how will
volleyball, I
ensure
put
the
the
safety of
paint
the
patch.
student cadets?
No,
Plus,
not because
what
of
are the
me,
mandatory
because
procedures you will
bag is
take
on the
to
floor.
ensure that their safety is prioritized first?
Huh.
Thank you.
Sort of.
Please
And my
take
right
note
ankle is
of
already weak because I already had 3 times ligament tear. But yeah,
You play any sport?
We take the follow-up.
I play badminton a lot. I also play a little basketball. I run.
Recognizing candidate number 49 for the question.
I participated in the Hum 5 challenge. You did?
My number is 49.
Yeah. Oh, we
To
discussed it
indulge
yesterday.
students in compulsory practices.
More
such as
things.
community service.
I worked
I'm
with them,
sorry
so
to
I'll be back soon.
Please,
I'm meeting the
take whatever
year
you
only. I
expect.
don't the Riyaz also.
He's presenting something. Kindly listen to what he speaks.
Is it ethical? Is it ethical to make it compulsory for students to do community service or other such practices? And how
All my friends are also old only.
how do you
They become old by working so much.
How old?
This is my
I'm
question,
28.
honorable speaker. My number is 49.
Thank you so much. Recognizing the candidate for the answer.
Honorable jury member, this is Vishal Mukherjee, 117. The first
Because of my face, I don't look 20.
how unlimited train of misconduct.
Your face,
Three candidates, background checks, immediate suspension if something is found.
After COVID, I'm not gonna.
Police
I still feel I'm 24.
zero tolerance for abuse.
Yeah, just example that I haven't.
Females, for males, and for child safety is not negotiable. Accurate.
No, just because I'm at home, no. So that
Next
is
one.
why my
You
parents
asked about was it
are still
necessary to
pampering me
actually
like
have a
a
1 year
baby.
mandatory service, right? If you read the committee topics, there was a whole
I am
point
only
of the
girl child at
topic
home.
that there should be a
And the
1 year
eldest.
mandatory service. And that is the reason, that's the way it's
Oh my
only
god.
promoting
Oh,
the
full
registrations and more
pampering.
renewal
Full
time
pampering.
so that it wouldn't be a burden. Kindly
Exactly,
conclude.
my cousin.
Yeah.
Even my cousins have kids now,
Honorable
they'll say,
members,
what uncle says to say, hey, I'll kill you all. But there's one, my daughter,
Of course. Of course. They have last bill, no?
Be equally responsible for the community as well.
Thank you so much. We'll go with the poll. It's 4:46. We need to be over with at 5. We have one.
Oh, we have
So
one.
sorry. I'm
Civic
so
cadet
sorry.
bill.
Don't vote for the bill if you don't find it appropriate.
It's simple to बात है मत करो support यार no कर दो bill में
Notice to the administrator. Okay, the opposition knows it, the members know it. If you
People started
don't feel
voting
right, don't vote for
already.
it. We won't make any single second now. Kindly vote. Kindly vote. 1 minute to voting. Your time starts now.
अच्छा one bill has passed till now.
Silence is appreciated. You're voting.
It was far worse. All the government bills, they kind of like, did not pass.
Huh.
But committee bills and I think private.
The private bills will pass. That's really good. Which government bill passed?
I'll show you.
Silence is appreciated.
Finance. They're going close.
Government bills I did not
It's
see.
actually fun to.
So it's like what we do in Mentimeter, you have completely developed another like
Yeah, sort of.
Sort of.
Mentimeter, right? That doesn't give you role based.
yeah, it does now.
12 years into product management.
Last 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much. Due to time constraints, we'll quickly move on with the next bill. The bill is the Climate Resilience and Community Safety and Relocation Act 2025. I request the presenters as well as the defenders to be ready.
The jury must be tired of this thing.
So kindly start it. Kindly proceed.
I did this in my Siliguri chapter, so I know.
Silence is appreciated. Order.
This speaker is she can manage.
Yeah, that's why I think they brought it.
Yeah, other two can't.
Members of the parliament, somebody is presenting.
On climate front lines, we will first map every danger zone using data scientifically from IMD, ISRO, and GSI. So, risks are identified before disasters strike. Communities will be relocated with dignity. Families will be considered for social needs, respected, and homes based on cliffs. With solar power, rainwater harvesting, and green zone
போயிட்டு இருந்தா மட்டும் 5 மணிக்கு டயஸை காலி
we
பண்ணி
will
ஆகணும்.
use nature
After
as
this bill
God
voting
and restoring
டக்குன்னு அதுக்கு நான் enable பண்ணேன். Revote பண்ணேன். இன்னைக்கு முடிச்சிருவோம். It will not take improve the environment and the climate change. அதுக்கு அடுத்து we'll do that right away. iPhone, which model is that?
15.
So, getting in contact is
Every drain covered and outdoor infected and distributed at least 1 month ago.
मुझे मेरा ही contact क्यों आया? Share contact
Share.
share.
That's the confusing thing.
Yeah, that also happens when you're on a call. You're on a call, suddenly someone calls. Then there's 3 options, and those 3 options are so confusing.
I never still don't know how to cut the call. It was an Android user. I was like, where is the red color? And suddenly it will come, suddenly it won't come.
What, no photo? I don't know how to put a photo.
Sure, right. You're also new.
I'm not new. I don't play with tech.
You trained as environmental stewards is our main goal, and this act assigns clear duties. This act builds a climate-ready system with clear responsibilities at every level. MOHUA sets national SOPs, track progress on real-time dashboard, and release funds only after verified results. PRIs manage rural drainage.
I'm a member.
For the budget of we are allocating for the relocation of houses that is 15,000 crores.
See, if they will help me to become something, I will join you. Because, yeah, because I need to see that.
And the total budget is 3,300.
So they push Khalil on me, I know,
Recognizing candidate
because I'm very good with things.
61
But
and
I want
43 for the next one.
this year I was 3 members.
Same you do sudden leadership.
Just a second, Minister.
Then become
Kindly note the questions, members. You have to give the
Who's a
answers
post
clearly.
manager?
Thank you.
My
I
candidate
get married in a year
number
or
is
2.
61. The shadow cabinet minister for
I have started.
environment, forest and climate change. Honorable Speaker, this bill is truly the most inadequate bill out of all the 6 bills that have been presented to it today. The
One
reason
is
why?
definitely
Because
that
this
I
bill
should not be the
proposes
first
relocation,
working
but
in the family.
gives no compensation mechanism for abandoned property, no timeline for alternative housing, no guarantee meeting previous living standards. It violates Article 31A, which requires reasonable compensation, and Article 21, the right to shelter. And it also violates the case precedent of Volta Terrace versus Bombay Municipal Corporation.
People are not comfortable with the idea.
Thank you so much. Recognizing
That's
candidate
one,
number 43 for the follow-up.
बाकी तो सब चलेगा. Yeah, I'm open. I don't have any choice as such, but this is the important criteria.
No looks.
Doesn't matter. Long run, what will I do with this?
That.
Decent enough, no? Like at least should go with me, compatible with me. And support me.
What is compatible?
So many definitions of.
Kindly conclude.
Is used how will the irritated to tribe families challenge the bureaucratic label that drags and vulnerable and forces relocation, especially when there is no appeal mechanism, which is unconstitutional.
They'll look for somebody the same way.
Kindly answer. Candidates have been recognized.
Yes, for the first question, I would like to say that the whole of relocation, it is in hazard time we are relocating families. It's not an easy task. How can the people, get basic necessities when your house is getting flooded and it's getting washed away? You are asking to get basic guides. I think at that time, all of the security guides are also, abandoned.
By values, what values?
I would like to answer the second question.
Minister, please
How
be quick.
much does he care about his
30
parents?
seconds.
Like for example,
So the
I would
member
want to
told
stay
that
with his parents.
how will people react when we relocate them, right? the crimes, how crimes.
Okay. That's second petty there is
Wait.
about.
I would request the member to please repeat your question.
Words, you know, like
In a
just
summary,
kept it in between.
You will get the butterflies.
Kindly do like.
How does someone
Anti-pressure.
yeah pressure then
So I'm Yasri
But
Patel,
I'll
I'm
tell you one thing.
043.
Married 10
My
years.
question was
I
that
got married very
the
early.
religious 14 villages in Manipur were relocated without them knowing if they were actually flood regions or what their political convictions. This is because the flaw in your bill, there is no appeal system to the villages or to the areas if any injustice happens.
I was in a
Thank you so
second
much.
Mine was just
Recognizing the candidate for
she was my
the
junior and she fell for me someday.
So,
At that time I came out to work in Congress.
the tribes know that their place are playing, right?
She was
That's why we are
talking to me, whatever things that was
this
going on.
act is India's first act to ensure voluntary consent-based relocation. Not forcing. It's voluntary. And we do not uproot people. We upgrade their safety. And we involve communities at every stage, protecting their culture, livelihood, and dignity. Not forcing them.
Please answer to the point.
Okay, so I've seen everything. Even my manager, Accenture manager, he used to say, you all have seen issues like a 35, 40-year-old.
We have mentioned in the bill that there will be a national real-time dashboard
So I'm not sure what you'll do in 2040.
and where the release of annual post
Are you like
Thank you so much.
pulling
Taking
my
the
leg?
last parliamentary
So I've
question.
seen this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Taking the last question. Recognizing candidate number 64.
Over a point in time, that same person that you live with, you become accustomed to know what they're.
This is the last
they
question.
want to
it's like
We proceed with the answer and then
together.
Yeah. So you would know what they would do.
My name is Yasmin Prasad, constituency is 1964.
proceed.
I literally did not go to US.
As
I
it
had
is
my
mentioned in the
H1B in
bill,
20.
Silence is appreciated.
chapter 3
My
mentions that
mom and dad just knew I was in Mexico at the time. I was like on a trip.
paid wages
I was
under
coming back. I was
NGN are
my
easily
H1B
paid
kicked.
on a
I
separate
told this
community
fucking guys,
drainage
don't do
and
it. They
sanitation
won't send me. I know
partnership,
not doing it.
CDF.
Not giving it.
Which, no, let me say that in a small town of Karnataka,
Trying 16 years. I
NGN,
didn't get.
what is
Who won't also
the
get? We'll just put it. Okay, because this policy actually
Correct.
that
A
year they'll apply
worker
it.
was buried alive. He was buried
Obviously,
alive.
they'll put me in that way. So that's
Compensation
inevitable.
was
You won't
given
get it
to
in no one.
funds. And he was saying
I
that
went there. I was in US as well for a week or so.
how
I
is
met
that
with my
possible?
client.
What if they lose their lives?
Bill wanted them. They were looking to
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please proceed with the answer and then the vote.
Okay. The thing is that you are talking about only one case. How under Monrega, how many workers have been hired? Have you collected that information? There is only one worker were employed, and for that also compensation is also released. You cannot complain like that only. Okay.
And there are lakhs and people dying for that. So we are compensating the man who are paid.
Okay, thank you so much. We proceed with the voting now. No point of order, no point of clarification. I'm extremely sorry. We proceed with the voting. 1 minute for voting.
These mates were all going. I was traveling 22 hours. I'm landing. My mom is like, my cousin, my brother was in Pittsburgh. He was like,
Okay. I took your query. Sorry, the poll is not.
I also don't want to. Chalo, I also will go. We'll continue this today. Very interesting.
The time will start once the poll starts. So don't worry. Okay, the poll is here. Sometimes it happens.
The poll is not loading. Check your network or we can refresh it once again.
no, it's loading. It's loading. It's loading.
The poll has been active.
Very
Last 15 seconds. This is not hard. We are done with all the committee bills. I now adjourn the session for the day. Government bills. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just give me a second. Kindly let me communicate with the moderator. My new apologies. The finance bill will be put to vote now.
So that will be a rebooting on the bill, which had a discrepancy in terms of the software not loading up. That is the finance bill. We started the poll. The poll is live for the finance bill.
Parliamentarians, you are voting on your phones. You are not communicating and voting. So kindly maintain the decorum. With all due respect. We still have time. We still have time. Thank you so much. All the government bills are done. I now adjourn the session for the day. Moreover, I expect more healthy and constructive debate tomorrow. Reporting time is 8 o'clock. I now hand over the mic, the floor to Soumya sir. Thank you so much.
We'll all stand for this.
भैया खत्म tomorrow ये laptop है
Okay. मेरा अकेला डूब लगा
Thank you, parliamentarians. Please be seated. I would ask you to pay full attention to what we are going to speak now, what we are going to discuss now. Let me tell you, what we have seen today is the true power of democracy at work. Interestingly, the day had it all. We had a no confidence motion, but then we saw the ruling government prove its might. There was no change of government.
रख दो यही रख दो जिसका है ले जाओ let it be here
But then, that's how democracy works. Just staying in power does not mean you have delivered. That's what we saw. So another important aspect of democracy is having a strong opposition. Let's give it to the opposition for fighting through the night. Making the ruling work hard for getting their bills passed. At the same time, what could you ask more from a day? Well, a member of parliament stands in front of you and tells you the importance of research, the importance of reaching out to masses, of being a maverick, of being connected with the policy makers, yet being grounded and putting in the right amount of research. I think that's what we must learn. Being relevant is the need of the hour. Being researched is the basic essential. With that, I think we've had an interesting day. All you young parliaments have put in your heart, and that's what our national chairman said. We spoke about the heart. With your heart being right, the world can be right. And I think we've all summarized that. On these notes, we will sum up the day for you. But then the most important thing, we report again 8 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. The sessions will begin at 8:45 a.m. sharp. Breakfast will be available at the venue. All of you are expected to report at 8 a.m. and sign on the registration form. Other than that, do not leave any of your essentials or valuables behind. Your lanyards have to go with you. So do your placards. Also make sure your label pins are kept with you. Lanyards and label pins. Other than that, tomorrow is going to be another interesting day. Let me remind you, if for government bills you've seen such a fight, imagine the level of difficulty for your private bills. So good luck to all the private bill presenters. Now, on the part of the parliamentarians, we've taken all aspects into consideration. But now it is the moment wherein we take cognizance of the team YI that has worked relentlessly for this. We will hand it over to Muskan, who will invite the YI national team, and we will introduce all the members who have worked tirelessly to bring you all here and to put on a fantastic show. Please stay seated for another 5-10 minutes.
First, I would like to call Mrs. Sangeeta M. Chair Khalid to felicitate the National Chair, Mr. Taram Khan. Now, I would like to invite Asim, co-chair Khalid to felicitate Kavita Ma, CII and Executive YIP Nationals would not be possible without the YIP core team. So now I would like to request all the members to come one by one. First, I would like to call Sadaf on stage. Journalists have done a fantastic job and Sadaf has been coordinating with them tirelessly. Next, we have Ebenezer.
From the land of Dr. Tharoor, I think Ebenezer is also commanding equal popularity with the parliamentarians.
Yes. Next, we have Rahul Next, we Next, we have Aditya Lamka. Next, we have Prabhu Nagaruni for IT support. Next, we have Bhavya.
forget Muskan? Muskan Chandra. We celebrate everything today what remains tomorrow. One request, we take a photograph with all of you with the national leadership. They'll all stand here. From here, we'll take a photograph with everyone. Students, if you want to go inside in the frame, just try to get it in the center. It's going to be a selfie.
पोडियम चेक करा देते हैं।
शिवान शिवान आप तो उन्हीं के साथ जा रहे
Students, the breakfast section is open. You can eat more pictures there. We have this next session over here. Yeah, the snacks and tea will be outside. Please take pictures there.
Anisha.